this lazy life is sweet when January comes. As long as one team's bowling and the other's making runs. I know as soon as I wake up, if it's my lucky day, if the cricket's on the ABC, then everything's okay. And the cricket's on my radio, and everybody's laying low. As long as there's a game somewhere, it's all I need to know. And there's cricket on my radio.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Imperial Wanderers Stadium in Johannesburg. We're coming to you live with the West Indies tour to South Africa. With me, I have Jenna Searle, and we will be giving you the first 10 overs of this first ODI. We are going to go through the team list. South Africa won the toss and elected to bowl first. The Wanderers Stadium being a very good deck, especially in ODI cricket for both batting and bowling, but offers a little bit more for the bowlers if they hit their right areas. Jenna, welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. It's such an honor to be here. As a female cricket, having the opportunity to commentate women's cricket is such an honor, and I'm really blessed to be here.
Yes, we'll go through the team list. We'll start off with the West Indies. They are Captain Stefanie Taylor will be leading the team, with Shemaine Campbell as our wicketkeeper, Shamilia Connell, Deandra Doton, Chanel Henry, Cassia Knight, Hayley Matthews, Shadeen Nation, Karishma Ramarak, Shakira Salman, and Rashada Williams, with 12th player being Sherry-Ann Fraser, 13th being Cassia Schultz, and Janelia Glasgow, who are also missing out, as well as Affie Fletcher, who has just returned from maternity leave.
And in the South African lineup today is Tasman Brits, Laura Wolfart, Sune Elise, Lara Goodall, Mignon Dupria, Chloe Tryon, Sinalo Jafta, Shibnam Ishmael, Ayabonga Kaka, Masabata Klaas, and Nonkululeko Mlaba.
And any surprise, I would say, omissions from the South African setup?
Yeah, it's definitely interesting seeing Sinalo Jafta in with the gloves. The other player in the squad that has skill to be the keeper is Trisha Chetty, so that's an interesting selection. And the other player that I'm missing today is Marizon Cup. It's obviously interesting to see her not in the starting 11.
Yes, South Africa also missing Lizelle Lee, who is recovering from COVID-19 that she picked up over the December break. This is a very important series for both teams, as this is their last games before they travel to New Zealand for the ICC Women's World Cup. It will be a very interesting competition. South Africa not playing as much cricket leading into the World Cup. And the West Indians coming back from the qualifiers, not the best Super League Women's Championship that they had to go to the qualifiers where they qualified for the World Cup through their world rankings. So we will, throughout the series, see many changes within the series as they prepare for the World Cup.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see how the South African and the West Indian team work out the different combinations and who works best together. But it's going to be a good one to watch.
Yes. Now all players have taken the field and they're preparing to take the knee in solidarity against discrimination of any and all forms. Now it's very interesting. We are going to have Shibnam Ishmael, who will bowl from the caller drive end, and facing first we have, opening the batting for the West Indies, we have, I think it's Deandra Doton and Stefanie Taylor, if I'm correct.
Just a little bit on Shibnam Ismail, the 33-year-old is from KZN. She plays for KZN Coastal Women's Team. She also plays for the Oval Invincibles in the 100, and they were the winners of the opening season of that tournament. She has played 110 ODIs. She has 154 wickets, an average of 21, and an economy of 3.65.
Yes, taking that's fantastic figures there from Shibnam Ismail, being the experienced campaigner that she is, one of the quickest bowlers in the world, returning from injury. We're very excited to have her, and Deandra Doton will be taking the first ball. Shibnam knows this ground very well, has a good record here, both internationally and domestically. So we're looking forward this is her first international call-up since her injury. So we are very excited to see what will be happening. She has a pretty standard field set in the power play, which is in the first 10 overs. She has fine leg and third man, 2 slips, point, cover, mid-on, mid-off, and mid-wicket. It's going to be very exciting to see what she brings, knowing these players very well, as she's played with Deandra Doton in leagues all over the world, and she runs in. It's a back of a leg outside the off stump. Deandra Doton just on the back foot and defends that to cover, with Mignon du Preez doing the fielding.
Yeah, we see the experience there of Mignon du Preez in the coverage. For you, how important is it to have the correct fielders in the correct places, especially in limited over cricket?
It's vitally important. With limited overs cricket taking over the world and the evolution of the game where they're a lot more attacking, you want to ensure you're hitting the right areas and have the fielders in the right place. We have Shibnam Ismail coming. It's back of a length on off stump. Deandra Doton just going onto the back foot, defending it, and it goes to mid-on for no run. The score is still yet to get off the mark. Both batters on 0 during this first over. But Jenna, you are correct. You have to have the fielders in the right place, or else you will leak runs, and you don't want to be leaking runs too early, especially in the power play.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a wonderful day out here. It's cloudy, and Shibnam Ismail running in. It's a fuller length delivery, and Deandra Doton just pushes that to mid-off, not getting the timing she wanted, but looking good. It looks like a good pitch. A little bit slower, as there's been lots of rain within Johannesburg in the last few days. There is a little bit of cloud cover, and will definitely assist the bowlers.
Yeah, don't forget that you can tweet us at OneWorldSR. That is one the number, world the planet, and SR the letters.
Shibnam Ismail coming in. It's a full length delivery on middle stump, and she pushes that just right of mid-on and gets the single. Deandra Doton is off the mark and gets the West Indies campaign and underway with 1 run. The score still 1 run for 0. Good running between the 2 batters.
Yeah, very good. I think communication here is key, as the batters really want to make sure that they're rotating the strike as often as possible and not getting bogged down at an end.
Right, we have Rashada Williams, who's opening batting with Williams, the same field set, and coming in hard is Shibnam Ismail's short back of a length on the off stump, and Williams just goes back, defends that, 2 covers for no run.
Yeah, the places where you can listen to us today are onewsr.com, as well as on the Cricket SA website, cricket.co.za/live.
It's very exciting. Shibnam Ismail putting the pressure on early. She wouldn't have liked that first run going through. She is a fiery character, very aggressive as she's coming in hard. It's a shorter ball, and Rashada just goes onto the back foot and punches it to mid-off for no run. That brings the end of the first over. The score is 1 for no loss. Doton on 1, Williams yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, we watched a little bit of the warm-up game on Tuesday afternoon. We had a bit of a practice run on commentary. It was very exciting. Tasman Brits opened the batting, and she really did have a very fiery start. And it's very exciting to see her in the starting 11. I think it's well-deserved. It's only her 4th ODI appearance, and I'm very excited to see what she's going to bring to the lineup today.
She is a very aggressive batter, and domestically has been in some pretty good form, as well as her last outing in India, showing some flashes of brilliance. So we're very excited to see her batting. Coming in from the golf course end at the Wanderers Stadium, we have Masabata Class. She will be a little bit more defensive field set. She's got one slip, third man, fine leg, both on the boundary, point cover, extra cover, mid on, mid off, and a mid wicket. She's also a very aggressive character and very exciting to see her back in the team, especially recovering after injury. So I think this will be, she'll have something to prove here. She's coming in. Oh, quick action, it's a full length delivery just outside off. Deandra Doton swings at it and it is a dot ball. Oh, good signs out there, very exciting. I can see Sinalo Jafta, probably salivating, hoping that Nick will come early.
Yeah, definitely. I think we saw Deandra Doton playing a little bit early to that delivery. Obviously, having faced both Shibnam Ismail and Masabata Class, Class is a couple of clicks slower. So that is something the batters need to keep in mind.
Masabata Class comes in, quick movement, it's a short length delivery on middle stump, and Deandra Doton just defends that to behind square, but Sinalo Jafta cleans up for no run. Deandra Doton's feet are not moving much in these first few overs, or first few balls she's faced.
No, not yet. But I do think she's one of those players that needs to spend some time at the crease and just feel bat on ball. And I think she's going to get there.
She is a key wicket for South Africa. Masabata Class runs in. It's a short ball, and she's popped it up just over Masabata Class and lands in no man's land. Very close. Played it early. Good signs for the South Africans. Masabata Class shakes her head, very disappointed that she didn't get the wicket. It was a good ball. Cramped Deandra Doton for space, and she just popped it up over her head.
Yeah, that's definitely a good sign for the South Africans, knowing that they're in the game as early as the second over.
Oh, very exciting. Good signs here for Masabata Class, especially as she wants to go to the West Indies. She's coming in from the golf course end. It's a fuller length delivery, and Deandra Doton playing a little bit early and just pushes that into the leg side between mid-wicket and mid-on for one run, which brings the score for 2 for no loss.
Yeah, I don't think she looks particularly comfortable, does Deandra Doton. Let's have a look what Rashada Williams can do. Hopefully she can rotate.
Rashada Williams looks very calm. We saw at the qualifiers, she's a very calm bat, so we're hoping that she'll continue this. It's a short leg delivery from Masabata Class, but it is well outside the leg stump, and it's called a wide. That brings the score to 3 for no loss. Masabata will not be happy with that, considering how uncomfortable she has made Deandra Doton, and will want to keep the pressure.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's that building up of pressure that is going to be the key for both bowling sides today. Just making sure they squeeze, and try not to let go.
Masabata continues from the golf course end. It's a back of a length delivery. Deandra Doton plays it with soft hands, just wide of mid wicket, and they manage to have a quick run, great running between the two, and they get there comfortably. It brings the score to 4 for no loss. Rashada Williams is off the mark with 1 run. Deandra Doton is on 2.
That mid-wicket position is Tasman Brits. I think she's swinging her arms. She's a little bit disappointed that they managed to get through for that single.
She is one of the better fielders in South Africa, and definitely fits in very well with this team. Masabata Class continues from the golf course. It's a short length delivery. Doton doesn't time it as well, and they managed to get 2 as it's hauled out to the steep square leg boundary. Shibnam Ismail doing the cleaning up, and that brings the score to 6 for no loss.
Yeah, I just think that short ball was a bit interesting there, as the field wasn't really set for that ball. But then Class was looking to cramp up the batters there from the West Indian side. So an interesting move there. But we will see Shibnam Ismail coming back again from the caller drive end, and definitely going to crank up the pace here.
I would have expected Masabata Class to bowl a little bit fuller, given that she is a few clicks slower than Shibnam. But very interesting. She does have a bit of a skiddy action. It does, when it hits the ground, she's very quick. She wants to hit it hard, but it skids, rushes the batter a little bit. So I'm hoping she'll pitch it up a little bit fuller, attack the batter, make sure that they can't get her away, especially to the square boundary where there are no fielders. Shibnam Ismail, as you said, is continuing from the caller drive end and you have Rashada Williams facing. It's back of a length, on off stump. Rashada Williams just defending that back to mid on for no run. The score is 6 for no loss after 2 overs.
Yeah, it's great from Shibnam Ismail, making sure that after that double run that the West Indians got in the last ball of Masabata's over, that she's making sure she's squeezing now and not giving any freebies away.
Shibnam running in. It's a short length delivery well outside the off stump. Rashad Williams has a swing at it and she misses and goes straight to Sinalo Jafta for no run. Were you expecting that?
No, but I don't think you can ever expect anything other than aggression and greatness from Shibnam Ismail. She's very unpredictable.
And that ball was a little bit too close to cut. No, very little foot movement we've seen from the two West Indian openers as Shibnam Ismail runs in. It's a short length delivery, also very close to cut, but she manages to get that on ball, goes behind square. Laura Wolfhard doing the cleaning up. Great fielding there for no run, and the score remains at 6 for no loss.
Yeah, it's wonderful fielding, taking a sharp dive there to her left to cut that ball off. Does Laura Wolfhard. A wonderful fielder with lots of experience at her young age.
Yeah. Looking at the pace of this wicket, I think she is happy with the toss. Hopefully it will dry out as Shibnam, right, it's back of a length, a little bit fuller this time, and it's on the off stump, and just looked a little bit uncomfortable defending that. Williams for no run to the cover fielder. Right, score still at 6 for no loss. This is the third over, and you are listening to the first ODI between the Momentum Proteas, the South Africa women versus the West Indian women. Okay, and we have Shibnam Ismail coming in from the caller drive end. She's there. It's a very short delivery outside the off stump. Rashada Williams is dropping her hands and letting that ball go past her shoulder. Great ball from Shibnam Ismail. Fantastic aggression.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's very exciting to see her really being very attacking. The umpire signals there the one for the over.
She's one of the few bowlers in the international circuit that can consistently bowl that bouncer, putting most batters under pressure. As it's not very often you face a bowler of Shibnam's quality. It's a fuller length delivery, and Williams goes on the front foot and drives it straight to mid-on, bringing the end to the third over. The score still is 6 for no loss. Doton on 4, Williams on 1.
We have a tweet here from Chris TB. He says, really wish we had a speedometer for this game. Always curious about how quickly Shibnam is bowling. How quick do you think she gets?
I've played Shibnam many years ago, and I reckon at that stage she was bowling a lot quicker, but was a little bit more wayward. I think she has, maybe dropped in a few clicks and is bowling a lot more accurately, but I still peg her between 120 and 110. Masabata Class coming in from the golf course end to Deandra Doton. It's a full length delivery on the off stump, and Deandra Doton drives that to the fielder at mid on for no run. Shibnam Ismail still getting some really good pace. Despite coming back from injury, we're very excited to have her, and this will be key for her to get some overs in as she prepares for the World Cup.
Yeah, definitely.
Masabata Class continuing from the golf course end. Right, it's a fuller length delivery just outside off stump. Deandra Doton just pushes that to the fielder at extra cover for no run. The score still remains at 6 for no loss. Very tight bowling here, not very easy to pierce the inner ring.
Yeah, definitely. I haven't seen a lot of out of the middle shots from the West Indian batters. They haven't looked comfortable at all, which is slightly worrying.
I think the longer they stay there, the better it will be. Class coming in. It's a fuller length delivery. Doton puts her bat out there, just wanting to guide that drop with a soft shot, but just goes past the outside edge for no run. Very close to the outside edge. Not the wisest of shots there.
No, definitely not. But that ball from Masabata Class is a much better length than she had in her first over, which is nice to see. She's looking to drag the batters out onto their front foot and tempting them into that drive.
You'll want Sune to come into play here. Masabata coming in. It's a fuller length delivery outside the off stump. Doton frees her arms and that ball goes over the point fielder for 4. Great shot there from Doton. We know she has the power game as well as playing her strokes to get those singles.
Yeah, as we were speaking about Masabata, bringing the length closer towards the batter, she just overpitched that one a little bit too far outside the off stump. Really just throwing her hands out at that one and really getting maximum value for that shot.
Great shot there. Doton will feel a lot more settled getting that boundary, especially considering how the South Africans have dried up the runs. Masabata Class coming in. It's a quick one, back of a length on the off stump. Doton just defending that. Laura will fight at point. Cleaning up, getting it in. Score is 10 for no loss. Doton on 8 and Williams on 1.
Yeah, that was a good comeback ball there after the boundary from Masabata Class, really cramping the batter there very, very well.
She would want to bowl that length, a little bit more, that line, that length. Make sure that for Doton to get runs, it has to be a good shot. Right, Class coming in from the golf course end. It's a short length delivery. Doton plays too early, gets hit on the shoulder, and that ball goes to point for no run. That's the end of the 4th over. The score is 10 for no loss, with Doton on 8 and Williams on 1.
Yeah, that shorter pitched delivery that Masabata Class bowled the last ball of her first over, the second over of the game, and again the last ball of the 4th over of the game, this time more effective than the first time.
I would feel Deandra Doton feels she missed out a little bit on that one. Played a little bit too early. If she manages to wait for us a little bit longer, I think the dugout feels as much as me picking that one up.
Yeah, definitely, especially on the fast outfield of the Imperial Wanderers Stadium that's racing away.
Shubnam Ismail will continue from the corner drive end. She comes in, it's back of a length, and there's a shout, and it is potentially caught, an outside edge caught by Sinalo Jafta. This is the first wicket for South Africa, and Shubnam Ismail, the legend that she is, has taken it. That brings the end to Williams' innings, and the score is 10 for 1. The batters conferring, but Williams will have to take that long walk back to the change room. What a ball from Shubnam.
A wonderful ball, and I think she created that wicket. The first 2 overs that she bowled were very tight, only going for 1 run in those 2 overs. She really did bring on that wicket, the batters perhaps feeling that they needed to take her on a little bit more. Yeah, definitely something that we expect from Shubnam, being very aggressive. Wonderful to see.
And just to correct there, that wicket is out LBW, not caught behind. So, yes, as you are very correct, she created that wicket bowling outside the offside, tempting the batters, play at the ball, and then just pushed one through. We know that she has the skill to nip the ball in as well, so trapping Williams in front and getting the early wicket that the South Africans need. If the West Indians get on a roll, could be a mammoth task here for the bowlers to rein things back.
Yeah, definitely. In at 3 here, we see Cassia Knight in for the West Indian Women's, the left-handed batter looking to make a difference here for the West Indian team.
We're very excited to see how she plays as Shubnam comes in. Right, and it's a dot ball back of a length. Cassia Knight's just defending that to point fielder. This field set still is the same with 2 fielders on the boundary, which are third and fine leg. There are 2, a slip and a gully, backward point, cover, mid-on, mid-off, and a mid-wicket. I like Shubnam coming over the wicket to the left-hander. We know that she can get the ball to straighten out a little bit, so that would be on Cassia's mind. Shubnam comes in, it's a fuller length delivery, and Cassia Knight just defends that. Shubnam doing her own fielding and no run given there.
Yeah, she's looking, Cassia Knight is looking a little bit uncomfortable, jumping there at that delivery, making sure that she gets her back down, even though her feet weren't on the floor. So I think Shubnam Ismail is going to be very excited here to see that uncertainty in the West Indian batter.
Shubnam rolling her fingers just a little, taking Knight by surprise as she comes in again, back of a length, on about middle stump, and Cassia Knight very comfortably pushes that to mid-on. Right, she looks very comfortable with her on drive, so maybe that will be an option if the South African bowlers go too straight. She will just wait for it and push it through the onside.
Yeah, definitely. That is a power shot. Definitely, if she leans into that nicely, transfers her way through the ball and finds a gap, can definitely be a very good scoring option. Low risk cricket shot.
Shubnam Ismail at the moment seems to be having a little bit of trouble where her front foot lands. So we are going to be a little bit of break in play as they wait for the ground staff to bring out the hammer and make sure that she's bowling well and remains injury-free throughout the series as the lead up to the World Cup. It's extremely important. We will see many changes throughout this series with both teams wanting to prepare their players for the World Cup, get the right combinations. So I'm very excited to see some of the younger players getting more game time. There are quite a few younger call-ups in the West Indian squad, so we're very excited to see that.
Yeah, definitely it will be. Just looking at the first 4.4 overs so far, Sean, if you were in the same situation that the West Indian women are now, what would you be looking to do?
It's still very early in the innings, so you would want them to continue. Just keep building. The loss of 1 wicket isn't a train smash, especially in the first power play. As a number 3 batter, you must be prepared to come in at any moment from ball number 2. So that's what would be on my mind. Just keep playing tight, making sure that if that bad ball comes in, you punish. As Shubnam drops it short, outside off, Cassia Knight, just pushing that out to the point fielder for no run. Score still remains at 10 for 1. So yes, that's what I would be thinking with Doton still there. If she stays in long, we know that she can score big. Her record speaks for itself. So they would want her to either stay or strike, keep her quiet throughout this innings.
Yeah, definitely. And then the South African team will also be searching for another wicket here in the power play.
Now, that would be the most ideal situation as Shubnam continues. Last ball of her over, it's short. You can see Knight's just going onto the back foot, playing that ball that's about 5th stump to the point fielder for no run. That brings the end of the 5th over. The score is 10 for 1. Doton on 8 and Williams on 1. With the loss and Knight on still to get off the mark, where we lost the wicket of Williams for 1.
We have Masabata class coming in once again from the golf course end to the right hand of Deandra Doton, who is on 8, as Sean just said. In the 6th over of this game, definitely looking for some action here. We're seeing a couple of spectators here at the Wanderers Stadium, which is nice to see. Class in here to Deandra Doton, right arm over from the golf course end. This ball straight, a little bit back of a length, and Deandra Doton punts that out into the leg side to the fielder at mid-wicket, Tasman Brits, for no run. The score is 10 for 1 after 5.1 overs.
It's very exciting that there are spectators. I think this is the first international match since the beginning of this pandemic that we are allowed spectators in the stadium. to support the momentum Proteans. Very exciting stuff.
Class in once again to Deandra Doton. This ball wide outside the off stump, nice and full. She throws her hands at that, making good work there. On the third man boundary is Chloe Tryon. She dives there to save the boundary, and the batters get through for 1 run. The score is 11 for 1.
Now, Chloe Tryon, that was fantastic fielding. That was a very wide ball. And Deandra Doton also would feel she missed out again there. But Chloe Tryon, fantastic fielding. She's also been plagued a little with injuries in the last few years. So very exciting to see her throwing herself around and making, sure that saving runs and doing what she can for her team.
Yeah, definitely. Right arm over here is Masabata Class to the left hand of Cassia Knight. This ball full outside the off stump, and she drives it out to the fielder Laura Goodall at extra cover for no run. The score is still 11 for 1.
Fit Chloe Tryon will be a massive input to the South African side. We know she can bat, we know she can bowl. She is that all-round player, and she's a fantastic leader in this team. So very exciting to see her back in the green and gold.
Class in here tonight. This ball full outside the off stump beats the bat, and Sinalo Jafta does good work there with the gloves to collect that ball. Score still 11 for 1 after 5.4. Building this over quite nicely is Masabata Class.
She's an aggressive character. You see it a lot in the domestic setup, and she wants it. She wants it every single ball, puts her all in it. So very exciting, very nice to see that little wry smile as they play on this.
Right arm over to the left hand. This ball full outside the off stump. Tries to drive it out through the covers, but the fielder Tasman Brits at cover makes sure that the batters do not get through for a single. Lovely work there from her.
Not the greatest ball, gave her lots of room there, full-length delivery. But as you said, in ODI cricket or limited overs cricket, you want to ensure your fielder's on the right place so that even if that ball does come, you're not leaking runs.
Yeah, definitely. In here once again to the left hand of Knight. This ball back over length outside the off stump, and she just plays that out to the fielder at point, Laura Volfart, for no run. That is the end of the 6th over. The score is 11 for 1. Deandra Doton is on 9, and Cassia Knight is yet to get off the mark.
The West Indians will want to up the run rate. It's below 2, not ideal, but given that there is a loss of a wicket, they wouldn't mind staying in there, but it's still not ideal to be at 11 for 1 after 6. You have the wickets in hand, you have the firepower. They will want to get more runs, but they are going very hard at the ball.
Yeah, they are. Maybe softer hands. Definitely trying to look to rotate a little bit more than they are at the moment. I think that will get both of them, their feet moving a little bit better as they run through for that single. We have Shibnam Ismail once again from the corner drive end, right arm over to the right hand of Deandra Doton, running in past the umpire at the crease. This ball back of a length outside the off stump, and Deandra Doton plays that off the back foot out to the cover fielder Mignon du Preez for no run. The score is 11 for 1.
You can see that they're hitting the ball quite hard, with all the fielders starting a few meters outside the ring as they walk in. They're just on the inside of the ring as Shibnam gets into her delivery stride.
Once again, Shibnam Ismail into Deandra Doton. This ball back of a length straight at Deandra Doton, who punts that out again out to the mid-wicket fielder for no run.
It's very exciting to see these fielders not giving an inch. Even if it's drop short, played with soft hands, they are quick to the ball. We are seeing a lot of movement, very agile fielders. So very exciting to see the South African setup today and throughout this series.
Once again, right arm of Shibnam Ismail into the right hand of Deandra Doton. This ball full down the leg side. Deandra Doton does good work to take that around the corner to the fielder at fine leg, who is Chloe Tryon. They come through for 1 run. The score is 12 for 1 after 6.3 overs. So good to see a little bit of a strike rotation there. I think Shubnam Ishmael getting a little bit too full, a little bit too straight on that one, and she will be looking to bring it back and get nice and tight once again here in the fourth ball of her over.
Yeah, I think Deandra Doton realizes the importance of rotating the strike, and being the experienced campaigner that she is, will be telling Knight, we need to keep rotating strike. Don't worry about hitting the boundaries. We know that they can hit a long ball. Both players are very good. They have a sound technique, but we need to make sure. She'll be telling Cassia Knight, let's keep the scoreboard ticking.
Right arm over here, Shubnam Ishmael to the left hand of Knight. This ball back of a length, and the batter just knocks that down. It looks a little bit uncomfortable. Seemed to get an inside edge there for no run out. The fielder there was Mignon Duprier at mid-wicket, who just came through to collect that ball. The score is still 12 for 1 after 6.4 overs.
Yeah, Cassia Knight knows what she's doing out there, is managing, I would say, one of South Africa's top bowlers, one of the world's top bowlers. Get through this first spell, that's what she would be saying to herself.
In once again to Cassia Knight, this ball full outside the off stump, quite wide, but inside that white line, and she lets that go through to Sinalo Jafta for no run.
That's what I would be thinking, because Knight is saying, let Shubnam bowl, let's take advantage of the inconsistency with class. Get through this first spell and get the strike rotating with the other bowlers. Don't want to lose too many wickets in this first 10 over.
Once again, from the corner drive in, this ball back of a length outside the off stump, and Cassia Knight lets that go through. A very good leave, in my opinion, there. Sinalo Jafta collecting the ball. That is the 7th over completed. A good over there from Shubnam Ishmael, only going for the 1 run. The score is 12 for 1 after 7. Deandra Doton is on 10, and Cassia Knight yet to get off the mark.
That will probably hang on her head just a little. As a batter, you know that you want those first few runs are extremely important. You want to get off strike, get on the other side. Limited overs cricket is about the runs, is about controlling the pace of the game. So that's what you would want.
Yeah, I think it's really important here for her to also just keep her head here a little bit. We have a bowling change here. We are seeing Ayabonga Kaka coming in from the golf course end. She has played 70 ODI. She has an average of 25.2. It's going to be interesting to see what she's going to do here. Very experienced. Right arm over here to Deandra Doton. This ball full on the middle stump, but wraps Deandra Doton on the pads a little bit there, and dots down for no run.
Ayabonga is very experienced here at the Wanderers. She is a local girl to the Wanderers. This is where she plays her cricket domestically, so she knows these conditions. And she's a bowler that is very tight, doesn't give too much away, usually holds an end, very difficult to score runs from.
Ayabonga into Deandra Doton. This ball too full, too straight, and Deandra plays a very wonderful on drive through mid-wicket and mid-on and gets a boundary there. A wonderful shot, leaning into that and really getting full advantage for her shot selection.
Deandra Doton being the aggressor in this innings, and which is very much like her. She wants to score, and she wants to score quickly. So she is an asset at the top of the order. She's always batting with somebody on the other side who is a little bit calmer, a little bit more circumspect, and will keep the scoreboard ticking, hopefully.
Kaka into Doton. Again, a straight delivery, this time back of a length. And Doton gets trapped a little bit there, dots the ball down there for no run. And the score is 16 for 1. A very nice comeback delivery after that boundary ball to Deandra Doton. I once had a conversation with Ayabonga Kaka, and I said to her, what is your game plan? And she said, to contain. She's such a wonderful human being, and I really admire her just for the way she holds herself out here on the cricket field. In here once again to Deandra Doton. Back of a length outside the off stump. Deandra Doton gives a good swing there to the leg side, and she punts it with a short-handled sort of pull shot into that gap once again between mid-wicket and mid-on, and she gets a boundary. I think too short there from Ayabonga Kaka.
Yeah, too short. Very good shot from Doton, who was a little bit cramped through, but managed to get it through the leg side between mid wicket and mid on. So you see the class versus class.
Yeah.
Quality player versus quality player. So great matchup here. Will be very interesting. As Ayabonga is a bowler that contains. It'll be very interesting to see how she comes back from these two boundaries.
Once again, in from the golf course end, Ayabonga Kaka into Deandra Doton. She gets an outside edge on that full pitch delivery on the off stump, and the ball goes down to third man, who is Chloe Tryon. We saw with that previous boundary a fielding change. The slip fielder went into a square leg position. The left hand of Kasia Knight, we see she has a slip, she has a third man, a fine leg, a point, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, and mid wicket. Ayabonga staying right arm over the wicket to the left hand of Knight. Back over length outside the off stump, and Knight presents a full face of the bat there to that delivery, but just punted out there to the fielder at extra cover is Laura Goodall, and they do not come through for a run. The score is now 21-1 after 8 overs. Deandra Doton after that over has raced to 19 runs, and Kasia Knight is still on 0.
Ayabonga Kaka will be thinking about that over and the length that she has bowled, not the right length, especially to somebody who is as aggressive as Deandra Doton. So she will, it'll be on her mind that maybe a little bit fuller. We did see with the fuller length delivery, got the outside edge. There was no slip fielder, went to the third man, so no real danger there for the two batters. But very exciting still to see how they will go on with this.
In this 9th over, we have a change here. Masabata class into Deandra Doton. This ball back over length on off stump. Deandra Doton just punts that out to the fielder at extra cover. Mignon Dupuis for no run. An interesting bowling change here, taking Masabata class out from the golf course end and letting her bowl from the caller drive end.
Yeah. For bowlers, especially fast bowlers, it's about rhythm. It's about making sure they're in a good rhythm, and maybe she wasn't feeling too great at the golf course end as we saw the inconsistency with her length.
Yeah. In here, right arm over to the right hand of Deandra Doton. Almost an identical ball there, back over length on off stump. An identical shot there again from Deandra Doton, just off the back foot, punting it out to mid off. Shibnam Ishmael for no run. The score still 21-1 after 8.2.
Yeah, that's where she wants to be bowling, especially to Doton. Make sure it's not easy to pick up. Make her play to the fielders, make her play that risky shot to get the runs.
In once again, this ball short outside the off stump. Deandra Doton has a big swing at that one, and the ball goes over the slip and the wicket keeper behind the wicket, and it goes for 4. The score now 25-1 after 8.3.
Not the greatest ball, but also I would say got a little bit lucky there. I think rushed Doton a little bit, got the top edge and got the result. She still managed to get the 4. And in ODI cricket, we say runs are runs.
Runs are runs indeed. It doesn't matter what they look like as long as the ball gets to the boundary.
It's not always pretty, but when you're scoring and you want to be aggressive, these things happen.
Class in once again to Deandra Doton. This ball full on middle stump. Deandra Doton plays a powerful on drive to the fielder at mid on. That is Laura Goodall, makes a very brilliant stop there, and they do not come through for a single.
Deandra Doton just punched that, but the speed off the bat was incredible. Laura Goodall making that look easy, but that was very quick, and she managed to stop that for no run.
Yeah, wonderful fielding there. Class once again into Deandra Doton. This ball back over length outside the off stump, throwing hands there a little bit. It beats the fielder at point is Laura Wolford and goes to Ayabonga Kaka at third man. That ball holds the strike on the other end. Oh, it's 8.5 overs.
Deandra Doton not looking too comfortable with that one. That back of a leg, that fourth stump, off stump line, not looking too comfortable with that. I think is the third ball outside. That hit the outside edge and gone to third man. So the South Africans would be thinking to want to bowl there for the rest of this innings.
Right, over to the left hand of Kasia Knight. This ball, once again, almost identical, except the fact that the batters are different handed. This ball goes out to third man and they come through for a single. The score is 27 for 1 after 9 overs. And Kasia Knight finally gets off the mark. She is on 1 and Deandra Doton is on 24. They have a partnership of 17 and they are going at a rate of 3.
A much better rate. They have picked it up. Yes, it is early in their innings, so they aren't going to want to expand their games too early whilst that new ball is still moving around. And there is some purchase here for the bonus. We've seen plays and miss, just missing the outside edge. So there's no need to chase after the ball. The longer you stay out there, the easier it will get. We have seen it. There is purchase here for everyone. Stay out there long, you will get the runs. Also, hit the right lines, hit the right lengths, and bowlers, there's something in there for you. If you're not going to get the wickets, well, it's going to be very difficult to get the runs.
Ayabonga Kaka from the golf course end, right hand over to the left hand of Kasia Knight. Full on the off stump. She plays it out to the fielder at point, Laura Wolfart, for no run. The score is still 27 for 1 after 9.1.
Kasia Knight will be thinking, get Doton on strike. She isn't going very fast. Her innings is quite slow at the moment. She's not looking the most comfortable with the lengths that the South African bowlers are bowling. So she wants to get off strike.
Ayabonga Kaka into Knight. This ball full outside the off stump, and Knight has a good swing at that, but misses by quite a distance. Picked up there by the keeper, Sinalo Jafta.
Okay.
The score 27 for 1 after 9.2 overs.
Yes, no, it is fantastic to see the South Africans realizing get Doton off strike, bowl tonight, so that she will play that uncharacteristic shot.
Once again, in here to the left hand of Knight. This ball back of a length on middle stump, and she plays that out to the fielder at point for no run.
Knight is not comfortable at all. She's not enjoying this right now. I think she is just waiting for that bad ball, wanting the ball to be a lot fuller so that she can play her game where she's a lot more comfortable. The South Africans need to be consistent in holding that length back.
Yeah, 100%. This ball back of a length outside the off stump, and she plays that with soft hands, but Laura Wolfart at point does good work there to not give the single to the West Indian batters.
It is an interesting field set. We see that there's a cover point, a lot squarer for Knight, and now there is another field set change where slip is coming out to Gully, enticing her to try and access that gap between the keeper and Gully. Very good thinking from Ayabonga.
Definitely right arm over to the left hand of Knight. This beats the bat. Ayabonga Kaka and the whole team go up for a shout, asking questions from the umpire, who seems unmoved, but is going to have a chat to the square leg umpire.
Yes, they are checking if Sinalo has taken the catch cleanly and it didn't bounce before it got to her. The South Africans looking very confident that it carried all the way through to Sinalo, keeping behind the stumps, and the soft signal is where it is, and it is out. The soft signal is out. The third umpire will review this. The South Africans very, very excited, almost celebrating already, congratulating, but we can only wait and see what the third umpire says. The batters also waiting with bated breath. Great ball there from Ayabonga Kaka. Great setup as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think that field change of first slip. Yeah, and it's out. Wonderful there by Ayabonga Kaka. That's definitely what the South Africans wanted here before the end of this first power play. Wonderful take there from Sinalo Jafta.
Yes, great ball. It's on the big screen now that Kasia Knight has lost her wicket for just one. Great thinking from the South Africans. Great planning. They get Doton off strike. Bowl tonight. She isn't rotating the strike as much, so let's set her up. Make sure that she can't access that third man boundary where she was just placing the bat there, trying to get it through the fielders there, and managed to edge one to Sinalo. Oh, great thinking there. They still have to wait for the final decision. Very, as a batter, it's not the most ideal situation, but it does seem to be a little bit of a delay on the big screen. And now it is official.
Wonderful. That is the second wicket here for the Momentum Proteas. They'll be very chuffed with that. The score now 27 for 2 after 9.5 overs. Kasia Knight is the batter who has to go back to the change room. She faced 19 balls and she scored 1 run.
It is fantastic. And we have the captain coming in now, Stefanie Taylor. Phenomenal player, quality all the way, and she's there with her team in a little bit of trouble with the score at 27 for 2 after 9.5 overs. So we hope that with these two seasoned campaigners, these two players that have it all, they have the power game as well as the stroke play. I want to say thank you so much to Jenna, and now we are joined by Mpho on comms. Welcome, Mpho.
Thank you very much, Sean and Jenna. You've done a great job in the first 10 overs. Took 2 wickets, scored 27 for 2. And really awesome listening to you guys. Really exciting listening to you guys. And Sachin says that on Twitter when he says, thanks for the cricket, for the commentary, ladies. Ending my cricket addiction. Or is it ending or enjoying as this first ball or last ball of the over from Ayabonga Kaka outside the off stump to the new batter, being Stefanie Taylor, and she plays it out to the offside for no run with a 4 defensive. That ends the 10th over. They did take a drinks break in between that, so we thought we'd have a commentary change. I'd like to say thank you very much, Sean, as we bring in a new commentator, a newbie to our studios. And remember, you can listen to us at One World SR, one .co.za /live. We are women's team, and they are, and then underneath that there is a player that has to that where you can click and say hello or listen, and then you can say hello to us on these various platforms. Good afternoon, Lerato. As we see a bowling change, how are you doing?
Good afternoon, Mpho. So good to be here with you.
If you're wondering which Lerato it is, it's Lerato Malikutu joining us for her first live stint on One World Sports Radio. She joins with Nonkululeko Mlaba coming into bowl, slow left arm spinner from the caller drive end. She's got 2 fielders behind square on the offside on the ring. She's also got an extra cover, so it's backward point and a short third man. You've also got a sweeper on the offside on the boundary, long off, as well as a mid-on, that's Tasman Brits, mid-wicket on the boundary, and a catcher at a shortish mid-wicket as well, more like an in-out, as well as a square leg on the boundary. Bowling to DeAndre Doton, gets a short one outside the off-stump. Doton respectfully playing that off the back foot back to the bowler. More like a nice little introduction to say, I'm not going to hit you out the park right yet.
Absolutely. I think, Mlaba will be hoping to continue with
Mlaba in, next ball full outside the off-stump, defended by Doton, no run.
She's hoping to be continuing with that strangle that the opening, bowlers did and really getting the West Indies to a very slow start in that power play.
Yes, so we're going to talk about Nonkuleko's fortunes after this ball. It's outside the off stump, and she gave it a bit of flight, and there was an edge off as DeAndre Doton played at that one. She got a bit of a top edge, and it landed just in front of the fielder's short third man for no run. Next ball in from Mlaba. Seemingly, we're going to get some action here. Fuller one on off stump, quicker this time. Defended off the back foot by Doton to Mignon du Preez, number 22. Mlaba in to DeAndre Doton, who defends that out to the offside with a forward defense, no run. Mlaba's going to be quite interesting with the injury of Dene Fanika. There's going to be a lot of spin bowling requirements from her at the World Cup. And she hasn't played a lot of ODIs. So the South Africans will be hoping to get a lot of reps in for her in terms of amount of games.
Absolutely. And I think, with Sune Luce there as the captain, she'll be right by her shoulder, guiding her and giving her that support, the fellow spinner.
Yes. Next one, just a little bit, dragging the length a little bit short outside that off stump, drivable length as DeAndre Doton does do that. But she drives straight to extra cover. Mignon du Preez, no run. Made an over from that one. 27 for 2. The West Indies are after 11. It's going to be interesting to see what total the West Indies are going to set. They started off on the power play a little bit slowly, as you would say. They were going at 2.7 runs and over. They do need to try and accelerate a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting to note, I was reading a stat that probably the last women's ODI here, the highest total was 230 odd. So if you look at the previous totals, the 200s are probably their par marks, and looking to that 230 will be a good total, I think.
Stefanie Taylor wasn't playing in that series in the West Indies when South Africa arrived by Ayabonga Kaka from the golf course end. This one down the leg side. Stefanie plays it off the hips to fine leg. Chloe Tryon, the fielder, for a single score, goes up to 28 for 2. It's been interesting because I look at this West Indian side, and I'm thinking they need to try get people into form, to find the magic of the teams that made it to the World Cup finals, that won the World Cup. Similar personnel, but it's just getting everybody on form. And this is going to be one of the better opportunities for them to get a lot of their key players on form. And these two in the middle are very key to that.
Absolutely. You see, DeAndre Doton has been on a bit of a lean patch, and this series is definitely the way for her to get that form, that confidence. And you can see the way she's gone about her innings as well. It's not very cautious, but, not the usual DeAndre that who's always out there playing all those strokes. So it's again, I guess, another opportunity for her to get those runs.
Aya's next ball was just full on off stump, defended off the back foot by Doton, back to the bowler. Ring field, with the only fielders outside the ring. Fine leg and third man. Next ball was a lot straighter down the leg side, a lot fuller. Doton looked to ramp it over the leg side, but she didn't time it well and just bobbled out just behind her. Sinalo Jafta just cleaning up, but no run there as well. Just one run off this over with 3 balls having bowled in the 12th. Partnership is worth 1. Current run rate is 2.4. DeAndre Doton on 24. She started with Rashada Williams, who was out for 1. Then Kasia Knight also struggled a bit, and she was out for 1. As the next ball is a leg stump half volley from Ayabonga Kaka, and DeAndre Doton lashing that through the leg side. It will roll away to the leg side boundary for 4. Really good shot from DeAndre Doton. She looks like she's batting on a different wicket.
Absolutely. Ayabonga will be very upset with herself if they're just straying down the leg side. And I think it's important for her. She's always an economical bowler, always keeping things tight, and she'll really want to get that line straighter for sure.
Yes, that line straighter for sure. Larato, South Africa's preparing for the World Cup. We're not seeing a lot of the normal names that we know, the A-listers, I would say. And it's an opportunity for everybody else to put their hand up to be that next man up. As Aya comes in, it's Fuller on the middle stump this time. DeAndre couldn't play it across the leg side. She could only play it straight to mid-on for no run. How important is it for the Masabata classes, the Tasman Britzes, Laurel Goodall, to try and cement a place in the side and also create a headache for the selectors? Absolutely.
I think the headaches are what you're looking for as a coach. But certainly match time and confidence ahead of a big world event is key. You want all your players to be feeling good.
Fielders are now being pushed out. Square legs being pushed out to boundary. Points on the boundary this time. Next ball is down the leg side, a half volley, and there are 2 fielders on the leg side behind square. They couldn't stop that one, as there was a 1 bounce 4 flicked down to deep square leg boundary for 4. Score goes up to 36. DeAndre Doton is now on 32. She is reminding everybody of the good old days.
Yeah, she looks like she's really coming to her own. I mean, I think it was a bit difficult with the new ball and in that power play, but she bided her time and the patience, and she's reaping her rewards now, which is quite brutal to see. You know, Deandra in full flight is quite the show. So I hope the bowlers have something in response to it.
So she's had a very good year in 2021. She averages 38.33 in 2021. Has scored 100 against Thailand in a warm-up in Zimbabwe. I watched that game, which was really imperious. And she's also the first woman to score 100 in T20 internationals for the West Indies. So she has that ability. As Mlaba bowls to Stefanie Taylor from the corner drive, and this one's a lot fuller and driven squarer of that fielded extra cover for a single. The sweeper on the offside picking that up. 37 for 2. Taylor on 2. Doton on 32.
How do you think this pair go about this next period of the match?
Mlaba into Taylor, bounce out, wide outside off stump, played out to the sweeper at point for no run. Just like this. Singles, look for the bad ball like in Ayabonga Kaka's over, put that away, and then try to put pressure back onto South Africa. Right now, South Africa is comfortable. They have 38 for 2. Run rate is manageable at 3.1. And you don't want it to get away from you as Mlaba bowls a full one on that fifth stump line, defended out. That's Mlaba's strength. It's her ability to hold up an end, be very economical. She in the T20 World Cup, she did an incredible job for the South Africans. Next ball is short on off stump, played off the back foot by Stefanie Taylor, straight to extra cover and a run.
I think she also knows her role really well. You know, sometimes as a spinner, left arm as well, that wicket-taking option, you might have pressure to take wickets. But
Mlaba into Stefanie Taylor. She tries to clear that front foot, but she decides to play the bat with in the V to the fielder at long off. Tasman Brits with that lovely number 1 on the back for a single. 39 for 2. Taylor up to 3.
If you're confident in your role and you can keep it tight, that's more than enough.
Mlaba with a nice quick one. There's a quick single taken off a ball that was pitched outside the off stump, forward defensive, and great calling from Stefanie Taylor, calling her teammate for 10 years, Deandra Doton over. Quick running, quick single, 40 for 2 at the end of that over. Doton on 34, Taylor on 3, 13 overs have passed. Run rate is 3.1. West Indies need, Narato, for Doton to try and bat as deep as possible. She's the one, her and Hayley Matthews are the 2 batters this year who have been on form, and Hayley Matthews is coming in next. You don't want to leave it to the next player, but I do think Deandra Doton just needs to continue this purple patch, really batting at a high level right now. Last time she batted like this, obviously in 2019 she averaged 43, but before then I think it was in 2013 the last time she had an average of above 30 and pushing.
Absolutely. I think in terms of their best players, their 2 best, are here. You've got the captain and you've got Doton and obviously Matthews to come, but this is a crucial partnership for them to just set that good foundation. And we see another boiling change here. Ayabonga Kapa is off and in comes back Shabnam Ishmael to try and bring things back.
Sine Lees looking to open up an end. She sees the threat. Shabnam with a quick one on the off stump. There's a bit of an appeal there, but the umpire walks away, letting everybody know that it's not out. It was high, a little bit high. It was straight, but it was high.
Yeah, you saw she went for the pull there, so definitely probably not the right height for that, but definitely high.
Yeah, so she was expecting a little bit of the bounce, the myths of the Wanderers with the extra bounce and everything else. That one just was as though you were batting on another wicket that wasn't up here at the Wanderers. It looks a little bit dry to my eyes, this wicket. So you might not get that extra bounce that you're looking for, especially with the pace that Shabnam comes in. She's got a slip and toe now as this one is full on middle stump, driven out to mid-on for no run. That was Deandra Doton, the batter there, looking to find a way. The field set to Doton, 1 slip, gully, backward point, cover point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. You've got a fine leg as well as a 3rd man on the boundary. It's typical power play over. South Africa are allowed more fielders outside, but they are choosing not to. As Shabnim comes in from the golf course end, right arm over with a full ball that looked to sneak in on that fifth stump line, a little bit of an inside edge onto the pad by DeAndre Doton, and it rolls out to the offside. Another dot ball. And that's the one way to control the game, is to try and get as many dot balls as possible. Dale Steyn would speak about playing catch with the bowler. This time, Shabnim is very tight.
No, she's very tight. And I think, with the field settings as well.
Shabnim into DeAndre Doton. This one's on the off stump. There's a bit of an appeal about leg before, but they'll take the single as the ball rolls out to the leg side. Doton's probably going to have a very sore thigh as she gets to the non-striker's end.
You see it with the field settings as well. The captain is keeping that inner ring closed. She wants to contain. She wants to build up that pressure, and the dots are going to ultimately, build up. So that's very good to see. Even with her bowling change, bringing the strike power of Shabnim is something that means that she wants the wickets. She's not going to just relax and allow them to get those singles.
Yes. Now we've got Shabnim from the golf course into Stefanie Taylor. First ball to Stefanie Taylor. Same field as DeAndre Doton. Shabnim item over to the right-handed Stefanie. This one is on middle stump and full, and Stefanie just defends that on the front foot back to the bowler. 41 for 2 the score is. DeAndre Doton looking like continuing with the rich vein of form she has had in 2021. They haven't played a lot of games, but they've traveled the world. They've hosted Pakistan, and South Africa have the West Indies in their backyard. Then they've traveled to Pakistan and Karachi to play an ODI series where they dominated Pakistan. And then they came to Zimbabwe for the World Cup qualifiers. That was cancelled. Shabnim Ismail with a ball that is a back of a length outside the off stump. Stefanie looking to play that to point. It was too quick for her. And it goes to Sinala Jafta, who's had a great day behind the stumps for no run. End of that over. It's a 14th over, 41 for 2. Doton on 35. Taylor on 3. Run rate achieved is 2.9. And that will be the first drinks break of the day. Gives us time to just relax and if you're Courtney Walsh, you probably want these two to continue as deep as possible. But also, you'd want to see, you need to find ways to get Kaisia Knight, Rashada Williams scoring a little bit more, because it can't always be dependent on these two.
Absolutely. And, he did say at the beginning of the series that he just wants consistency. Consistency is what, brings you over the line. You can't just have one or two players being consistent. You need the entire team to perform and to contribute. So that will definitely be a concern. And especially, at the top of the order, that's where your foundation is laid. I think, but Doton and Stefanie, Taylor have done well. Credit to them. I think they've managed to absorb that pressure that was created in that opening power play. They were really going at 2s and over, and managed to up that run rate while not taking any big risks as well.
And that's the nature of ODI, of one-day international cricket, is absorbing the pressure, being able to transfer it to the other, to your opponents, because that's when mistakes will happen. And for West Indies right now, they'll be hoping that they can consolidate from now up until probably even over 30, 35. And if they can do that, they can get to that 230 that you're looking for. From a South African perspective, 14 overs in, if you're Sinead Lees or even Hilton Marang, what message are you pushing onto the ladies there while they have their drink?
I think what you mentioned is the dots, build up that pressure. Yes, you might not necessarily be able to get the wickets, but if they're not scoring runs, that pressure is increasing and they'll ultimately make a mistake. And you also go into those bowling options that Sune has. I think without Marizanne Kapp there, she has to lead in on a Kaka and a class as well. You have to come in and show that they can also step up without a Marizanne option there. So it's going to be very interesting to see how those second spells come through and how they.
The other thing that we need to watch out for is if Sinead Lees is going to bowl herself. There have been times where I've been very critical of Sinead Lees, because I think she needs to bowl herself a lot more, especially when she's captain. Her average from a bowling perspective as captain is a little bit better than when she isn't the captain. But I think that leg spin option from her could come through and really be a game changer for the South African side going into this World Cup and in this series. We're back from drinks. Mlaba is waiting on at the caller drive end. She's got third man in on the circle, backward point on the circle, a sweeper, also extra cover and long off. That's the offside field. This one is a straighter ball going on with the arm outside that off stump. Bit of a forward defensive from DeAndre Doton that gets a low edge out to that field at short third man. On the leg side, there's a square leg on the boundary, mid-wicket on the boundary, a shortish catching mid-on, as well as a regulation mid-on on the circle as the next ball goes down the leg side, but played with soft hands on the back foot out to Sine Lees at that catching mid-on, slightly wide catching mid-on. Next ball is a lot straighter. DeAndre Doton not being a fan of Mlaba. Mlaba not giving her anything right now, and she defends it out to the offside off a full ball, no run. Mlaba into Doton. That's a short one. Doton could have played it anywhere, but she manages to get an under edge as she opens up her front foot down onto the crease and back to the bowler. No run. Good. Well, Mlaba got out of jail there.
As you can see, Doton's getting frustrated. She really wants one to connect, yeah.
Yeah, Mlaba into Doton again. She gives it a bit of flight on that off-stump line. Doton plays it off the back foot out to the fielder at square at extra cover, and that is no run. Next ball from Mlaba in the last ball of this 15th over, and it's a maiden over as that ball is wide and played straight to Laura Wolfhard at backward point. No run there. End of that over. Maiden 41 for 2.
It's incredible to see Mlaba's always lefty, as they call her rise up into international cricket. I mean, you know, since that debut in India, can you imagine making a debut there with that noise, the crowds? But she's
She bowled well that day.
Yeah,
really bowled well with the crowd noise. And her first outing in ODI, she only played in T20s, and T20 lengths and ODI lengths for a left arm spinner slightly different. Obviously, you've got 4 overs now. You've got 10. You need to manage that, and I think South Africa have a true gem in her. I think she's going to be bowling for the side for about more than 10 to 15 years. She really is a great cricketer. Shabnim Ismail from the golf course end, one slip, gully, backward point, third man on the boundary, extra cover coming in on the circle as Shabnim bowls it straight down the leg side. It's going to evade Chloe Tryon at fine leg. It was a quick one, nice little leg glance, not a lot of power needed, and the rest resulting in a 4. So 4 runs to the West Indies. South Africa easing the pressure after a great over from Mlaba with a wayward ball.
Stefanie Taylor just making good use of that wayward ball, and you know, the pressure, like you said, it's been a bit quiet the last few overs. Doton has been taking a lot of the strikes, so Taylor will just relieve that pressure for the team, really.
Yes, Stefanie Taylor is now on 7 with Doton on 35. Shabnim Ismail into the right-handed Stefanie Taylor. Swan outside the off-stump, back of a length, let go by Stefanie Taylor to Sonala Jafta, no run.
I've really also, you know, the way that Shabnim has led this attack, it's really been commendable. And for certainly Hilton, he really wants somebody to also step up there. If, you know, Davy say she's having an off day, but you need to have that strike power to come in if, you know, she might be struggling a little bit. Yes,
that's true. He's got Ayabokakaka, he's got Shabnim. Marazan Cup's not playing today. As Shabnim comes through, this one's full on off stump, inducing an inside edge, an inside edge onto the pad or going down the wicket off the bat of Stefanie Taylor. She comes forward to that one, and it results in no run. Really good to see that after that 4 ball, Shabnim Ismail's rectified her mistakes, and she's come back with a pair of dots.
Signs of class, eh? That's really classy from her. I mean, you can't buy that experience, and she is showing it.
Surely cannot. Shabnim coming from that golf course and into Stefani. Stefani plays this one out onto the offside. It's quick running there as extra cover coming through. There is a shot at the stumps, but great fielding from the South Africans to prevent overthrows. A single was taken. Heart in the mouth stuff for the West Indian captain, and a single to her name. She's on 8, and the West Indies on 46.
Is that showing you a little bit of the pressure that they're feeling? Trying to rotate the strike and keep that scoreboard ticking.
Yes, and it is, and these two are so experienced. They understand, and they've got all the shots in the book. So that one, you would have thought it was risky, but to them, it was just an easy single. Next ball is short in the slot and pulled in front of square on the leg side to that mid-wicket boundary for 4.
Brilliant stroke by Doton. I think she's really opening up, and along brings up the 50 for West Indies, 54-2 off 96 balls. It's been a great innings by her. She's really cemented that herself at the crease, and really knew how to absorb the pressure, but also find the shots to release and to take that pressure off.
Yeah, she's waiting for that bad ball while she takes the West Indies up to 50 now, 50 for 2. She's on 39. Shabnim in with that fielder at mid on. Now on the boundary at long on. They're going to test her arm, Ayakaka, as they come through for a single. They've drove it out to that long on boundary for a single. 51 for 2 as Doton goes up to 40. Taylor on 8. Partnership is worth 24 now. We've got 16 overs gone. There's a date that these two teams will also be looking forward to. Yes, we are here at the Wanderers. We've got 4 ODIs happening here this season. But when they go to New Zealand on the 24th of March at 10 a.m. in New Zealand time, South Africa will play the West Indies in the World Cup. That's more important than the preparation. The preparation is important, but that's when you want everybody to be on point. Mlaba coming through into, that is DeAndre Doton. She plays that one off the back foot, back to the fielder at mid-on. That's Masabata class for no run.
Absolutely. It's almost a trial run to try and assess your opponents, find the chinks in the armor and really...
Short, outside the off stump, slapped past the field at extra cover. Mignon got a hand to it. And parries it to long off for a single.
To really know how your opponents, build their innings, how they go about their chases. And this is a good trial run. Certainly every player will be taking strong notes. So come that day, they're well prepared.
Mlaba into Stefani Taylor, who goes down on one knee and sweeps this one behind square around the corner. Great fielding effort from... That is Chloe. No, it's not Chloe Tryon. It is Laura Goodall, who's been out on the leg side on the far stand. Great fielding from there, saving 3 runs. Actually 2 runs as the West Indians ran for 2. Score 54 for 2. And Taylor's now on 10. You can see now the West Indies are trying to get a little bit of a rhythm going as Mlaba into Taylor, who plays this one straight off the back foot. Back past the bowler to the fielder at mid-on, no run.
They're definitely getting more creative with their shots and, feeling more comfortable at the crease. You can.
Was it a situation where they were trying to assess what type of bowler Mlaba was?
I definitely think so. They wouldn't have placed a lot of her.
Yes, and Mlaba flights this one outside the off stump, and Taylor plays that off the back foot to the sweeper on the point boundary for a single. End of the 17th over. A lot of runs coming from there. 55 for 2.
If you look at there's one more ball left.
Oh, okay. One more ball left. We do apologize as it's a short ball outside the off stump, and that is smacked through the offside by Stefani Taylor or DeAndre Doton all the way to that extra cover boundary for 4. Score goes up to 59. DeAndre Doton is now on 45.
You almost feel like they're getting into a good rhythm here. The runs are flowing, and Sunewu might be looking at her next, bowling change. Maybe going back to Ayabonga or even Masabata, who bowled really well in an opening spell.
Yes, that is True. Maybe even bowl us off. But the lines in that last over, Larato, Mlaba was a little bit wide. And shots might be a rhythm thing, may have just gotten into some sort of a bad habit. And that enabled the West Indians to get a lot of runs off of that over. Partnership is now with 32. So 8 runs off of that over from Mlaba. As Sunay as I've been speaking about, is now starting to bowl us off. Great addition. I think leg spin bowlers in ODI cricket are very important. Just turning the ball away from the right hand, that has caused a lot of problems for batters throughout history. So it's good to see her come through. She's adjusting her field, as we see she has one fielder at a third man, a little bit straighter in the ring, backward point, extra cover. You've got a fielder at the long off boundary. Mid-on is in. You've got mid-wicket catching on the edge of the square. You've got another fielder at deep mid-wicket, more cow corner. And then you've also got square leg, that's Chloe Tryon on the boundary. Sunay Lees into Stefanie Taylor with a full toss. The first ball of her spell in this summer of cricket is a full toss. So it's played out to the fielder at mid-on. No run ensuing there. That's disappointing probably for Stefanie Taylor. Sunay Lees into Stefanie Taylor, gives it flight. Stefanie comes down and drives that on the move there. Really beautiful shot past the fielder at extra cover. Single a single has been taken. 60 for 2. Taylor's on 12 and Doton on 45.
You almost see the West Indies batters getting more aggressive, using their feet. That's always positive when you're a batter.
Full ball flighted to DeAndre Doton is a lot straighter this time from Sunay Lees and defended out to the offside for defensive. A little bit of respect given by DeAndre Doton. You kind of see that she's very watchful in this innings, trying to be able to assess how the bowlers are bowling to her. This one's a lot fuller, and she plays that off the back foot into the back of her non-striker, Stefanie Taylor, trying to move away, and she got a ball on her back. She's on the ground, bringing in medical personnel, but that's just truly unfortunate.
Wow, yeah, she really connected with that. I hope Stefanie Taylor is all right. She did go down quite quickly, and the physio is attending to her.
Yeah, so some of those ones, and I think for every non-striker, that's a non-striker's biggest fear, is to get a ball coming to you, and in your ducking stance, you find the ball. She was trying to move away, and in that, the ball just went flat into the small of her back. We're just going to take a bit of a break while they try and help her with some of that magic spray and probably even a little bit of a stretch there. But that was just truly an unfortunate set of events. No runs ensuing there. It will count as a legitimate ball. So a dot ball there, 60 for 2. Doton on 45. Taylor on 12. I'm sure they'll laugh about it towards at the end of the day.
No, I hope so. If we're laughing about it, it means she's okay. So we certainly hope she's okay.
Yes.
I hope there's no impact near the head or the neck region. That's often the most sensitive parts, but at least she's moving, and we can see.
Yeah, she's just in a lot of pain, and the cricket ball is very sore.
No, Doton has a lot of power to her shot, so she didn't really die wondering with that. So
she was on 45, and Sunay gave her something that was above her eye line. Her eyes lit up, thinking that she could try and get a boundary, but she found her captain on the other end. Really interesting, because the West Indies really do need Stefanie Taylor. She provides a lot of. She's like an anchor to the side. So we're hoping that she will be fit and she'll be ready to go to New Zealand. Both teams will be leaving from South Africa to go to New Zealand to go play the World Cup. Remember, this World Cup is going to be. It's not just different to the T20 World Cup where there are 2 groups. This World Cup, everybody will play. Everyone, 10 teams. 9 matches for every team. The top 4 will qualify for the semi-finals. And oh boy, are we not hoping that the South African women's team is in those semi-finals, because anything can happen.
Absolutely, and it's been a long time coming. 2017, our hearts were broken in that semi-final, and the group's been working from there to this moment here. So we really hope it clicks together, and the players all come into form at the right time.
Yes, that's true. And this team has just gone from strength to strength. They've added some of the young good players. Laura Wolfart, you would call her not young, but she's still very young in age. You've got Nonkuleko Mlaba coming into the side, really promising in terms of the development that this team keeps on growing. This group keeps on being a lot stronger as a tight-knit group, but they keep on adding new people who are just elevating the talent level here. And now we have a team, a South African team, that has a top 6 that can rival even the best in the world. And as we look now, Larato, we're seeing Stefanie Taylor just walking off the field. It's really disappointing to see. And she's unable to carry on. And she's been carried off by the physio.
I do hope she's okay. That would be a big blow for West Indies and their World Cup dreams. But if she's walking, it means, certainly more positive than a stretcher. So all those vital signs are operating.
I do hope it's precautionary.
Yeah.
And because there's a lot of cricket happening in the next couple of months, and you really do need Stefanie Taylor. But it doesn't mean that obviously the West Indies are going to be too disappointed, because the next batter coming in is a very exciting batter, Hayley Matthews, who has a high score against South Africa of 117 in Bridgetown. She scored 200s and 550s, 1,426 runs, 20 average of 26. She's played in the 100 in the UK as well. Really exciting batter coming in. She'll be at the non-strikers end as Sunaylis continues to DeAndre Doton, who defends it out back to the bowler for no run.
How does Doton now approach this, losing Taylor?
A little bit more cautious, as Sunay bowls one that goes on with the arm outside the off stump. Doton was looking to play that with late hands and soft hands, but she let that go through to Sanalo Jafta, and it is the end of the over, 60-4-2. Doton on 45. Taylor retiring hurt on 12. It is 60-2, even though batter number 5, Hayley Matthews, is in and is yet to face a ball.
Yeah, I think Doton will not feel the pressure because she knows what Matthews can do. She's an established batter, like you say, and they both probably played and batted together for many, many years. So, they would know each other's games, know each other's pressure points, and be able to complement each other in that way.
Yes. Now we're going to see one of the more, not necessarily rare sightings, but Vice Captain Chloe Tryon will be bowling. In her career, she has taken 35 wickets, only bowled 54 times in 79 matches. She bowls slow left arm spin, similar field to Mlaba, as she gives this one flight down the leg side, and it's going to be easy pickings for Hayley Matthews, who just guides that to the fine leg boundary for 4. Bit of a loosener for someone who doesn't bowl that often for the Momentum Proteas.
Absolutely. I mean, Chloe is classified as an all-rounder, but yeah, you don't really see her. And I think for her coming back from injury, she'll want to contribute to the team, not with just the bat, also with the ball and in the field, where she's also very good.
Third man in the ring, backward point in the ring, extra cover catching, sweeper on the offside, long off, as Chloe Tryon bowls this one full outside the off stump. Doton looking to play that off the back foot, but she just can't get a bat through, and the ball just bounces on the crease and goes back to the bowler, no run. Leg side field, mid-on, conventional mid-on catching, slightly wider. And then you've got mid-wicket, as that's not going to help because the ball's not going to go to mid-wicket. It's going to go down to fine leg, as another full toss this time down the leg side is helped on massively now by DeAndre Doton, who moves over by Hayley Matthews, I beg your pardon, who moves to 8 with the 4 runs ensuing off of that ball. Chloe Tryon will be needing to calm down a bit, try to control the game, probably regain her length, because so far it's been too full and been dispatched to the boundary. And now we're seeing that fielder who was at third man on the offside coming across to leg slip or more 45. So you've got a fine leg. You've also got a deep backward square leg now on the leg side. As this one goes down the leg side with the arm, and it is an ODI, so anything down that leg side is a wide, so another extra to this over. So far, that is of 9. Chloe Tryon into Hayley Matthews, who comes forward to a full ball and drives it back to the bowler. Dot balls are gold, and South Africans will take that dot ball, grab it with everything they have.
That's the better length. You want them going on that front foot.
And South Africans in their lovely Castore kit, with a lovely yellow in the front, as this one is driven out to point for a single sweeper is Tasman Brits. Single taken. Score now up to 70. West Indies have now scored 43 runs in the next 8 overs and 5 balls. So really great change in momentum from these two. Full ball driven back to the bowler. End of the 18th over. 70 for 2. West Indies picking up the momentum. It was a little bit slow now, but I'm feeling that they're finding that gear 5 where they're going into cruise control.
Definitely. I think they've seen the spinners as their opportunity to get the runs, their scoring opportunities, because, like you say, in the last few overs, the runs have flown. Sune will have to really just come up with better plans to try and curb this run rate. She's got the ball in her hand, so she can play her part. But yeah, it's been a good stand here. I mean, obviously Taylor coming out, Matthews coming in. These two will want to take it home because they are the two most experienced.
And you kind of want to, as a captain, to control this period of the game. And Sinead Lees needs to bowl well herself, maybe lead from the front, lead by example, to enable the momentum purchase to get some control. Sinead Lees in 2. That's Hayley Matthews. This one's on middle stump, turning away from her. Fuller length ball. Hayley Matthews playing that off the back foot. We will talk about tweets probably once this next ball is done. Sune into Hayley Matthews. This one's driven back to the field at mid-on for no run.
Yeah, we've got one from Werner. Congratulations to the commentators making their debut today at One World Sports Radio. Nice to be able to listen to Mphomurepi and Co on the road today as the Poachers ladies take on the Windies.
Yes, next ball outside the off stump, played off the bat of Matthews down to the point boundary. The sweeper Shabnim Ishmael for a single. Thank you very much, Vanna, for that tweet. You can have a lot more tweets with Tepo coming up. All those Tepo fans, he's up to come through and add a little bit more of that energy, as this next one is full on middle stump, driven out to the fielder at mid-on for no run. We're going to have a commentary change at the end of this as I say goodbye to Lorate and thank you for joining us today. You'll be hearing more of her later in this series. Sune into Deandra Doton. She plays this one down the ground and nearly caught, landing just in front of the fielder at long on. Only a single, Masabat. The class was that fielder at long on. Nearly a trap set there as I see Tepo Tayala join me for the final ball of my commentary stint.
They did want to get Deandra Doton with that one.
Nice full ball to Hayley Matthews, defended back to the bowler. End of the 20th over, 72 for 2. 45 runs in the next 10. Can Tepo and Yolani Fari give us a lot more drama?
Well, we're going to have to wait and see. So don't change that dial right here on One World Sports Radio. As Umpo has been saying, do tweet us in. We'd love to hear from you. As we're joined here by Yulani. Yulani, you and I have been chatting before the game, or during the game rather, about how the West Indies have seemed to get a little bit more comfortable here. The South Africans, you'd feel, taking their foot off the pedal, had 2 early wickets. As we see Chloe coming in, Tyron coming in around the wickets, left arm, whipped off the pads to deep mid-wicket for a single.
Yeah, I think what I really enjoy about the innings so far is that they're rotating strike quite a bit more than the warm-up game. And then they're also getting their boundaries every odd ball.
Boundaries indeed. Deandra Doton sitting there on 47. As Tyron outside the off stump, leaned back. Did Matthews as she missed this delivery. No run there.
Yeah, it's quite interesting with Chloe coming on to bowl some spin for the team.
Coming left arm orthodox. It's a flighted delivery into the leg stump. It looked like a little bit of an appeal there from Jafta, as it just went down the leg side and given as a wide here. So she's going to have to bowl that one again.
I think Chloe's a part-time spinner, just coming back to that, but Mlaba went off the field. I don't know if she's back on yet.
Chloe Tyra in the back of a length delivery, just punched off the back foot down to a deep a long off for a single 75 for 2.
Hopefully Malaba is okay. It looked like her groin was irritating her a little bit there, so hopefully she can get back on rather sooner than later. Oh, she is back on.
She's there at a short fine leg as Tyra now straightening up her line into the pads, played to the onside. No run there.
It'll be interesting if Doton's going to go for the big shot to get to 50.
She does have the power, and she does send it into the air, into a vacant cow corner region. There's nothing that Shubnam Ismail could do to stop that from crossing over the boundary. And as you said, Deandra Doton brings up her 22nd Women's One-Day International 50 here in style. What a shot.
I think it's a well-paced innings as well. Playing the bad balls when it is there and rotating strikes. So it's been a very good innings this far from her.
Tyron coming in again. This one just fuller of a good length. A beautiful on drive, but played straight to the straight mid wicket here. That ends the over with a dot ball. 79 for 2. Deandra Doton on 51, bringing up her 22nd Women's One-Day International half century, and Matthews is in at the opposite end on 11.
And it's a big blow for the West Indies with Stefanie Taylor getting hit on the arm there. She's ranked number 4 in the all-rounder rankings, so it's definitely a big blow. Hopefully she'll be okay and will be able to get back on the field.
I know. Definitely would want to get the West Indian captain back onto the field. So many caps of experience, very, very key to their cause. She went retired hurt on 12. She may come back. We hope she does. Sunay Loose continues from the golf course end, right arm over, the back of a length delivery, zipping in just outside the off stump. Jafta picks it up there. No run, 79 for 2. As Noose comes in again. This one a little bit more flighted in middle stump, line with middle stump, a very full delivery, no run there, 79 for 2.
I think Sunay's been bowling really well. 2.2 overs for only 3 runs. I think West Indies are going to have to look to get a little bit more from her.
Another flighted delivery just outside the off stump, nice and full, still 79 for 2 with those 3 dots. She has a deep backward square leg. Mid wickets, mid on the offside, on the onside rather, and on the offside, a long off cover as this one flighted in, nice and full, driven straight back to the bowler, no run. A cover, a deep cover point, a lady at backward point, and then a woman also here at short third man. Loose coming in, penultimate ball, flighted outside off stump, played off the back foot, a beautiful punch down to cover point for a single, trying to rotate the strike. Matthews now on 12.
I think the spinners have been bowling really well, Sunay and Mlaba especially. It doesn't look like there's a lot of turn on this wicket, but I guess that's the Wanderers as well. So it's very important for the spin bowlers to hit their line and lanes perfectly today.
Backward square leg comes in the circle as mid-on goes to long on, and this one a wide fired in delivery from Sunay Liss, given as a wide, 81 for 2. Has to bowl that again and comes over the wicket now a lot straighter, punched off the back foot straight to cover for no run to end the 22nd over. 81 for 2 are West Indies. Doton on 51, Matthews on 12.
I think this partnership is growing very quickly. I think it can probably grow a little bit quicker if they start rotating strike or finding one options again against Sunay that's been bowling really, really well. I mean, it's 3 overs for 5 runs this far, and it's absolutely brilliant.
Now, she's been very good just to drive the runs here for the West Indies. South Africa struck early, getting number 2 and number 3, Kasia Knight and Williams, Rashada Williams, both out for 1 here. But then a very good partnership budding between Doton and also Stefani Taylor. Mlava's continuing here, back of a length delivery at the left armour around the wickets, sliced to the offside. There's a woman covering at deep cover point there, just a single, 82 for 2.
It's good to see Mlava is back on the bowling end. Means she's not that bad and she can carry on.
Now that is good to see the exciting young prospect here from South Africa. A flighted delivery just outside the off stump, looked like a half volley, just driven through the covers. But there's a lady there at a deep cover point that does the fielding once again. Vice captain Chloe Tyron doing the fielding.
I think she's been running on the boundary the whole day from ball 1, and she's been looking really good there on the boundary.
Flighted delivery outside off stump, a big drive, just throwing the kitchen sink at it, gets a thick outside edge that runs to a vacant third man region. The woman at short third man could do nothing to stop that from going all the way to the boundary, and just throwing hands at it now, Hayley Matthews.
Seems like the batters are trying to be a little bit more attacking as well. 22.3 overs gone. They still have quite a long time to go, 27 overs to go. So it's quite interesting that they're trying to play some big shots here.
Indeed, a long offer cover, deep cover point, and a short third man on the offside as this one. A good length delivery. It was also very straight, driven off the back foot to a mid-on, who is accompanied by a mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket, and a deep backward square leg on the onside. Lover coming around the wicket. This one a little bit too straight. Easy for Matthews to just whip off the pads to a vacant in front of square region for a quick single, 88 for 2.
I think we're going to have to see a little bit more of that just to get the rotate striking.
Now that is true. Strike rotation is the key here, especially in the middle overs. This one also dragged down a little bit too straight and allowing Doton to try to pull this all the way to the deep square leg region. Fielder does the fielding. Just the single conceded, 89 for 2 after 23 overs. And don't forget, you can tweet us at OneWorldSR. We'd love to hear from you. All the people following the game. It's a very exciting game we have for you here. The first of 4 one-day internationals that are happening here at the Wanderers.
I think it's good to see a little bit of different combinations in the South African team. With Kapi not playing, Arizan Cup is sitting out. Lizal is off with COVID. So it's good to see. It gives the other players a bit of a chance to step up and show their worth as well.
So now Bonga Gaka's coming back into the attack here. Kaka's gotten a best of 4 for 40, so she does strike quite nicely. Strike rate of 37, an average of 25, so that's also very good. She'll be keen to get some more wickets coming. Right arm over. It's full straight. It's lifted into the air. Very close to the woman at mid-on, but just bouncing short of her. Very valiant effort there, diving to her right to stop what would have been a certain boundary. And good fielding there from the woman at mid-on. It looked like it was Laura Goodall. Could be wrong. No, I was right. It is Laura Goodall that did some really good fielding there at the mid-on region.
Yeah, Aya's been a really key bowler for South Africa in the last couple of years.
Coming in right arm over again, a good line, good length, just in line with that off stump. Front foot block, no run there, 91 for 2.
Yeah, Aya recently broke the top 10 for bowling as well. She's ranked at number 8 currently in the world. So I think it's having 2-3 bowlers in the top 10 is amazing for South Africa.
No doubt about that. With her wickets today, on 87 career one-day international wickets. It's a full-length delivery. Attempted drive here by Doton, finds the inside edge, goes to a vacant square leg region. They take a quick single there, 92 for 2. Haley Matthews on strike now. Very, very tall, very powerful looking as well. No doubt that she could probably clear the boundary.
Yeah, definitely. I think the West Indies are known for clearing the boundary quite easily.
And has a decent strike rate as well. Kaka, back of a length delivery. It's pulled through the onside. Was airborne for quite some time, but bounced once before it got to the cow corner fielder for just 193 for 2. And as we're talking about Haley Matthews, with that strike rate of 66, she doesn't just hang around at the crease. Does do well to score runs and hasn't been shy of scoring them either. Already has 2 centuries and 5 half centuries coming in. It's a slower ball. It's full and it is sent to the stands. The cow corner fielder can just watch it as it just sails past her all the way to the boundary for 6. What a shot from Haley Matthews.
I think that was a brilliant shot by Haley Matthews. Also rotating strike. And you could see from the previous over that she's wanted to start going big as well. And now it finally paid off for her.
Just erring on her lines and length, creating a beautiful half volley there from Kaka. It was also a slower ball, so easy to just wait and send it to the boundary. Was that Doton?
Yeah,
Oh, it was Doton. Oh, I thought it was Haley
Doton.
Matthews. Oh, no surprises there. Deandra Doton, when it comes to scoring, she scores big. A strike rate of 78. I remember some sort of record about her scoring the fastest T20 century, and it was against us in like 38 balls.
Yeah, she is known for big sixes and very strong on the onside as well. And Doton moves to 62.
Sure, 62. And yes, she was the first woman to score a T20 International 100. And it was in 38 balls. So she wasn't hanging around at the crease when she was doing it. And against South Africa. So familiar foes here for Deandra Doton and Kaka. Just a good length delivery, but straying way down the leg side to bring up the West Indies 100. They were on 91 before that. And she'll have to bowl that one again.
Yeah, it's always interesting what the bowler's going to do after they go for a boundary. And I think this time it just got a little bit to Ayabonga with her bowling down the leg.
That's 100 coming in 148 balls. This time a lot fuller, literally on the pads and on drive to long on for a single. 101 for 2 after 24 overs. Deandra Doton sitting pretty at 63 and Haley Matthews on 19.
Yeah, I think so far the West Indies is pacing their innings really nicely with 8 wickets still in hand with 26 overs to go. I think they're doing really, really well, and you can see they're starting to be a little bit more aggressive, especially from Doton's side. If she can get a quick 100 here as well, I think it will put the West Indies in a really good space and a position.
Doing well also in these middle overs. The South Africans were doing well to keep the runs down as Mlaba continues here from the corner drive in. The flight to delivery around the wicket on the off stump to the right-handed Doton. That will be continuing second ball around the wicket. Once again flighted. It's full and it's straight and it's blocked. Took cover for no run. Mid-off cover, point, deep point cover, and also a woman at short third man. Third delivery, it's flights, it's in the air, it's full, and it is sent to cow corner once again by Deandra Doton. She's really taking a liking to the South African spinners, and that would have been a 6 even here on a men's field, literally going all the way into the stands. What a shot.
Yeah, I think these are 2 big sixes that was hit in the last couple of balls, with the other one almost going through the gap there in the stands. With this one also clearing the boundary, even if it was a big field, a full field.
Mm-hmm.
So really good hitting here from Doton.
Taking control of the game here, bringing the run rate to 4.4. Another flighted delivery by Mlaba, and it's the same result. 6 runs through the cow corner region, And wow, Deandra Doton is putting pedal to the metal. It feels like we're in the last power play here with the amount of sixes we're seeing.
No, definitely. And just before we came on to commentate, I told you that I think we've got a middle period that hopefully will be exciting and not your usual boring middle period of the game. And so far, it's been really exciting.
Deandra Doton, exciting person in chief here, bringing up yet another milestone, a 53-run partnership between herself and Matthews. And the South Africans are putting themselves under a lot of pressure here, not being able to take wickets. We're trying to slow down the run rate. The fielders are in the deep for protection. But Deandra Doton is just seeing the ball like a beach ball at the moment. This one straying down the leg side, and she plays it fine, and she plays it strong, and she plays it for another boundary here. It's back-to-back boundaries from Deandra Doton. 117 for 2. She's zooming on 79 at the moment.
That's interesting what they going to do with the field placings now. They made a change just before this ball with deep cover coming up into the circle and long on going out. So it's got a 4 fielders on the boundary, so it's going to be interesting. Now it's just bowling the right line and length.
Lava continues. It's full of straights. It's blocked. And that is exactly the right line and length you're talking about. Just full of a good length, so it's not quite in the arc. And nice and straight. Doesn't give her too much room either. So the last delivery dots, but the damage had already been done. 3 boundaries in the over, making that the most expensive over of the day. As West Indies now on 117 for 2.
I think Doton is really making a statement now to say that she's going to go big and she's going to go hard, trying to get that runs on the board for the team.
She does need to go big. She does need to go hard. And the narrative that was bullshit. It's all about that World Cup preparation. You need to make sure that everything is firing as Sune Loose continues from the golf course end. This one is full down leg side. Attempted sweep here from Hayley Matthews, but it's missed and given as a wide here. So 118 for 2.
I think it will be interesting now to see what Hayley is going to do with Doton going big.
Hayley tries to go big as well, an inside out cover drive. It was airborne for quite some time as it cleared the inner field, but the lady at cover point does the fielding. 120 for 2, as we're seeing the woman at a deep square leg deep backward square leg come now to a conventional backward square leg, mid wickets, deep mid wickets, and a long on that was once mid on goes to the boundary. List now. A full-length delivery, just watched by Deandra Doton as it turns away from the right-hander to Jafta behind the stumps. This comes in again, full, straight, fast, and blocked for no run.
I think it's safe to say that Doton is just playing Sune safely, probably waiting for that one loose ball to put away for a boundary. But it seems like they're happy to give Sune the dots.
South Africans with another dot delivery fights it outside the off stump, an inside edge from the drive of Doton to the bowler. Now, South Africans will be looking to string a few dot balls together to try to create some pressure now. West Indies really brought the pressure back to the South Africans with that massive over, as this one also blocked. It was full just outside the off stump and a front foot block from Doton. 199 for 2. 119 for 2.
Now they've got deep cover sweep out here. They've got long off, long on, and a cow.
This one dragged down. Zip that one ended Sune loose, as this one attempts to be played through the offside, was late and played straight to short third man for no run. 119 for 2 after 26. And you'd feel the West Indies are in control with Doton on 79, Matthews on 20, and the partnership on 59.
Yeah, they're currently scoring at a run rate of 4.6, where they started off with about a run rate of 2. So to get it from 2 to 4.6, they've done really, really well. And I think if they can get it to about a 5, they're doing very well for the team as well. that will take them to about a 250 score, hopefully. And that's very defendable on the Wanderers.
No doubt about that. As we see a bowling change, Masabata Klaas will be coming in from the corner drive end, bringing back a little bit of pace here. We feel the South Africans would want to get a breakthrough now, need to break this partnership, because if this partnership goes any deeper, if it goes past that 35 over region, the South Africans could find themselves in a lot of trouble. Mid-off, extra cover, points. Third man as coming over the wicket is Klaas. This one just dotted down, pitching outside off stump, and the woman at point does the fielding there. 120 for 2. There's a long on, a deep cow, a woman at cow corner, deep mid wickets, a mid wicket, and also a woman at backward square leg. No, yes.
I think if Doton and Matthews can hang around for another 10 overs or so, like you mentioned, the Proteas might be in a bit of trouble there, then they might even chase 300 today.
That would be a mammoth score, 300 here. But the Wanderers is known for big scores. This one, a beautiful delivery. It's a good length on that fourth stump line. Beautiful shot as well from the middle of the bats, but straight back to the bowler for no run. 120 for 2.
That's going to be key the next 23 overs for the bowlers to bowl their right line and length and make sure the batters don't get under the ball.
Line and length being the key here. And this one over pitched outside the off stump and walloped right over mid-off's head. One bounce right in front of the boundary for 4. And Deandra Doton continues her South African onslaught as she now moves to 83 runs. What a shot.
Yeah, that I just spoke about line and length, and that was a little bit over pitch from Masabata Klaas. I think the bowlers' plans are going to be key as well. If they know that Doton's going to hit straight, they need to bowl back of a length and make sure she doesn't have the opportunity to hit it straight over the top.
The woman at third man comes in the circle as mid-off turns to long off, and Klaas, a wide delivery, straying down the leg side, trying to overcorrect here and just a little bit too straight, giving away a wide 125 for 2.
Doton is really putting some pressure here on the South Africans, making them think a little bit more. It's going to be interesting what Sunelise is going to do next.
South Africans under all sorts of pressure. They need a wicket to arrest the runs that they are hemorrhaging. A full-length delivery in line with off-stump. A beautiful cover drive, but it was hit straight to the woman at extra cover. No run there, 125 for 2.
Oh, it was a good ball there. Also full again, but this time full enough for Doton not to really get under it. More Yorker length. But well fielded by Snay at extra cover as well.
Well, good delivery to follow up the last one. And you feel that the South Africans are looking for the lines, but this one a little bit over pitched. Beautiful drive once again. And the woman at extra cover diving to her right. It's the captain, Sunay Loose, who does the fielding there, diving to her right and putting out a paw to stop what would have been a beautiful boundary, 126 for 2.
Yeah, going full again. Looks like all the balls have been full this far in this over. And that's bowling to their field, basically.
Yeah, and you'd feel as this one also full just outside the off stump. Matthews throws her hands at this. It doesn't quite middle it, but it goes to extra cover for no run, 126 for 2. Doton on 84 and Matthews on 21. And just speaking of Deandra Doton, she's probably the reason the South Africans aren't keen to bring their lengths back too much. Probably not believing that they have enough speed to rush her and being afraid that she'll just be able to just whip it literally over the cow corner boundary with just raw power and middling the shot.
Definitely. So it will be interesting if the pace bowler is maybe going to bring some variations like a slower ball or something like that. I think maybe bring Shibnam Ismail back that's got a little bit more pace than the other bowlers and see if she can maybe rush Doton a little bit.
You would want to bring your strike bowler in now, but Ismail does already have 6 overs to her name, only 1 for 13, so she did very well in the first power play, but it's Liz to continue from the golf course end, a flighted delivery in line with off stump, driven just to the right of the woman at extra cover. They'll get a run, long off, 127 for 2, long off a backward point, a short third man, and a deep cover point, as this one is flighted for quite some time, inside out shot all the way to Ismail on the boundary for a single, 128 for 2.
I think so far Sna's been bowling really, really well, but sticking to a line and length and bowling to a field as well, not allowing the batters to really sweep her.
And once again, outside the off stump, DeAndre Doton drives at this one, didn't quite middle it, and it dills and dabbles all the way to Shabnam Ismail on the boundary, 129 for 2 after that single.
The partnership between Doton and Matthews is growing really quick. They're on 69 now.
More importantly, that run rate's of 4.7, so they really did put pedal to the metal here when the West Indies weren't scoring a lot of runs. This one a little bit back of a length now, and driven on the offside. Long off does the fielding, 130 for 2.
It looks like Suna is happy to give the batters singles, obviously trying to restrict them from getting boundaries.
Comes in for her penultimate delivery. It's wide outside the off stumper, being afraid of being hit, and this one given as a wide.
Let's see if Doton's going to go big again.
Squaring her up, did Sunelis. It was a good length delivery. It pitched on middle stump and just turned away from Doton. She sort of fended at this. I think she might have gotten an edge, not given as buys here. So there was an edge, so missed opportunity here from Jafta.
Yeah, I think Doton was a bit too minded there. She wasn't sure if she needs to leave it or play at it, and that caused her to get that edge.
Literally a nothing shot there, and just getting under the gloves of Sinalo Jafta as it went past her. But good bowling here from Sunelis, creating an opportunity, and this one flighted delivery, driven right back to her. Crowd catch, as its bum ball bounced off the ground. Looked like a catch from here, but not given. 133 for 2 after 28 overs.
Doton is on 88 and Matthews is on 23, with their partnership sitting at 73.
Doton's on that 85. Get this, a strike rate of 91.39. So she's got that in 93 balls. 86 off 94. This is an outdated one. She's currently on 88, and the software that I'm using, or the websites I'm using, has not quite caught up. But either way, she is striking at a quick rate. She still does have 11 fours and 3 sixes. So big in the boundaries department.
Looks like Masabata class bowling again. Same field.
Coming right on over the wickets, and this one straying down the leg side off a good length. She's disappointed with herself as she punches her palm. She knows she's better than that. You feel that the South African bowling just letting themselves down with their lines and their lengths here, not staying consistent.
Yeah, definitely. But also the batters aren't allowing them to settle with a set line and length.
This one a good length. In line with off stump, blocked off the back foot, no run, 134 for 2. As mentioned, the same field, a long off, cover, extra cover, points, third man in the circle. Is a deep backward square leg, a deep mid wicket, a conventional mid wicket, and also a woman here at long on. Class coming right arm over to Hayley Matthews, also straying down the leg side. Another wide here. It was a little bit straighter, but still not straight enough, given as a wide.
I think Klaas is really bowling a better length at the moment to Matthews, pulling it slightly back, not allowing her to drive the ball. But unfortunately, she's just pushing it a little bit down leg, which is costing her a little bit.
This isn't the time for this to happen. The South Africans desperately need a wicket, and this one straighter, still a good length, whipped off the pads as the lady at mid-wicket does the fielding. She does dive and miss that. It was moving quite slowly, so you feel that the dive was unnecessary. They take another single, so they got 2, 137 for 2.
And you've got 4 of your fastest fielders on the boundary as well, with Shipnam, Ismail at cow, Tasman Brits at long off, Chloe Tran long on.
Better length delivery here from Klaas. It's a little bit fuller, but couldn't quite get this on the up and on drive here from Matthews, from Hayley Matthews, as goes down to long on for a single, 138 for 2.
I think this is a much better over from Klaas, especially with her pulling the ball back a little bit, not allowing the batters to really drive the ball.
South Africans will be looking for a few more dot balls with some good lines and good lengths, and that's exactly what she got here. A beautiful drive from Deandra Doton, but straight to a fielder, which is a win for South Africa. They want West Indies to stay quiet or quieter through these middle overs because they've been going at too much of a free rate. If they're not going to take wickets, they need to start building pressure.
Yeah, definitely, and they need to build pressure from both ends. It looks like Matthews and Doton is really waiting for the bad ball to put it away.
And there it comes. This one erring down the leg side, just glanced off the pads, but there's protection there in the deep backward of square. Deep square leg does the fielding. It's Kaka who does the fielding there, number 96, 140 for 2.
I think these two are batting really nice together, complementing each other with the singles and also getting the boundaries.
South have done well to stop the flow of boundaries for a brief period, as this one, a fuller pitched delivery outside off stump, driven down the ground all the way to the lady at long off for a single to end the 29th over, 141 for 2. And looks like the ladies are going to have drinks.
Are they having some drinks? Doton is on 90 and Matthews is on 27, with their partnership sitting at 81. I think they've been batting really, really well together, but also it's going to be extremely key for the South Africans to bowl to their fields.
You definitely feel that the West Indies are in control at the moment, with Doton still in there on 90, literally 10 shy of her third one-day international century. Matthews hasn't really had a lot to do, hasn't really been put under pressure, and as you've been saying, Yolani, throughout the day, that the West Indies have been rotating the strike well. So Hayley Matthews, all she has to do, give the strike to Deandra Doton, and Doton tries to find ways to score boundaries. Big boundaries here, as mentioned earlier, 11 fours and 1 and 3 sixes.
It's interesting because Hayley Matthews used to actually open the batting for the West Indies, and they moved her now to go bat at number 5. And she's been batting really, really well so far, and maybe allows her a lot more freedom and a little less pressure. And with Doton being on a good score already, just makes it a lot easier for her to run or score freely.
No doubt about that. We are seeing the balls travel. Big shots here, so you can get value for your shots. And the South Africans just struggling to get any purchase off the wicket. There is a little bit of turn that the South African spinners could potentially use, but pace bowlers are not really getting too much assistance at the moment. So we'll be keen to see how many wickets they can take here before we get to over number 40. We are 11 overs away from that. So you'd think that's the plans that the South Africans would be having here would be to get the set batters out and try to get into that lower middle order before the final power play.
Definitely. And if these two batters are going to hang around till about 40 overs, it's going to make it so much easier for the other batters to come in and just play freely and not having to first get their eye in type of thing. And that's going to put a lot of pressure on on the South African bowlers. So, like you mentioned, it's going to be key to have a moment of brilliance, and whether it's through a run out or a brilliant dive in the field or something like that, they're going to have to step up a little bit and get a wicket here.
Yeah, I wouldn't say lackluster. That's not the word I'm looking for, but it's looking relatively tame here from the South Africans. Not looking too aggressive. Not looking like there are chances of wickets. There was that one chance in the loose over, but that one would be a bit harsh to call that a chance. It was quite quick for Jafta to get to. You'd have to be some other level wicketkeeper to get that. So the breakthrough for the South Africans, it's difficult to see where it's going to come from now. So Captain Loose would need to rally her troops to make something of this. But for the West Indies, it's business as usual. Doton and Matthews doing very well to keep the scoreboard ticking.
Yeah, someone's really going to have to put up their hand here and say they want the wicket and take it for the team. Otherwise, like I mentioned earlier, South Africa might just chase 300 here. And I think if they can restrict the West Indies to about 250, it's definitely game on. But if West Indies reach about 300, then it's going to make it slightly more difficult for the South Africans to reach.
The only answer is wickets, as Sunaylis continues. Should be continuing her spell here from the golf course end. She has short third man, backward point, and a cover on the offside in the circle. A full pitch delivery on off stump, driven back to the bowler for no run. On the boundary, on the offside, a deep cover point and a long off. There's also a long on, a mid wicket, a square leg, and a woman at cow corners. This one, another full pitch delivery right on off stump. Inside our drive to the woman at cover for no run. It's an extra cover, in fact. Third ball, flighted. Good length, good line. It's straight. Played with the open face to short third man, no run.
Again, Doton really happy to just see Sunay out with a block. That might be their game plan against Sunaylis, and just really wait for the bad ball to put away.
This one, a good ball from Loose. That's back of a length, played off the back foot to the woman. Oof, at point. Some sharp fielding there. It looks like it's from Laura Wolfart as she shies at the stumps. But Doton makes her ground safely. 142 for 2.
Yeah, taking a quick single there. Quick reaction and fielding from Laura Wolfart as well there at point.
South Africans still looking for that moment of magic, a full Yorker length delivery coming forward and blocked. Did Hayley Matthews, 142 for 2.
I'm sure the South Africans would have had a talk like that in the huddle now during drinks break, saying that someone needs to step up and have that moment of brilliance.
This one, back of a length, and played off the back foot. A cover drive on the up, straight to cover for no run. Just one run off the over. So potentially some pressure that the South Africans can work with here. 142 for 2. Doton on 91. Matthews on 27. And South Africa desperately need a wicket share.
I think once Doton reaches 100, it will be interesting to see if she's going to carry on like this and try to get to 40 overs, or if she's actually going to open up and try to get quickly to a 150 and push the team's score up even further.
And that would be lovely to see, but I won't be taking you through it. Yolani will still be here, and she will be joined by Sean Mayers.
Looks like Malaba is back on to bowl again. It's going to be interesting what Doton is going to do against Malaba now. You've got your same field with long on, long off, cow, and your deep square, slightly more backward with your short third man. We've got a point, cover, extra cover, and mid wicket.
Mlawa coming around the wicket, and it's a full ball, but just defended and goes to the fielder at extra cover. Doton really looking very comfortable here. Now it continues from the caller drive in. It is a full ball, tossed it up, and Doton gives it the treatment at 4-6 over the wide, long off boundary. So full outside off, got the punishment it deserved.
Definitely. I think just playing that inside out shot over extra cover for 6 is unbelievable. And you don't always see it in women's cricket, but to see it here, it's amazing and beautiful to see. So I think Mlaba's going to rethink her line and length, or she's going to have to rethink her line and length. You can't pull anything full to Doton, otherwise it's going to go.
That's an area that Doton is not afraid to take the bowler on. It was tossed up, it was quite slow, and she took Mlaba on. Mlaba continuing around the line's a little bit straighter, and just pushes it towards mid-off. Sinead Elise coming around, and they only get 1 off that there. Mlaba continues from the corner drive end, coming left arm around the wicket to right-handed Matthews. It's a back of the length. Matthews just goes onto the back foot and pushes it to the long on boundary for 1 run. The score is 150 for 2. Doton on 98. And that brings up the 150 for the West Indies. Right, Doton on strike, Mlaba coming around the wicket from the corner drive end. It's a fuller length delivery, well outside off, and playing a little bit early. Doton, that ball goes to Laura Wolfhart on the ground for no run.
I think it's always easy for the batters if they can get a boundary off the first ball and then just knock the other balls around for singles.
That definitely makes it easier. Mlaba continuing from the corner drive end. Okay, it's a fuller length delivery, and on the off stump, Doton just defending that. That brings us to the end of the 31st over. The score is 150 for 2. Doton on 98, Matthews on 28, the partnership on 90. And what a fantastic partnership it's been. Doton has been on fire, taking on every bowler.
Yeah, definitely. I think it would have been interesting if Stefanie Taylor was still around. But I think Healy Matthews did really well to step up and come in kind of unexpectedly, because Stefanie Taylor looked really comfortable in the middle as well.
Sinead Elise coming from at the golf course end over the wicket, and Hayley Matthews just knocking that over extra cover for 1 run. The fielder on this deep cover boundary, saving that. That's Shubnam Ismail getting it to Sinalo Jafta, making sure the batters don't try and sneak a quick run.
It looks like Doton really wanted a second run there, but was sent back by Matthews.
So now he's past the umpire. Yeah, that's a fuller length delivery on leg and push back. So now doing some really good fielding there to keep it to a dot.
Yes, Sinead's been bowling really, really well today. 6 over 16 runs only. Looks like the batters was happy to play her 4 dots. And
Sinead continues from the golf course end. It's a fuller length delivery again. Doton gets it straight back to Sinead for no run.
It looks like the batters got the game plan against Sinead to see her out and not lose a wicket against her, and is happy to take on the other bowlers.
Sinead continues over the wicket. Oh, that's a good length delivery. Very little foot movement. Bounce pitches on off stump, and Doton just defends that to extra cover for no run. Very little foot movement there from Doton. Sinead continues over the wicket past keeper. It's a shorter length delivery. There is some turn, and Doton leaves that for Jafta to clean up. The score is 151 for 2. Doton still on 98. Matthews on 29. Last ball for Sinead. She comes. It's a fuller length delivery. Doton just pushes that past the fielder at extra cover to long off for a single. That brings the score to 152 for 2. Doton on 99. Matthews on 29. Is the nervous 90s a real thing?
We'll find out soon with Doton around. I think Doton just makes it look easy. I would doubt that she's even looking at her own score, but more the team score. So it will be be interesting. She's still batting the same, although she's looking a lot more attacking, especially running between the wickets as well. So maybe there is a little bit of nerves trying to get to 100 and get it over and done with and move on. So you can definitely see a little bit of nerves there in the running between the wickets. But other than that, I think she's happy.
She's done very well. The team was under pressure. She was losing partners very early. She lost 2 early partners. Under pressure, the scoreboard wasn't ticking, and she just dug her heels in and managed to work. I would say pace her innings very well for her to get to 99. It is looking very ominous here at the Imperial Wanderers. There is some cloud cover, and it is building. Potential for some rainfall. The clouds are very grey, and we have a bowling change with Shibnam Ismail from the corner drive end to Deandra Doton, and that is Doton's 100. It's a fuller pitch delivery outside of stump. Doton pushes that too long off, and that brings up a phenomenal 100 from Doton, coming from a difficult position. Well deserved.
Yeah, definitely. It's really well deserved. It's never easy to score against the South African bowling lineup. So it's really well batted from her side, pacing her innings really nicely, scoring 100 of 113 balls with 69 dots. So it shows you it's not easy out there, but she still managed to get through.
Shibnam Ismail continues from the corner drive end, and it's wide out. It's back of a length wide outside the off stump. Hayley Matthews swings, misses, no run. The score is 153 for 2. There is a fielding change for Hayley Matthews with Shibnam bowling. There is fine leg, third man, both on the boundary, deep cover fielder, and a deep square leg. Right, Shibnam Ismail continuing from the corner drive end. It's a short length delivery aimed at the chest of Hayley Matthews, and she just parries that to Aibonga Kaka on the deep square boundary. It's definitely not easy out there. 69 dot balls, but Deandra Doton, phenomenal striker of the ball, she caught up.
Definitely, I think she batted really, really nicely. And best thing is she's still in, and there's still 17 overs to go. So it's going to be interesting what she's coming up with next, if she's going to go for that 150, get the team to that 300 runs.
Shibnam Ismail past the umpire. It's another short length delivery. It's well outside the off stump. Deandra Doton just dropping down, letting that ball go past her and over her head, keeping things safe. And as you say, 150, I think with the striking that she has done and the boundaries 11 fours in her innings, with I think it was three or four sixes, 200 isn't off the cards, but it is, as you say, it isn't easy out there with the South African bowling attack. Shibnam Ismail continues. Another short length delivery, wide of the mark. Deandra Doton tries to go for the pull shot, and it is a dot ball. The score is 154 for 2.
I think what's making a difference here is Shibnam's pace. The other bowlers was really easy to put away. Their line and lengths were slightly different than Ismail's. Ismail is happy to go back of a length or even short. She's put out a field according to that as well, and been doing really well so far.
Shibnam comes, it's another short delivery, and at the off stump, Doton tries to guide that between the keeper and third man and misses it. That is a dot ball. The score is 154 for 2 after 33 overs. Doton on 100, Matthews on 30. Phenomenal batting that we have seen from Deandra Doton.
I think it was a lot better bowling from Shibnam Ismail. Good bowling change from the captain as well, bringing a little bit more pressure to the batters, making them play a little bit more differently than they've been playing the whole inning so far, because so far the South Africans have only been bowling full, I would say. Very odd that they would have bowled short or really hitting that back of a length. So it's good to see Shibnam bowling short.
So now Luce continues from the golf course end. It's a fuller length delivery. Hayley Matthews just pushing it to the fielder at mid-wicket. The field set to Hayley Matthews is long on, long off, deep. There's a cow corner. Right, it's a fuller length delivery wide outside off stump, and that is just driven to long off. Right, very standard conventional field for Hayley Matthews, and there seems to be no change. Deep cover for Sinead Loose, and Sinead continues to Deandra Doton. It's wide outside the off stump, short, and Deandra Doton disappointed. She missed out. She could have carved that one, but just gets an under edge.
I think Doton has really been struggling against Sinead, putting her away or even getting the singles.
Yeah, Sinead Loose continues. It's back of a length, but Doton on the back foot just punches it. The extra cover fielder making good ground and keeping that to a dot. Score remains 155 for 2. Sinead continues. She comes in. It's a fuller length delivery, and she has hoiked that just wide of the long on fielder. It bounces short of the rope for 4. Great hitting here from Deandra Doton.
It's definitely great hitting. It just shows you if it's not in a zone to hit, she's not going to hit it. She respects the bowler. But as soon as it's in her area, she puts it away.
Sinead continues. It's a fuller length. She tosses it up. Deandra Doton driving this past her partner and it's fielded at the long on boundary for 1. That's the end of the 34th over. The score is 160 for 2.
That also brings up the 100-run partnership. Very well batted by the two of them. I think they've been complementing each other very well, with Doton playing the big shots. Hayley Matthews happy to take the singles. So I think it's been a really, really good partnership. And like I was saying, Doton is happy to take the dots against Sinead Loose, but also when it's there to put away, she's putting it away. And that's what she's been doing with all the bowlers so far.
And Doton is such a power player. That ball, she didn't get all of it, but just the pure muscle and timing. She muscled it and managed to get it full.
Yeah, definitely. And it was a 1 bounce 4. So for her, just anything that she goes at is definitely going to go to the boundary.
We have a bowling change. Shibnam Ismail comes out of the attack. Ayabonga Kaka is at the corner drive end. It is a fuller length delivery on the middle stump. And Deandra Doton just pushing that down to the field to Chloe Tryon at long on for 1. The score is 161 for 1. Deandra Doton on 106. Hayley Matthews on 31, and she is facing as Kaka comes in again. It's back of a leg on off stump, and Matthews pushes it again to the long on boundary. Ayabonga bowling very straight.
Yeah, she tends to bowl very straight, but she normally hits that back of a length really hard, and that's been working for all these years. I think in her previous overs, she just went a little bit too full.
Yeah, Kaka, this one's a little bit fuller on the off stump, and Deandra Doton just pushes that to the long off boundary for a single. The score is 163 for 2. Yes, she is an experienced campaigner. Well, she works very hard on her consistency to ensure that she contains the innings. Kaka comes in. It's a fuller length delivery this time on off stump again, and it is driven hard to the fielder, was Tasman Britt on the long off boundary.
Yeah, it seems like the South Africans are really happy just to give them singles at this current stage, but they're going to have to do something to break this partnership, whether it's different line and length that they bowl or a moment of brilliance.
Kaka continues past the umpire. It's a fuller length delivery, and Hayley Matthews Deandra Doton just paddles that over her leg stump and over the keeper. Very fine leg, who does phenomenal work on the boundary. That's Sinalo Jafta, does phenomenal work on the boundary to keep it down to 3. Fantastic batting there from Deandra Doton, and great running between these two, as well as Sinalo Jafta. Great cricket all around, brings the score to 167 for 2. Hayley Matthews is on strike as Ayabonga Kaka continues from the corner drive end. It's back of a length, just outside the off stump, played with soft hands. The fielder, the captain, comes around from extra cover and keeps that down to 1. Great running, great calling. That's the end of the 35th over. It is 168 for 2. Hayley Matthews on 34, Deandra Doton 110.
I think they did really well to get the 3 runs in the bag, with Doton being in the middle already for 35 overs. It's a long time. It's hard on the legs, like we mentioned. It's not like she's been scoring a lot of boundaries. So she's been running a lot, especially for batting partners as well. So just still to push through that 3 is very, very good from the batting side.
Now, the West Indies have worked a lot on their fitness. That was clearly seen in the qualifiers where they played their last international matches. Their fitness was above and beyond and a major focus for this team, knowing that they are preparing for tournament cricket, where they play a lot of games in a short period of time. Sunelise coming in from the golf course end. Hayley Matthews on strike. It is back of the length, and Hayley Matthews rocking onto the back foot, pulling that over the mid-wicket fielder with long on, running around the boundary, and it's just keeping that one down to 1 run. Good fielding there. A little bit short from Sune. Hayley Matthews would think that she missed out there.
I think, like I mentioned earlier as well, Sune's been really bowling really, really well, restricting the batters to get boundaries against her.
Sunelise tosses it up. It's a full leg delivery, and it is hauled out to the fielder at long off, and she gets under it but spills it. They get back for 2 runs, and Deandra Doton let off the hook by Masabata Class on the long off boundary. She will be disappointed. The captain is not happy, but they have to keep going. A lifeline for Deandra Doton.
That was definitely the key wicket, the moment of brilliance that South Africa needed. And unfortunately, it wasn't taken. So now they're going to have to dig even deeper to get that wicket. It's unfortunate for Klaas that dropped the ball there, but let's see what Doton's going to do now.
Sunelise comes again, tosses it up. It's a full, and Doton just pushes that one back to Sunelise for no run. The score is 171 for 2. So now continuing from the golf course end, it's a full length delivery, wide outside the off stump, driven to the long off boundary for 1 run. Are very disappointed, and Masabata Class would feel that she's let her team down, but this is the nature of the game. She has to keep her head up. And Sune continues, tosses it up. It's on the off stump, and Matthews manages to beat the fielder at extra cover with Class on the long off boundary, doing the fielding for 1 run.
Now she's definitely going to have to keep her head up because she's still got 4 overs to bowl for a team as well.
Very exciting. Lucy comes in again. It's shorter this time. Doton rocking onto the back foot and flat batting it back to the fielder at long off for another single. That brings the total to 174 for 2. The overs are 36. Doton on 114. Matthews on 36. Very unlucky for the South Africans in this over. Managed to keep Doton quiet. She gives a chance and it goes down.
Yeah, and then she was happy after that just to play it around for singles again. So it just shows you a maturity as well, where she goes for the one big shot, it didn't come off, and was happy just to work it around again, get her mind back to it, and think about what she did wrong there and make sure that she finished the game for the West Indies.
Ayabonga Kaka continuing from the corner drive end, and we have Deandra Doton facing. The field set is long on, long off, deep square, and a wide fine leg. She passes the keeper. It's back of a length on the off stump. Deandra Doton not playing and not getting on top of that ball, and just pushes it out very comfortably to the fielder at extra cover.
It's interesting to see when Shipnam Ismail was bowling, she was bowling short length, and they couldn't put her away. Ayabonga Kaka is bowling good back of the length now as well, and they're also struggling to hit her.
Ayabonga Kaka, back of the length again, on off stump. Deandra Doton just punching that down to the long off fielder for 1 run. The score's 175. I do feel, well, from what we can see, Ayabonga Kaka is not as quick as Shibnam Ismail. And if she has to bowl that short, will, I would say, get punished a lot more as she continues from the corner drive in, back of a leg outside the off stump. Hayley Matthews just pushing it out to the cover point fielder for no run. The score remains 175 for 2. Matthews on 36, Deandra Doton on 115.
So I think definitely, like you mentioned, if Aya Bongokaka is going to bowl really short, it's going to travel.
Yeah, Kaka continues. It's back of a leg, and Matthews getting under it and knocks it over the middle fielder for one bounce 4. What a shot!
And I had just brought a fielder in at long off. Interesting with going slightly fuller to bring your long off up. It's starting to rain now. Umpires are still happy to stay on. There's no lightning around at the moment, but it's coming down quite hard, looks like it.
No, there's lots of movement in the ground, lots of grey skies, not looking great. But Iwanga Kaka continues. It's a fuller length delivery on middle stump, and Matthews just pushes that out to the square leg boundary. The fielder at Calcorn, a deep mid wicket, does the cleaning up there. That's Shibnam Ismail, and keeps it down to 2 runs. The umpires have called it. The players are getting off the field. Very disappointing for this game, but the West Indians have it. The score is 181 for 2. Matthews on 42, Doton on 115. As the ground staff start making their way with the covers to get on as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I think it's an unfortunate break for the West Indies since they've got momentum, and it might do the South Africans good just to refocus a little bit and come up with some plans to make sure that the West Indies don't get a massive score here.
But it won't be the most disappointing thing for the West Indians or for the South Africans to, I hate to say it, but to have a tight one or a very competitive competition in this game, for there to be a competitive total, because the South Africans have not played a lot of international cricket recently. So it wouldn't be too disappointing. Will allow the South Africans to see where they're going right and where they're going wrong. So we'll hopefully get a good match out of this. It's great to see the West Indians in some good form. Hayley Matthews supporting Deandra Doton, who is absolutely on fire with that brilliant century.
Yeah, no, definitely. And the partnership is sitting on 121, which has been a really, really good partnership. They've been working really hard to get so many runs on the board so far. And it's been a big blow with Taylor getting hit on the arm and having to go off the field. But Matthews has stepped up really nicely, batting there at number 5, sitting on 42, like you mentioned, and just supporting Doton all the way.
Not making, I wouldn't say playing too many big shots. She's just supporting. She's playing the perfect support.
For you guys, we spoke with Denise Deborah, and now we're going to speak with
is the one
someone
taking
else.
the risk, taking the game to the South Africans. We know that the capability that Hayley Matthews has. So, not disappointing. They have their 2-star batters, Hayley Matthews. Her recent form has been incredible. I wouldn't say right now in South Africa, the warm-up game, she only scored 6, but with scores 57, 49, 26, 57, 48 in her last 6 matches, we would say that she's finding her feet, getting her form. Right, and as we break for what will hopefully not be an extended break here at the Imperial Wonders Stadium, with the score 181 for 2, with the West Indians batting. Like to going to take a little break. Thank you, Yolani, and from me, Sean Mayers, and the One World Sports Radio team, we will keep you updated once players back on the field.
how are you doing today, my man?
I'm doing good. And as you say, I think it's a good idea that we are moving within the women's protein side circles with the World Cup just around the corner. So we had a good interview with Denise Deverine. This one, as you say, it's slightly higher up, slightly more intense, but it should be good.
Yeah, I'm excited for this. Very much a fan of this man's work and what he's done with the women's team. But without further ado, I think let's bring on Coach Hilton Moreng to come through onto the show, onto the Full Court podcast to discuss the women's team and to talk about the plans going to the World Cup. Coach Hilton, thank you very much for joining us and sparing some time to chat with us today.
Good morning, I'm Pontem, and thanks for having me, and looking forward to.
Coach, yeah, thank you very much. Coach, it's been a very great year for your team, and I think you've been there for 8 years. Have you ever had a year like this where you are unbeaten from a series perspective throughout? You've been there since 2012. Is this one of those years where you're like, Lord, thank you very much, but maybe carry it over into 2022 a little bit?
It will be ideal to carry it over. I think, it's been our best year and a half that we had thus far. I think the basis of that is the build-up that we had. I mean, we have a very good core of players now. I think it's a team that has been coming along for a very long time. Most of these players now have been together for the last 8 to 12 years, playing together. They're now what we call, or what we regard in the country as senior players, more mature, the good core players. And the fact that they've been playing around these leagues also added to their experience, so you can see how they go about their business. Even youngsters coming in, it makes it very easy for us to make sure that they can blend in and learn quicker because they got experience on the park. Because the best way to learn as a youngster is on the park than actually sitting on the side. So that's far for us been the best year, and as like you say, we're working hard to make sure it keeps continuing, and hopefully goes well into the World Cup.
Welcome to paradise. We can still save the city.
I'll help you.
I already killed you once. This time, I'll do it right.
Tired of cold calling? Introducing Lucia, the easiest, most accurate way to prospect. Simply sign up for free, and congrats! Now you can reach more than 50 million direct dials. How? Easy. Find your target on LinkedIn and click on Show Contact to get the prospect's number and email. You can even bulk enrich multiple prospects in one click and save them directly to your CRM. Lucia, start for free.
That's true, and we hope so too.
No, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. You're doing a great job at the moment. Just to sort of, I guess, fast forward and a little bit, just until this last series against the Caribbean. What were your goals as a unit going forward with this unit, particularly with the World Cup just around the corner? So what were the goals and plans that you had for this particular series?
For us, the most important thing is we got a competitive series, and the most challenging one was away from home in tough conditions. And the last time we were there, it was not a very good one. I think we struggled a bit, and then we drew all series against them. Although we've been in the lead, and they came back and they drew. So for us, the initial goal, we were just happy first to have the full squad again since the World Cup, because we've been hindered by injuries, challenges. As you could see, we had different captains in different tours, and it was the first time now since the World Cup we had our captain back, and then having the full squad again was helping because we're not so far away 5 months away from the World Cup. So the initial goal for us is just to make sure now as a squad we can touch base with everyone that's back from injury rehab and make everyone is fit. Now we can see how we go on these conditions. And at the back of it, we knew that we haven't won a series. West Indies is a team that plays well on those very challenging conditions, extreme heat, very slow wickets. So it needed us to adapt. So hence we felt that with the experience that we have in the squad, it was the best time now to make sure that we can turn that around and put one up against them. So for us, the goal was to make sure we win and make sure each and everyone in the squad in an ideal situation, we get everyone, we give them a go and see how they go. Because in the World Cup, you're only as strong as what your squad is. I mean, the first 11 is the least of your worries. In when you go into a World Cup, is the players that are sitting on the bench that they can come in any day and make an impact. And the only way you could know is by them getting opportunities in the build-up, not from 12, 13 players and focusing on them. And you have a challenge in the World Cup, then you're struggling. So it was good for us. I mean, we had the idea the first 3 games at the way in the ODI. We were to rotate the squad and that allows us 5 months away.
A team that's and has a winning culture. How do you foster that culture to be all the time? Because if you look at Kukune, and the list goes on with the players who were on the bench, after whenever they came on, they were ready. And it's hard as a sportsman to be on. How did you manage to foster that culture of always be ready?
Yeah, is the most difficult thing because where they will make mistakes. Then it's going to be mistakes that's costly that nobody's going to like. There's always a bigger picture. I think post the 2017 World Cup and we came close in the semi-final. Through the selection, I mean, we sat down and looked at how we're going to go to the next 50 World Cup, and then we identified a squad of 24 players that we kept working on. I think the good thing for us thus far, when we had camps, it allowed us to work with the youngsters because most of the senior players, they would be away on T20 leagues, going abroad. So it gives us the attention to detail to the youngsters. Those that they were fringe players then, and how they can establish themselves in the squad. So you keep working with them, you set with them, and you set performance plans for them, and you monitor it through the relationship that we have with the coaches at the provinces that look after the players on a daily basis to make sure that whatever they work on, it's not contradicting to what you want to achieve for these as coaches to make sure that information, and through that we had often camps and when players come in, and 9 out of 10 times where there's an opportunity. I think this year when everybody went to the IPL and some play at the 100 now, we had an opportunity to bring in more youngsters to see how they can go and where the progress is going. So the inclusion of the system helped us because now you can communicate as somebody that can be hands-on there, who understands what is it that you're working towards, who's been in the system. So communication and the work through us department makes it very easier for us now because you speak to somebody who can actually look after these players. So through camps and where there's an opportunity, we always try to add in 1 or 2 youngsters to make sure there's continuity. And understand that when the opportunity comes, how far are you from the team? If it happens that you get there, what is expected? Once we've been hampering on going around the country, visiting the provinces, making sure that there's continuous work to be done. That is the only opportunity, not so bad, because they've been practicing with these girls, they've been working around the clock, they've just been sitting and waiting for the opportunity, which is always a difficult part, like I say, because I mean, all players want to play. Unfortunately, you can only play 11 at a time. So those not playing, you need to make sure they stay sharp, and for them to stay sharp is to keep them motivated and they understand the bigger picture where we're going.
Yeah, I hear lots of words like pipeline and communication. Very, very important with the two there. With having a bigger pool of players. Having a bigger pool of players is clearly making a difference to the team as a whole. So do you think you are better equipped now to go to this World Cup than you were to that last one? Do you think overall you are better equipped as a unit, having experiences that you had, having lost the semi-final, bigger pool of players? Do you think overall that you are better equipped now to take on the next World Cup?
I think the difference now for us being better equipped or more prepared is we have more experience. Like I said, most of these players have been through our 3-4 semi-finals now together in both formats. They understand how it feels to lose in a semi-final, and they're getting to that age now where everybody wants to play now and win this World Cup. You know, and they want to give this World Cup the best that they can, because they understand that where they are as they're not as young as they used to be. So preparation and the focus is very different in the camp now when it used to then. And it allows us, like once again I said, to be able to spend more time with your youngsters, because your seniors understand what they need to do. I mean, you see how they go about it from a bowling unit, how they bat, and that rubs off to our fielding. So that's why as a unit now, we're starting to become a very formidable unit. Players are playing extremely good cricket, understanding the game much better. So are we better prepared? I think mentally, yes, we are. And where we're going as a team, yes, extremely. I think ideally we would still like to have it would have been ideal to have another tour before the end of the year to make sure that then we can see where everyone is at before we go to this Christmas break, knowing that in January we can kick off now with the West Indies tour into the World Cup. It will be ideally, but we can only manage what we can. And I know operation team understands that they're working around the clock to see, because I think at the same time, around November, December is a qualifier. So most of the teams are involved there. So getting content is not always as easy as we would like to, but we can only control what we can. So through camps, we'll make sure.
Yeah.
Yes, that's true. We've got some of the qualifiers happening in Zimbabwe, and we've got Pakistan, West Indies, all down here, Bangladesh, all down here playing. And so it's a little bit tough for them to kind of organize. But Coach, looking at that World Cup, and obviously you've mentioned the semi-finals that you've come through. I think if we look at women's cricket in the world, you've got the two big teams, Australia and England, and it's always either one of those two that you're going to meet in a semi-final. And then obviously there's that group, New Zealand, India, South Africa, and West Indies, that are pretty much at a similar level, but I'd say South Africa slightly higher, maybe in a level of their own right now after this incredible year you've had. How do you break through that ceiling in a semi-final? How do you beat those teams in the semi-final? Have you identified their weaknesses, or do you think because we have a golden generation where I think we've got 3 top 10 ODI bowlers, we've got 2 top 10 ODI batters, that now it's a little bit easier? But maybe it's just tweaking tactics here and there. But that's always been the thing in my head is how do we beat them? How do we break through that ceiling?
I think World Cup's preparation is key. I think for us, it's just to make sure that we're injury-free. We have an injury-free squad going into the World Cup. And the good thing is, as like you mentioned, the two teams, countries you spoke about, the two teams, Australia, England, is the teams that always had the resources. I mean, they've been leading the pack, and the rest of the world has been actually following that and trying to catch up with them. I think with all that we have achieved with the resources that we have in the country compared to what they have, the team, one can only be proud of what this team has achieved, because the resources we have is nothing compared to what they have. And through that, the girls have shown that the talent is here in the country. It just needs to be nurtured. And through nurturing and looking after it, making sure that each and everyone work extremely hard around with their skills, And not forgetting that the opportunities they get around the world. We went from 1 or 2 players playing in these leagues. Now we're sitting at 10, 11 players at a time. So it shows the growth of the team. So going into a World Cup, I think at the end of the day, what is good about the 50-over World Cup is 8 teams and you play in a round robin, and the top 4 goes through. So the World Cup is it's how you play, how you prepare on the day. You're not going to rely on anyone to do your favor. I mean, you have 7 games to play to get yourself in a semi-final. You need to focus on the 7 games and how you go about it. Luckily now for us, we've played a lot of cricket. We played a lot against these countries. Is when it gets to the opportunity when we're in the semi-final again. I think once we get ourselves there, we've been there now. I think everyone in the camp understands now it's an opportunity for us to see if we can push to the next level and get ourselves in the final, because once you're in the knockout stages, anything can happen. But what we had to do is to make sure that we have enough players now that can come in on the day when it's required and do a job. So we have now a squad of 18 players, that 18 to 20 now, that we feel that we take that to the World Cup now, anyone on the day, irrespective of what happens, that we are prepared as a team. We're not going to be found wanting. All our bases are covered. Preparation has been very good. I think we're now going to focus on a couple of camps going into the end of the year, and then building into that home tour against West Indies before the World Cup. So coming into the semi-final at the end of the day, you need one player. I mean, we have a lot of match winners in the squad. We're just now working towards to make sure that they understand now at the end of the day how to go about it, which we can see. Most of them are now starting to get the platform, and they're starting to show in the world what they can do. So on the day is the one that's more focused and concentrate a lot on their basics, and then we'll see what can happen on the semi-final, and hopefully we can get ourselves in the final next year.
Yeah, certainly agree. I'm sure you've watched a little bit of New Zealand women against the England women. New Zealand had them in trouble at times. They didn't quite have enough like that. They certainly gave England a bit of a fight from time to time. But you talk there about the leagues there. How important is it to have our ladies go and play in the Big Bash, in the 100, to get that experience of high intensity cricket, week in, week out, and on a consistent basis? How has that helped them, and then their experiences rub on to the younger players?
No, it's a great opportunity and initiative for young cricketers coming through in the country. I mean, if you have your system and you have those kind of competitions going around, it can only benefit you as a country, because youngsters come and they play against these big names around the world. They're in their teams, they're in the change rooms, and you learn quickly. You see things differently. You learn about different cultures, styles of play. So I think that's what we as a country are working towards, to get ours going, getting off the ground, so we can have those kind of leagues also in the country. Because otherwise, if it's not going to happen in the next 2 to 3 years, we're going to fall behind, because we have the talent in the country. That I can assure you. There's enough cricketers coming through. They just need that pipeline where they are looked after, and they can have opportunities where they can share experiences with those kind of big names that we talk about that go around in the world. So if you have that league for a country, it can only mean well for you as a country. Look at what the IPL has done for Indian cricket. I mean, those youngsters that came through now, when Virat Kohli them started where they are now, I mean, that's the only way you can learn. Because when you're sitting in a change room with so much experience as a youngster, then there's no better place to be. I mean, youngsters will wake up and want to be in the change room to learn. Because at the end of the day, although we believe that players need to be on the path to be able to make mistakes and learn, but sitting in an experienced change room, it gives you a lot of insight of how people think and how they go about it and how they prepare to make them sure that they are ready to be able to compete consistently at that level. So yes, it's one that we're looking to have in a country. Everyone is working around the clock that hopefully one day it can take off. We have the WSL that has started now. So through that, we'll make sure that we can build and become a formidable T20 league where we can start having all these overseas players coming over.
That's very true. I was at that WSL last year in Cape Town, and that was some really good cricket there. Question about that. From a selection perspective, I know you're part of the selection committee. What are you looking for in young players to say that, no, that one is the next Protea or someone I can work with. From a tournament like that, it's only a couple of days. Like what makes them stand out? Because that was like one of the questions that I had. Obviously, you can see some people stand out performances, and some of them are already in the Proteas fray. But there were others you were like, maybe. But what's the consensus around the panel when looking at talent in a pool like that?
You see, if somebody's talented, Paul, you will see it. I mean, nobody has to tell you. I think for us is we go out there and we watch how the game is played. There's players that show a lot of potential. I think at the end of it, initially, because our system is not as established as we would like to be, like where you go to the men. I mean, the talent will shine, guys would come with performances. Yes, performance is the first that you look at. But at the end of the day, there's players that has got a lot of skill. They show a lot of potential. And you see that if they channel their energies channeled in the right direction and they're given the right attention, they can become very, very good cricketers, if not some of the best cricketers the world has seen. So you look at all aspects. I mean, the performance that is there, the skill that is the potential, and then from there you can look at which players are where, and also look at where we have gaps in the system, and look at a certain skill set that is being displayed by different players without players even knowing that we're looking at it. And you take it from there, and then you can start looking at how you can get some of the players under 19 emerging into academies and hopefully become Proteas one day. So you look at it holistically.
Does the F&B app help you get life insurance?
Yeah, that and more in the palm of my hand.
Makes a lot of sense. I guess to go back onto the actual Proteas squad, talk about the influence of Jonathan Newkirk and Marizanne Kamp. They seem to have a real influence and play as a sort of leader role within their side. Not just the fact that Marizanne is captain, but just on and off the field. They seem to have a real influence on the team as a whole.
No, I mean, I don't have to say much regarding the two, because if you watch the 100 now that's passed, it explains to you the quality of the two players. I mean, most of the time, Marizanne and Ismail were injured. I mean, Dane had to play out of her socks to make sure that they give the team a chance, and the influence that she had on the rest of the squad, and to make sure that the players and to get the best out of each and every player. It shows what quality leader she is. She reads the game very well. She understands the game, and both of them are now at the stage. Like I said, there's a couple of them. If you add in that list, you could throw in a Shepnam Ishmael Chetty, Mignon du Preez. Those players have been playing cricket for a long time now. They understand each other. I mean, that's what I'm saying. A support group also at the Protea level is so good, because it's players that don't need to be reminded what to do. They know exactly what needs to happen. It makes their captaincy much easier. I mean, they can come in and focus on their cricket and work and make sure that their performances are up to there, because each and everyone around them understands what they need to do. So the two of them, yes, it's like I said, we're blessed with a very, very good crop of talented cricketers that the country has seen now. And I think for them, if all goes well, I think to get themselves in the world.
And welcome back to the first ODI of the West Indies tour to South Africa. There was a rain delay, and we are going to continue with Iwan Kaka's over. There's one ball left in this over. The score is 181 for 2. Deandra Doton, a blistering 115, not out. Hayley Matthews on 42, not out, and she will be facing the last ball of this over.
I think lights are on. It's rather on the dark side here. It's going to be interesting how the batters are going to approach the rest of the innings now. It doesn't look like there's any overs that got lost, which is a good sign, which means we still have a full game on hand. So yeah, we've got same field still with our long on, long off, Gal and a fine leg fielder.
Yes, it's a fantastic day. Well, not a fantastic day. It's very grey, as Yodilani has mentioned. The field set, they will want to continue with the momentum. West Indies holding all the keys to this innings within this partnership. Ayabonga comes in for a last ball. It's a fuller leg delivery on off stump. Hayley Matthews just defended it back to Ayabonga Kaka. That brings us to the end of the 37th over. The score, 181 for 2. Deandra Doton, 115. Hayley Matthews, 42.
I think, like I mentioned, it's going to be interesting how they're going to approach the innings now. They have to refocus, get their eye in again, which gives the bowling side a little bit of an upper hand. But I mean, if you're on 115, how much will you lose with your concentration and stuff, actually?
Sunelise coming from the golf course end to Deandra Doton. She comes over the wickets, a quicker delivery, very full on middle stump, and Deandra Doton just defends that. And Sunelise running towards mid-wicket to do the fielding herself for a dot ball. She will continue coming to Deandra Doton. It's floated up, full outside the off stump. Extra cover running round to cut that off before it leaves the circle and limits it to a dot where Deandra Doton was looking for the single. Sunelise coming in over. It's tossed it up well outside the off stump, and it didn't look to have bounced much.
I think that's been the spot Sunelise has been hitting, where Doton was a bit too minor the whole day, where she's not sure if she should play at it or not.
Sunelise continues. It's outside the off stump. Deandra Doton defends at it and just gets the inside edge, and that ball goes towards the square leg, and it is a dot ball. That ball didn't bounce too much, and I think that's why she's in two minds. Sunelise continues from the golf course end. It's a fuller length delivery, slower in the air. Deandra Doton plays it, drives it to the extra cover for no run. And Sunelise continues. It's back of a length. Deandra Doton rocks back onto the back foot and punches it. But Sunelise does the fielding, and that brings the end of the 38th over, 181 for 2.
Yeah, I think when you're in such a situation where the batters are scoring freely and it's difficult to contain the runs, any opportunity that you get to bowl a dot, you have to take, and it becomes so important for the bowlers to work hard from their own bowling and stop the ball that comes back to them or even close to them. And Sunay did really well there with the last ball to make sure she gets hands on the ball so it doesn't go for a single.
Right. If you would like to tweet us, please tweet us. We are at One World, full world, One World SR on Twitter. Please, we'd love to see your tweet, hear your tweet, and engage with you. We have a bowling change from the caller drive end. We've got Chloe Tryon. She is a left arm spinner coming from around the wicket, and that is a very short, very wide ball, and Hayley Matthews just hits that over her head towards the long off boundary for one run. Not the greatest ball there.
No, it was very short and very wide. I feel like Matthews could have left it for the ball to go for a wide. But you can see the batters really want to hit every single ball here.
Okay, that is Chloe Tryon. It's a short delivery. Deandra Doton just rocks back and crunches that through the covers. Very short, very wide, and easily crunched through the covers for 4. That brings the score to 186 for 2.
Yeah, I think they're really going to target Chloe here. She's been bowling, or she bowled 2.2 overs for 22 runs. So maybe they're targeting Chloe to get a big score here.
Chloe Tryon changes her action. She comes over the wicket now to Deandra Doton. That's back of a leg, and Deandra Doton on middle stump going towards the off stump, and she just pushes that back. Chloe Tryon doing the fielding herself and limits it to a dot ball. Good ball there. As she continues, tosses it up on the off stump. Deandra Doton just drives it to the Iwan Kaka, who's fielding at long off for the single. That brings the score to 187. Doton on a 120, Matthews on 43.
Yeah, I think with Chloe changing her action to over the wicket instead of around is allowing the batters not to get that room to cut the ball.
Yes, Chloe Tryon continues to Hayley Matthews. It's a full delivery on a fifth stump, and Matthews drives that, but it only finds the fielder at extra cover for no run. This is the last ball of the 39th over. It's short, wide outside of stump. Hayley Matthews drives it, and Mignon Dupree, fantastic work at extra cover, cuts it off for no run. That's the end of the 39th over. The score is 187 for 2. Doton on 120 and Matthews on 43.
I think this partnership growing nicely on 127 as well. They batting at 4.8 and over, which is a good run rate for the West Indies. That should take them to about 240, but I think with wickets in hand, they can push that 240 to about 280, which is a very, very defendable score on this ground.
Now we see another bowling change from the golf course end. Sunay Luce taking a break with Masabata Class coming in from the golf course end. She in this game so far, 6 overs for 31 runs. It must be disappointed in herself for bowling 4 wide, but not too bad. But they will want to, Doton especially will want to attack her as the spawn is older, and they want to bat deep. The field set, Masabata has a third man in the ring, backward point cover, extra cover, long on, long off, car corner, and a wide, backward deep square. That ball, Masabata Class comes in, pitches back of the length, and Deandra Doton just drives that to the fielder at long off, bringing the score to 188.
I think Class really want to do well here in this over, maybe get a wicket or so, especially after dropping Doton on about 112 or so. So I think she really want to make it up for the team and take a wicket here.
Masabata Class continues, right, she fires that one in, and it's back of the length on middle stump. Hayley Matthews cramped for room and just gets the inside half of the bat towards the square legs. Knowledge after doing the fielding, limited to 1 run, and that brings the score to 189 for 2. Doton is facing, she's on 121, Matthews on 44.
The South Africans definitely changed their bowling plan against Doton and Matthews with bowling it more back of a length.
Right, Masabata Class pitches that one a little bit fuller. Mignon and towards the middle stump, and Deandra Doton just drives that towards long off, but Mignon Dupree cutting off the single and ensuring the dot ball. Great fielding from Mignon.
I think it's great field placing from the captain as well, Snellies, putting quickest fielders in very important and high traffic areas as well.
Masabata Class past the umpire. It's a short ball, and Deandra Doton pulls that right well behind the fielder at square leg for 4. Great shot. She recognized the length early, saw that it wasn't coming onto the bat as quickly as she would have wanted to do, but just waited for it and helped it on its way to the boundary. That brings the West Indians to 193 for 2. Doton on 125, Matthews still on 44.
Definitely a good option by Class bowling the shorter ball. I think what got her there was just the line, bowling it slightly more down leg, which allowed Matthews that room to get behind the ball.
Now Masabata Class is not the slowest as she comes running in, and it's back of the length on the 4th stump, and there is a hit towards extra cover, but there is a misfield by the captain Sunay Luce, which allows the single to be taken. She will be disappointed. Masabata will also be disappointed with the single being hit, especially after that boundary, which brings the score to 194. This is the last ball of the 40th over. It's very grey out here. Masabata Class past the umpire, fuller length delivery on middle and off, and it is driven to the long off boundary. Lara Goodall doing the fielding. limited to 1, bringing the end of the 40th over, as well as a commentary change. Now the score is 195 for 2, Deandra Doton on 126, Hayley Matthews on 45. With that, thank you. You will have Otto Simon coming in and Lerato.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for listening to our live official audio feed for the Cricket South Africa website. My name is Otto Simon, and with me is Lerato. The score is 195 for 2, start of the 41st over. It's Ayabonga Kaka over the wicket to Matthews, who just glides this one off her leg stump down to fine leg for a single. Score moves on to 196 for 2. Welcome, Lerato.
Thanks, Otto. Great to be here. I think we're in for a very exciting last 10 overs. Got 2 well-set batters in, and yeah, I think we're going to see some fireworks.
Hopefully we see some wickets as well. Doton on 126, Matthews on 46. Doton now facing Ayabonga Kaka, who's over the wicket, and this one just defended back down to the pitch to the bowler for no run. Second ball gone of the 41st over, and Ayabonga Kaka bowling her 7th over. That one spat up a little bit, the bounce surprising Doton there. She just manages to get on top of that on an off-stump line. This one is on middle stump, and it is beautifully played down to the deep mid-wicket boundary where Shabnim Ismail can't stop the boundary. It's another 4 to Deandra Doton. She moves on to 130, and it's 200 runs up for the West Indian women here in the 41st over. 253 balls. Rate achieved now up to 4.9. So Doton is ruling the roost here at the Wanderers. She is setting up a huge score here for her country, for the West Indian women, after they were put into bat by South Africa this afternoon. And over the wicket comes Ayabonga Kaka again. This one is an on drive straight to the fielder at long on for a single. Doton 131 now. Matthews on strike. 2 balls to go in the 41st. 201 for 2.
If we have a look at the bowling options available to the captain, Luis, until that end, you've got the speed seamers who are left. You've got Ishmael, Klaas, and Laba, also the off spinner.
And Kaka in again to Matthews, full outside off stump, driven straight to extra cover for no run.
Each have 3 overs left, which is no room because Sune is done with her 10 overs. So everybody really needs to stick to their plans and make sure they execute to keep the score at a reasonable, chaseable target.
Yep, that's correct. It's going to be interesting to see how Sune Lees uses her bowlers here. Ayabonga Kaka over the wicket to Matthews. This one is driven straight past the bowler on the onside of the non-strikers' wickets for a single. It was a good-looking shot, but just didn't get too much power on it. Matthews moves on to 47, 202 for 2 after 41.
It's great over. I think, that rain delay would have given both sides an opportunity to reset. For West Indies, they've got 2 batters in. They would have want to make sure that they get in and make sure they get that big total to give their bowlers something to work with. And for South Africa, I think, breaking this partnership really gets them into that lower order that, might not be quite as established or as experienced, and gives them that opportunity to restrict them to, a chaseable target.
So Masabata Klaas, after the rain, or after our commentary change, is going to be coming in from the golf course end to Matthews, who's on 47, start of the 42nd over. She's over the wicket to the right-hander. This one is driven, but there's 2 fielders converging between extra cover and mid-off for a single. Now, you're exactly right. This partnership now, 143 runs. Massive, massive partnership here for the West Indian women. And it was quite a dodgy situation when they came together, but Doton has been absolutely in imperious form. She's on 131, facing Klaas now. Wide outside off stump, and it's a flash by Doton. It goes through vacant third, fourth slip area just behind Gully through to the third man boundary for a 4. Yet another boundary for Deandra Doton. That is her best score against or in any ODI, and her previous best 132. She's now on 135. So congratulations to her. 207 for 2 balls gone in the 42nd.
Absolutely sensational from Deandra Doton. I think she's really shown her class here with this innings, has really held this batting lineup together for the West Indies.
Yeah, and scoring at a blistering rate as well. As Klaas goes into it down the leg side, that'll be wide. Doton tried to guide it to third man. We've got a backward square leg on the boundary. Nothing fine here, but that will be a wide. We've also got deep mid wicket, cow corner on the boundary, long on and mid on. So mid on is up inside the ring, long on the boundary, long off, and then backward point cover, extra cover, third man inside the ring as well for Klaas coming in over the wicket to the right-handed Doton. This one is full on middle, and it's past a diving mid on for an easy single down to long on. Doton goes to 136. Matthews now on strike on 48, 209 for 2, and the partnership one short of 150.
I'm surprised that Doton's only got 300s in her ODI career, coming in the order and being as explosive as she is. I really thought she would have more to her tally.
Yeah, I was also surprised to see that third ODI 100. Klaas into Matthews, full on off stump, and this one is just deflected to backward point, no run, single taken, excuse me. Matthews onto 49. That's the 150 run partnership between Deandra Doton and Matthews, Hayley Matthews. Wonderful work there by these two. Matthews herself has also only got 200s before this game, 550s. So if she gets one more, Doton is facing now, but she's on 49, looking for her 6th ODI 50. Klaas into Doton, and she tries to scoop this one, but it just hits her on the pad outside off stump and bobbles out to the keeper for no run.
That
210 for 2.
Yeah, that 150 partnership coming off 150 balls, it just shows you the intensity which they were batting in. They're really putting it to the bowlers and not taking any chance to let them, get the advantage.
Yeah, the South Africans need some wickets to get back into this game. At the moment, the West Indian women in total control. Klaas comes over the wicket, right arm to Doton. This one is short of a length, outside off stump. Doton tries to heave it out to cow corner, but she gets a bottom edge back to the bowler for no run. End of the 42nd over, 210 for 2. Thank you so much for listening. Do tweet us in. We will be checking your tweets in a few moments. And thank you so much for listening. Thank you for all the support that you've been giving us. Wherever you're listening from, do let us know. We're on cricket.co.za/live, the official digital audio broadcasters for Cricket South Africa during this series. We're also on 1WSR.com, Facebook, and YouTube as well as One World Sports Radio. And now it will be Ayabonga Kaka to continue right on over the wicket, full on leg stump, hits Matthews on the pad and going down leg, full onto her legs there, and no damage done. So almost exactly the same field as we had for Klaas, except it looks to me like backward square leg is a bit finer now at fine leg. As Ayabonga Kaka comes over the wicket, this one is a beautifully clipped off a good length as Hayley Matthews strides forward, clips this one to long on, gets to her 50, and that is her 6th Women's ODI 50, along with her 2 centuries. Well done to Hayley Matthews. A very nice supporting role here to Doton, who was just murdering everything that was in her range. And she herself, for 59 balls, that 50.
It's important to know she came in at a very difficult time just after Stefanie Taylor was out injured.
Ayabonga Kaka full just outside off stump and driven down to long on for an easy single by DeAndre Doton. And Doton moves onto 137. The score is 212 for 2, 3 balls to go in the 43rd. And Ayabonga Kaka bowling her 8th over. She's conceded 54 and taken a wicket. Over the wicket now to Matthews, full on off stump, driven straight to extra cover. It looks like Mignon du Preez there. She got, looks like she fell down onto the ball, injured herself there a little bit, but she's up and there's no run.
Yeah, I was just looking at the records, and the highest score for South Africa West Indies in South Africa is 235 for 6 in 50 overs.
Kaka full on middle and just blocked out by Matthews to square leg, where it's fielded for no run.
And that was scored back in 2015, 2016 in East London. And we've got about 7 overs left, and the West Indies are on 212. They'll be looking to pass that for sure, and certainly targeting maybe 250. Definitely.
That will be a decent score on this wicket, given the performances we've seen from batting sides this season. Kaka full once again on middle and leg, and it's just clipped off her legs down to deep mid-wicket by Hayley Matthews for a single. Shabnam Ismail fielding there. That's the end of the 43rd over. 213 for 2. Matthews on 51. She retains the strike with that single. Doton on 137. And doesn't look like she's in the mood to lose her wicket at all. She looks really in control of her game at the moment.
Definitely. It's been such a well-paced innings. You know, it wasn't easy to bat up front. She absorbed the pressure, she bided her time and capitalized on the loose balls. And now she's set her eyes in and she's really going after everything that she can.
A big challenge waiting here for the Proteas women top order to see if they can chase down whatever the score will end up being. 7 overs left now of the 50. Luckily, with the rain delay, we didn't lose any overs. Looks like it's Masab. Let's see who's that. Might be a bowling change here. We'll just make sure for you. Might be Shabnam Ismail that's back into the attack. She's got 3 overs left.
Still looks like it's
still Masabata class. Okay, we're quite a long way away from the players here. Yes, it is Masabata class, right? Arm over the wicket to Hayley Matthews. Short and outside off stump, and this one is slapped down to long on and caught on the boundary. What a shot by Hayley Matthews. Just couldn't get enough on it. The batters did cross, but it is the break that South Africa wanted. 213 for 3. Hayley Matthews caught by Chloe Tryon at long on, bowled by Masabata class for 51 off 63 balls.
Matthews took the initiative there, using her feet going down the track, but it just held out to Tryon there. But again, a really well-played innings by her. Like we said, she came in with just after Stephanie Taylor was injured, so she had to really reconsolidate with Doton, who was the set batter in, and she's played her part because she's definitely given her team the foundation to put on a solid total here at the Wanderers.
That's correct. Given the match situation when she came in and the match situation now, that's good work by Hayley Matthews. Decent strike rate, and that brings Shemaine Campbell to the wicket. Let's see, what is her figures like there? Have you got them?
Yeah, Shemaine.
Let's go.
There you go.
87 matches, 74 innings, 16 not outs, 1,121 runs, highest score of 105 at an average of 19.32 and a strike rate of 56.93. She's got 101.50, Shemaine Campbell. If she gets another 50 in this match, it's going to be epic. Doton just defends this one out to long on for a single, and that will bring the new lady, Shemaine Campbell, for the West Indies on strike. 214 for 3 and 4 balls to go in the 44th over. Doton moves to 138.
Shemaine Campbell played really well in that warm-up match a few days ago. She scored 42, so she'll be carrying some of that momentum, some of that confidence into this match and really looking to close off this innings in a positive way.
Now, with Knight retired hurt, it is a bit of a skewed figures here. Class over the wicket to Campbell. She plays this one out to mid-on area for a single. Because Campbell now in at 6 I mean, they've got to try and swing for the fences now. There's quite a large space on the onside to get the singles, but it looks like the Proteas women are tempting the West Indies women here with some space behind the ring fielders on the offside. Let's see what DeAndre Doton can do here. Klaas over the wicket to Doton. She cuts this one straight to cover for no run, off the back foot, back of a length on middle stump. 215 now for 3. 2 balls to go in the 44th over. Campbell off the mark with 1. And Doton still on 138.
I tell you what, though, she's quite used to batting with the lower order, Campbell. She's got a record of the most runs coming in at 7, which was 107. So she can definitely wield the willow if needed.
Doton plays this one straight down the ground to mid-off, and there's a misfield on the boundary by Shabnim Ismail diving to her right to try and cut that off, but it's another boundary for DeAndre Doton. She's up to 142 now. Score is 219 for 3. This one was full outside off stump, and Doton just leaning back and smoking that through mid-on. No chance for Ismail there. 2 straight.
Absolutely. And Otto, again, this brings up, that reserves option. We've got Kaka and Klaas who've, gone for some runs in the absence of Kap.
Klaas in again to Doton on the leg stump, and it's just into the pads there, down the wicket. No run. End of the 44th over. 219 for 3.
It's really important for the coach to see what his other bowlers can do. And, this is the ideal situation. The pressure is on, the batsmen are in, they're going after them. So it's really important for them to see what they can bring out here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Sunay Lees also new to the captaincy role in women's ODIs. And it'll be very, very interesting to see how she handles these last 6 overs. Kaka has got 2, Klaas has got 2 left. She's definitely keeping Ismail back. I think Ismail is into the attack now, yes. Yeah. She's being handed the ball there by Lees, and having a chat to her bowler is the captain, Sunay Lees, as Shabnam Ismail prepares to come over the wicket. And so far, she's conceded 15 runs, 2 maidens, 1 wicket, 7 overs.
Brilliant figures.
Given the run rate achieved here of 5 runs and over, the West Indies definitely treating Shabnam Ismail with the necessary respect. She's one of the more experienced people in this side with 110. This is her 111th ODI. She'll be going to Campbell and coming in from the call-it drive end. Mid-off, mid-on, shortish mid-wicket, shortish extra cover, backward point, and this one is cut straight to that fielder at backward point. Point sweeping on the boundary as well, mid-wicket, quite close, about 4 pitch widths away. Third man, fine leg, and deep mid-wicket as well for the right-hander. So good first delivery there by Ismail.
It's a good move by the captain. I think, Kaka and Klaas were really leaked runs in the last 2 overs, so she just wants to pick back that run rate and really build up some pressure.
Ismail past the umpire to Campbell, and this one is slower ball outside off stump, just defended out to point for a single. Score moves on to 220 for 3. Lees brought Ismail back there in the middle overs to try and break that partnership between Doton and Matthews, and that didn't work out, but she didn't concede a lot of runs, so Lees had no choice. She had to keep Ismail back for the final overs. As you mentioned, no Marizan Cup in the side, so that would have been the ideal situation for Lees if she had Ismail and Cup at the back end, but not that luxury available. That luxury not available to her today. 220 for 3, 4 balls to go in the 45th. Cup into Doton, and this one is just defended off the leg stump out to a wideish mid-on. They come back for the second, and they make it easily in the end. There was a bit of a yes, no, maybe, but in the end, Campbell came through there for the second. 222 for 3.
Are your feet up?
I'm not a West Indies supporter, so no, my feet are not up. The West
down.
Indies supporter, feet in the air. 212 for 3. 222 for 3, excuse me. Doton on 144, Campbell on 2. Ismail for the 4th ball of the 45th over to Doton. This one is outside off stump, backward of a good length. It just played lazily down to long off for a single by Doton. She's creeping closer to that 150 mark. That will be something if Doton not only goes past her best score but gets a 150. Campbell on strike now, and long on is coming into the ring. Fielding change there. Squarish fine leg or backward square leg. Ishmael in short to Campbell, hooks this one down to square leg, where backward square leg runs around to cut off the 4. Bit of a fumble in the field, but we'll keep it down to 2. It's a good throw coming in there to the keeper's end. And we've lost the scoreboard there. Let's check for you. That must be 224 for 3 at the moment, as Shabnim Ishmael is ready to come in again to Campbell. Past the umpire, over the wicket, outside off stump and left alone and signalled wide. It's in fact 225 for 3, so they took 3 runs off that last delivery. And the South African women bowling their 12th wide of the innings, already 2 extra overs, 1 ball to go in the 45th. Shabnim Ishmael now conceding 22 runs for the 1 wicket and about to bowl the last ball of her 8th over to Campbell, who's on 4. This one is full on Midland leg and just evades the fielder at shortish mid-wicket. They come back for the second and the throw is good, but so is the running between the wickets. End of 45 overs, 228 for 3.
It's been interesting to see Doton. She hasn't really, brought out any panic. She's still going about her innings very, very cleverly. I think, probably waiting for the later overs when, some of maybe perhaps Ishmael will be bowled out or, trying to go after some of the other less experienced bowlers. So it's very mature and it really shows her experience in this lineup.
Oh, yes. This is a phenomenal performance by DeAndre Doton. I was quietly hoping that I wouldn't be commentating while she was still batting, but she is tough as nails and a legend of the West Indies game and of world cricket. DeAndre Doton, very experienced and showing exactly what she's made of here today. 145 not out as she faces Masabata Class, bowling her final over, start of the 46th. This one is driven to long on by Doton off a full ball, and they take a single down to long on, 229 for 3.
We've really been treated to a masterpiece. I actually remember I was there to watch her first century that she scored in T20 here in South Africa. And it was just, T20 cricket was just coming into the country and into the world really. And to just see the way she blasted that attack, it was phenomenal. And, again, we've just witnessed her greatness here.
Absolutely right. Mid-off coming up and third man down to the boundary as Class goes to Campbell, full outside off stump, and they will take a quick single down to long on. There was a bit of hesitation in the field by Ayabonga Kaka. Maybe could have cut that one off, but they take the single. Doton is back on strike. 45, 2 balls gone in the 46th over, 230 for 3. It's such a pleasure and a privilege to be watching a legend of the game like DeAndre Doton showing her best work here at the Wanderers. Class over the wicket now to Doton. Wide outside, off stump, slapped just past extra cover down to the long off boundary for 4. And 150 on the board for DeAndre Doton. 234 for 3 for the West Indies women. She acknowledges the cheers from her teammates here and everybody applauding the sparse crowd that we do have here at the Wanderers. Remember that the stadium is open for spectators. You can bring a pair of school shoes and get some tickets in exchange for your donation of a pair of school shoes here at the Wanderers. So that's an awesome gesture from the Central Gauteng Cricket organization here, and it looks like we might have another rain delay. We're a bit insulated here, otherwise I would have been able to hear the drops hammering down onto the roof here at the Caller Drive end, but that will be another rain delay. 234 for 3 with 3 balls to go in the 46th over. So let us.
No, I was saying that's his walk-off, a standing ovation for Doton. She'll get one now, and I'm sure she'll get many more to come. But her teammates are just showing the appreciation they have for her and this incredible performance.
Yes, it's absolutely phenomenal innings by Doton so far. She's not done yet. She's still got 4.5 overs to go. She's on 150. What a marvelous milestone. And I'm sure it'll be a performance that I will never forget. And I'm sure she will also cherish this memory of scoring a mammoth total like that at the Wanderers. So I think we're going to go on to our podcast again while we wait for the ground staff to cover the wicket and while we wait for the rain to go away. Hopefully we won't lose overs, but I think if we have another 15, 20 minutes, we might be losing some. So our producer will no doubt have some content for us during the break.
It'll be a good 15, 20 minutes if it is for Sune and her team to just regroup.
We'll have some archives playing for you in the meantime, so do enjoy that, and we'll be back with you very, very shortly. So here at the Wanderers, 234 for 3, with DeAndre Doton on 150 and Campbell on 7 not out.
Life is lazy, life is sweet when January comes. As long as one team's bowling and the other's making runs. I know as soon as I wake up if it's my lucky day. If the cricket's on the ABC, then everything's okay. And the cricket's on my radio, and everybody's laying low. As long as there's a game somewhere, that's all I need to know. And there's cricket on my radio. lazy, life is sweet when January comes. As long as one team's bowling and the other's making runs. I know as soon as I wake up, if it's my lucky day, if the cricket's on the ABC, then everything's okay. And the cricket's on my radio, and everybody's laying low. As long as there's a game somewhere, that's all I need to know. And there's cricket on my radio.
Welcome back to the South Africa versus West Indies Women's Series. This is the talk. We are coming to you live from the Imperial Wanderers Stadium. The covers are off, the umpires are on the field, and the players are ready to get back to exciting cricket. The target has been adjusted, with South Africa needing 204 runs in 29 overs. With me, Sean Mez. With me, Sean Mez, is Josh Van Rieder. Right, the umpires have taken the field, and we are looking forward to what will be a very exciting chase, where from the get-go, the Protea women will have to get going.
Yeah, no, thank you for having me, Sean. I'm happy to be here, but yeah, definitely going to need to get off to a good start. I think 204, 29 overs, definitely gettable, especially at the Wanderers, but we're going to have to get off to a good start. I don't know what you think.
They will have to get to a good start, but as we saw, Deandra Doton didn't get off to the greatest of starts. But once the scoreboard started ticking, she capitalized, and a phenomenal innings of 150 runs.
Definitely agree with you. I think she can go to bed happy tonight, getting that new personal best. Very, very great knock. I just feel like scoreboard pressure, it's always good to try and stay on the run rate. So that's what I meant when I said I think we need to get off to a good start. But yeah, 29 overs, still a lot of cricket to be played. So interested to see how we go from here.
Opening the batting for South Africa, we've got Laura Wolfhard, who will take the first ball, with the openers starting from the golf course end. And Wolfhard's partner is Tasman Brits. You know, she's an accumulator of runs, but she also has a power game. Opening the bowling for the West Indies, we have Shamilia Connell, 46 matches under her belt with an average of 46.7, and phenomenal bowler that she is. Her stats don't necessarily say it, but lots of talent here within this West Indies lineup.
Definitely agree with you there, Sean. Very experienced camp, if I could say that. A well-oiled machine, if you will.
You know, they were coming back from the global qualifiers, so they do have some cricket under their belts, but they will want to, you know, test themselves against one of the best nations in the world, in world cricket. It's an experienced South African team. They know what they want to do. They have the experience under their belt. So scoreboard pressure could get to the South Africans, but we do have mature level heads with Laura Wolfhard and Tasman Britt. So it will be interesting to see how they go about this chase.
Definitely. Don't want to put a commentator's curse down, but really, really keen to watch Wolfhard bat, eh? One of my more favorite bats people to watch.
She has a beautiful cover drive. So
best in cricket.
We last week we do have some Indian fans that could argue Virat Kohli has a better one, but Laura Wolfhard, for me, her cover drive is textbook.
Yeah, it's out the coaching manual. That elbow goes right up through the line. It's amazing to watch.
Easy on the eyes.
Definitely.
It is great. Right, Shamila Connell has a very standard field. Third man out on the boundary, one slip. Fine leg is in a ring. Backward point. There is a cover. An extra cover. There's a deep cover sweeping on the boundary, mid on, mid off, and a mid wicket. This field set gives the impression that she will be wanting to bowl outside off. Connell passes the umpire, coming over the right arm over the wicket. It's a full-length delivery, well outside the off stump. Hits just to the left of the cover sweeper, who has to run in and get it, and that gets Laura Wolfhard off the mark with 2 runs.
And as we talk about it, cover drive first ball. Oh, couldn't have had a better start.
That will definitely ease the nerves, get the confidence up. As we all know, cricket batting is a confidence game.
Most definitely.
And Shamila Connell coming in from the golf course end. It's back of a length, outside the off stump. Laura Wolfhard just guiding it to the third man boundary for 1 run. That's the score at 3 for no loss. Wolfhard on 3, and Tasman Brits yet to face her first ball.
I reckon she'll be looking to try and get off the mark as quickly as Wolfhard did, try to settle the nerves. It's going to be a testing time out there first up. We'll have to wait and see.
Tasman Brits, it takes some time to get started, but is very strong on the ball. Connell coming in over the wicket, and it's a full delivery outside the off stump, half volley that Tasman Brits drives past extra cover for 4. Past brilliant shot. Talk about getting off the mark.
There we go, in style.
Tasman Brits showing that the high run rate or required run rate of just under 7 now is gettable.
Most definitely. I just think got to keep the scoreboard ticking, especially under lights. The ball's going to come onto the bat nicely. Just keep it ticking and try and stay with the rate.
Connell past the umpire. It's a fuller length delivery well outside the off stump. And Tasman Brits steps out, covers her off stump, and lets that one go through to the keeper. The score is 7 for no loss after 4 balls in this first over. South Africa need 197 to win with 170 balls left. Tasman Brits is a class player, hasn't really got off to her international start that she would like. Connell coming in from the golf course end. It's a shorter delivery, which Tasman Brits just guides that down to the third man boundary for 1 run, bringing the score to 8 for no loss.
Slightly uppish that, I reckon. I don't know if you can see who's fielding at first slip. Is that Doton there at first slip?
That's a Hayley Matthews. First slip.
She would have been eager to get some hands on that one, but it's just wide of the slip catcher.
Connell will be very excited at those scenes. She comes in, back of a length, and Laura Wolfhard just rocking onto the back foot, letting the ball hit the bat and go quite wide of the backward point fielder for 1 run. That brings the end to the first over. The score is 9 for no loss. Laura Wolfhard is on 4 with Tasman Brits on 5. South Africa need 195 runs to win of 28 overs.
I don't know about you, Sean, but I think job done first over. Definitely just settle the nerves, and I mean we're on the rate. I know it's only 1 over, but that definitely does something mentally and in the Protea camp. Like we're off to a good start. We're on the rate. Nerves will be settled, and they'll be looking forward to just keep things ticking over and see what we can do.
Coming in from the caller drive end, we've got Shakira Salman, who will take the overs from this end. Facing will be Laura Wolfhard. The field set is similar. There on the boundary, we've got third man and deep cover sweeping along there on the offside boundary. one slip, fine leg in the ring, backward point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, and a mid-wicket. Salman coming right arm over the wicket. It's a full-length delivery, and Laura Volvaart does a great cover drive, but straight to the fielder at extra cover.
Definitely out the screws first ball, but also nice for Salman to see a little bit of shape early on, away from the bat. I think that always excites you as an opening bowler.
Now this will be the competition. Will Laura Volvaart play at everything, or will she occasionally leave? Salman past the umpire. It's a full-length delivery on leg stump, almost a Yorks. Laura Volvaart, who manages to keep that out. It's on the leg stump, and she manages to parry that to the fielder at fine leg for 1 run, bringing the score to 10 for no loss.
I think that's well bowled first up. Definitely looking to hit a fuller length. She must be trying to swing the ball now under the lights. If I look at the lengths of the first two, so interested to see how she goes about the rest of this over.
On this track, it's always a little bit easier to chase.
Yeah.
So Salman in.
Shot.
Great. That's a full length delivery outside, well outside the off stump. Britt muscles that through the extra cover fielder. She just manages to get her hand, slowing it down and reducing it to just a single as the sweeper on the offside cleans up and saves that one.
Yeah.
Great fielding there. But that was hit out the screws.
Yeah, Britt's definitely opting for the more brute force approach to the way she cover drives a cricket ball.
Connell, that is a fuller length delivery on off stump, and Laura Volvaart just defends that, and Salman, doing her own fielding there.
There we go.
But, Tasman Brits is definitely the aggressor here.
No, and what I like is both of those drives have come straight out the middle of the bat. So she seems to be hitting her straps early on. Excited to see how we go from here.
Salman past the umpire. It's a full length delivery, and Laura Volvaart just guides that between the fielders at extra cover and point for single to the fielder on the sweeper boundary. That brings the score to 12 for no loss. Laura Volvaart on 6 and Tasman Brits on 6 as well.
That's interesting. Starting off with a sweeper, but you'd think that they know Brits and Volvaart are both very strong through the offside. So actually pretty smart. Just to rather give them 1 than 4 early on. So well bowled.
That is Salman coming in, another fuller delivery on middle and off, where Brits just drives that to mid on for no run, bringing the end to the second over, with the score is 12 for no loss. Volvaart and Brits both on 6 runs. South Africa need 192 runs to win off 27 overs. The run rate required is 7, and the rate achieved is 6.
Yeah, I think early days. Definitely going to have to look to capitalize early on in the batting power play. I reckon. I think getting off to a good start here is crucial for the middle over period.
Connell continuing from the golf course end, and it's a full delivery. Yorks Laura Volvaart and takes out her leg stump. Right, a great ball from Shamila Connell. And that is the first wicket down for South Africa. That brings the score to 12 for 1. Laura Volvaart 6 runs off 8 balls. Ooh, that wasn't so much a Yorker, but it seems that it nipped in a little bit to a great ball. Laura Volvaart playing all around it as it came in crashing into her leg stump.
Looking at the big screen now, Sean, that was actually a really decent delivery. Coming back off the seam, always tough. Early on, yes, we've seen a few decent cover drives, but you'd feel that they're not entirely set at the crease yet. So that's what you want as a bowler: hit the top of the stumps. And well bowled.
That was a phenomenal ball, and playing to their plan. Outside off, and then just bring that one a little bit straighter, enticing the drive and letting the ball nip off the surface. and get the desired result.
Definitely, and exposing the gap between bat and pad as we saw there. So well bowled. I think that's very smart cricket from the West Indies camp. They'll be happy with that start.
The new batter in is Laura Goodall. The left-hander comes in, has some really good experience, and will need to steady the ship here. Back up Tasman Brits, allow for the scoreboard to keep ticking, and get this run chase back on track. And Lara Goodall is a left-handed batter, and Shamila Connell will continue from over the wicket. It's a back of a length delivery coming across the left-hander, missing off stump by a mile, and Lara Goodall just leaves that to go to the keeper. We see a field change, however. The sweeper has come in into a gully position. So there's a one slip, a gully, backward point, cover, mid on, mid off, mid wicket, fine leg on the boundary, as well as third man. Connell continues from the golf course end. It is a full delivery, but well wide, close to that wide line. And Lara Goodall just hits it straight to play in the covers.
Yeah, I think I'm happy to see the gully in from a West Indian standpoint, taking the ball away from the left-hander. I think definitely the West Indies goal is to take wickets early on. So good that they've gone for that attacking option. Goodall going to have to leave well outside off here. Shot.
Connell coming in, and it's a full-length delivery on off stump. Lara Goodall hits it straight back past her and hits the stumps. We'll be disappointed she didn't get it left or right, because that was almost a guaranteed boundary.
Sean, I mean, we've only been out here for what, 2.4 overs. We've already seen some cracking drives. The ball must be coming onto the bat beautifully.
Oh, this is fantastic stuff. The South Africans will want to hit the ball on the ground, get it a bit weight harder for the bowlers. As Connell comes in from the golf course end, it's a short delivery that goes well over Lara Goodall's head, and it was signalled as a wide. That there is one for the over. The score is 13 for 1. South Africa still requiring 191 to win, and they lost Laura Wolfhard, a key wicket for the West Indians. They would have wanted to target her early on, and working to their plan, they got her. Connell continuing from the golf course end. It's back of a length, about fifth stump line, and Lara Goodall just leaves that and goes to the keeper for no run.
Yeah, I mean, I think Goodall had the short ball coming. I know no fast bowler likes to be driven down the ground. Just unlucky for Goodall that the stumps got in her way, but that remains to be seen. No fast bowler likes to be driven down the ground, so it makes sense. Makes a lot of sense, Sean.
Connell coming in past the umpire. Oh, it is outside the off stump, nips across Lara Goodall, and she plays and misses. And that is a dot ball to end the third over. The score is 13 for 1. Wolfhard went out for 6 in this over. Brits currently on 6. Goodall yet to get off the mark. South Africa still needing 191 runs off 26 overs. Connell would say she got lucky with the ball that hit the stumps. A little bit full there.
Yeah, very, very lucky actually. Nothing worse as a batsman driving the ball down the ground and the stumps get in your way, because that ball had 4 written all over it. So yeah, she'll consider herself lucky, but I think besides that, a pretty decent over. Obviously picking up the wicket, and the rest was all on the money from there. So yeah, I think ultimately just maybe over pitching one, but the rest all on the money. So good scenes for her.
Salman being very particular about her field set, coming in, continuing from the corner drive end, adjusting her fielders who she wants where, and she now has a deep mid wicket for Tasman Brits, has brought in the third man fielder, taken out the slip, and has put a deep mid wicket. Knowing that Tasman Brits is strong on the leg side, she will want to cover that. The first ball was a full-length delivery on the off stump. Tasman Brits just defending it, and the extra cover fielder doing the fielding for no run. Salman continues from the corner drive end. It's a short delivery, and Tasman Brits just rocks onto the back foot and square drives that, but it goes straight to the fielder at point. She would feel that she missed out on that one.
No, most definitely. I feel like that was definitely short, on the shorter and wider side from Salman. As an top order bat, you definitely want to put that away, especially with third man up in the circle. So she'll definitely feel like she missed out there.
Salman continuing. It's a fuller length delivery outside the off stump, and Tasman Brits drives at that there, plays hard and gets the outside edge, but just wide of the keeper, right? And it travels all the way to the boundary for 4. Welcome runs for South Africa, bringing the score to 17 for 1. Brits now on 10. Goodall yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, definitely. I think we'll take them as they come from a South African standpoint. Doesn't really matter how the runs come. It just says 4 in the scorebook, Sean. Yeah.
Tasman Brits maybe wanting to play a little bit too straight with that one. I think should have just gone with it through the covers, got the single. Salman continues from the corner drive end. Back of a length, this ball is middle and off stump line. Brits driving that almost towards the mid-wicket region, and the field at mid-wicket stops that for a dot ball. Score remains 17 for 1.
Yeah, coming back to the previous one that went down to the third man boundary, I agree with you, Sean. It looked like she was trying to pierce this gap here between extra and mid-off, and the ball was a little wider, so I think sweep is a better option, but we'll take 4 runs in the end.
Salman, this one is a shorter delivery, and Brits playing it just underneath her ribs, defends it for no run, looking very comfortable at the crease at the moment, looking very confident, wanting to score runs for her team, for her country, as they go about this chase.
No, definitely. I think she's just waiting in anticipation for something to be in her area, and I do not think she's going to hold back. Waiting patiently.
Salman bowls back of a length on middle and off stump line. Brits playing under her eyes, and is very late with some soft hands. Goes right of the fielder at mid-off, and she scampers in for the quick single. That brings the end of the 4th over. The score is 18 for 1. Brits on 11. Goodall yet to get off the mark. South Africa still require 186 runs to win off 25 overs.
Yeah, I think it's always going to be a tough ask. I mean, when you get overs that only go for 4 runs, you know, the rate is ever climbing. That's why I reckon it's so important to make the most of the opportunities you get. So as Tasman Brits, you'd be upset cutting that ball in the last over to point. You'd want that to go away, but we're going to have to just keep going and take what's on offer.
Connell continues from the golf course end to Tasman Brits. It's a fuller length delivery. Brits drives it straight back to Connell, who just knocks it away from her. That ball was hit really hard. And a sign that Brits does not want to waste time. She wants to feel bat on ball.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, we're seeing a stroke of ball here by Brits. It just shows us that she's not looking to hang around, Sean. She's definitely looking to get things happening and get the ball in motion. So, yeah, exciting stuff here at the bull ring.
She is a true competitor, but so is Connell, passing the umpire. A full-length delivery strikes Tasman Brits on the pad, the ball pitching about middle and leg, but looks like continuing down the leg side, so probably would miss the stumps and a little bit too high. Good call by the umpire. The score remains 18 for 1. Brits still on 11. Goodall yet to get off the mark and runs to win 186.
Such a good channel that in white ball cricket, though. I mean, absolutely cramping the batsman for room. It's really not too much you can do with those kind of deliveries. So well bowled.
Connell past the umpire, it's back of the leg. Pitches just outside the off stump. Tasman just rocks onto her back foot and punches it, but goes straight to the fielder at point for a dot ball. Tasman Brits seems to want to is navigating that channel pretty well. Wants to hit a little bit squarer of the wicket, and just understandable with the length that Connell is bowling. As she comes through, it's a fuller length delivery on the off stump. Brits driving it back, absolutely drilling it, but Connell does her own fielding.
Yeah, and you know what? Connell made that look a lot easier than it really is. As a fast bowler, it's always hard fielding off your own bowling, and that ball got pumped, and pretty nonchalant about it. That's super stuff.
These days, fast bowlers can field anyway.
Yeah, and they've gotten a lot better off their own bowling as well. I've seen some crazy things lately.
Right, Connell comes in, back of a length on off stump line. Brits just pushes that to the fielder at extra cover for no run. Score still remains 18 for 1. Runs to win for South Africa is 186.
Run rate achieved dropping under 4. That's something that they're going to have to just be mindful of, just to keep the scoreboard ticking. Not necessarily scoring boundaries, but yeah, just keep that scoreboard ticking.
Connell pitches this one short. It's on off stump line, and Tasman Brits goes for the pull shot, but doesn't get the timing right, and can only hit that onto the ground to the fielder at mid-on. That brings the end to the 5th over. The score is 18 for 1. Brits is on 11, and Goodall yet to get off the mark. Yeah, so you feel that the bowlers, with the, you wouldn't, especially fast bowlers, you wouldn't call them anymore tail enders. Now they're lower order bats, and they're fielding in the slips and the covers. The level of athleticism in cricket across the board has been fantastic, and we have seen it today. The South Africans have extremely quick fielders throwing themselves around, stopping the singles, stopping for saving runs, and now we're seeing it here with the West Indian women.
Yeah, I mean, it's so amazing to see how the game progresses continuously. Like, everyone's trying to be in good shape and trying to be like the best athlete that they can be, so that you don't have any holes on the cricket field. I mean, everyone here shot.
Yeah, we've got Salman coming in from the corner drive end. It's a short ball, well outside the off stump, and Lara Goodall just crunches that towards the point boundary, but the fielder at cover sweeper manages to save that and keeps it down to 2 runs. That brings the South Africans to 20 for 1 and gets Goodall off the mark.
I think nerve settled there, off the mark. Nice little cut shot. She'll be happy with that. But yeah, coming back, Sean, like everyone's an athlete on a field these days. Like
Salman coming in from the corner drive end. It's a fuller length delivery. Lara Goodall just playing on the front foot, not getting all of it, playing it on the up, but manages to hit just wide of the fielder at mid-on and gets the single, bringing the score to 21 for 1. Goodall is on 3 and Brits is on 11.
That's more like it. Not seeing as much shape from Salman in this over. You reckon perhaps the ball's already gotten a little bit moist, or perhaps she's opting for a different strategy?
Salman continues. It's a full length delivery on middle stump, and Tasman Brits just punching that to the fielder at mid wicket for no run. I think that would be a plan that the South Africans thought about. Hit the ball on the ground for as long as possible and get that ball as wet so that it doesn't move around as much. And it's a little bit harder for the bowlers to grip.
Yeah, definitely. Especially when the spinners come on. That's always a nightmare to try.
Salman comes in, and it's a full-length delivery on middle stump, and Tasman Brits just lofts that, a check drive straight over the bowler's head for 6. Fantastic shot, Tasman Brits.
Top shot. You get the sense that this was brewing. This was a couple overs in the making. Tasman definitely did look like she was itching to put the ball away. So as soon as she got one up in the slot, I mean, that's clinically executed. What a shot over the top. Great stuff.
Tasman Britt is an accumulator of runs, but now she is showing that her power game. As Salman continues, it's the ball's back of a length, which is back of a length, and it's a middle and off stump line, and Tasman Britt just knocks that to the fielder at mid-on. She wants to take this game. She wants to take it forward, doesn't want to waste overs or waste balls, understands that now is the time to do it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think first power play, you can only have 2 outs. This is the time to try and capitalize on anything that's not in a good area. So very important.
Salman comes in. It's a short pitch delivery, middle and off stump line, and Tasman Britt's playing very late under her eyes and just works it over to the leg side for 1 run. That brings the end of the 6th over. It's 28 runs for 1. Tasman Britt on 18. Laura Goodall on 3. South Africa need 176 runs to win off 23 overs.
I mean, it's a tough one actually from a chasing perspective. I don't know if you agree with me, Sean. It's 29 overs. How do you go about it? Do you want to bat it like it's a T20? Do you want to bat it deep and see if you've got wickets in hand? Like it's a weird amount of overs to be batting for. Not really many formats at that length. So interesting to see how the Protea women are going to go about chasing this total down.
From what we can see, Tasman Britt is the aggressor. She wants to take the game forward. If it's in her arc, she's going to take it. She backs herself. She trusts herself. So she will, any bowler who's going to bowl there, she will take them on. And you can see she wants to keep the scoreboard ticking. She, as we say, she's an accumulator. If she's there, she accumulates runs. And if she's there for a long time, it will give you a big innings. Now she's showing her power game because she has to.
Yeah.
And Connell continuing from the golf course end. It's a short leg delivery over a leg stump. And Tasman Britt goes for the hook shot, but misses. Right, that is a dot ball and 1 for the over. Very exciting to see the Connell bowling short, aggressive, bowling at the batters, knowing that just to try and unsettle them.
No, definitely, and she's not afraid. She's showing she's not afraid to hold back, and I mean that ball came through very quickly onto Tasman Brits.
Connell continuing from the golf course end, past the umpire. It's a fuller length delivery on 4th stump line. Tasman Brits plays at it but misses. That is a dot ball. Very exciting stuff here. A good competition between Connell and Brits.
Yeah, most definitely. And you can see Connell's got her tail up. She is steaming in and she looks to be bowling a pretty decent pace as well.
This is exciting stuff
really
for
is.
the West Indies. If please, you can tweet us at the number one, World SR. Please tweet us. We'd love to hear from you and engage with us during this week. ODI has been a cracker so far. We have seen phenomenal innings from Deandra Doton earlier on today, as well as Hayley Matthews. We've seen some exciting cricket. Now we are seeing the South Africans into bat, needing at the beginning of this innings 204 to win of 29 overs. The current score is 28 for 1, with Laura Goodall and Tasman Britt batting. Britt is on 18, Goodall is on 3. The wicket lost was Laura Wolfart, who was dismissed by Connell for 6. Seems to, on the field right now, there's a bit of a delay in play where the zinger bails seem to be flashing a little bit.
You've got good eyes, Sean. I was wondering what the third ump was coming on for. Well spotted there, eagle eye.
As a batter, I'd know anything that happens near me. It will distract me, and you wouldn't want that, especially chasing a total like this.
No, for sure. To see that out your peripheral vision will be extremely distracting. But yeah, I think one thing that West Indies did really well in their batting innings was they built partnerships as they went along, and obviously that Doton Williams partnership, it really set the tone for their batting innings. So I think that's crucial from a Protea's perspective as well, is just to have batters that build partnerships, because chasing a total, coming in under pressure, it's always tough when you first get there. So building partnerships is crucial just to settle the nerves. You know what I mean?
Yes, Doton and Taylor batted well until Taylor unfortunately had to be retired due to being struck on the arm. It was a phenomenal shot by Deandra Doton, absolutely drilled back, and unfortunately Taylor had no time to move and got struck on the arm. But Doton went on with Hayley Matthews. Matthews getting a 50 and 52, and Deandra Doton finishing off at 150. Fantastic innings there. And you're very right. The partnerships that were built there set this total up. And who knows how much bigger it could have been if this game wasn't rain affected.
No, for sure. I mean, it was just something to watch Doton, the confidence that she had to play her strokes. I mean, that's only something you can do once you've built that partnership, and I mean, then the pressure is off. So it just goes to show you how important these things are from a batting perspective.
Right, play has continued here at the Wanderers. The bails have been fixed. Connell comes in, it's back of a length. Tasman Brits just rocks onto the back foot and punches it past the point fielder, but very quickly off the bat, where the cover sweeper fielder had to run round and do the cleaning up.
I don't know if I'm Connell, I'm not going to be too happy with that there point through the legs. You know, no fast bowler is going to be happy with a misfield like that, eh?
No, I have not met a fast bowler that's happy to get any runs scored off them, even if it's an edge.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Connell continuing. Laura Goodall on strike. This ball is well outside the off stump. Laura Goodall having a bit of a wild swing as it goes across her.
Pretty uncharacteristic stroke that. I know Goodall definitely likes to accumulate as well. So I just feel like the pressure of the run chase and things like that could lead to shots like this. So we're going to see things happen. It's definitely going to be an action-packed 29 overs, mark my words.
No. Connell continuing. The score is 29 for 1. Brits on 19. Goodall on 3. And Connell continuing from the golf course into Laura Goodall. This ball pitching back of a length. Go to pitching on fourth stump and moving away from Laura Goodall, who defends that but misses. Right, that is a dot ball. And what a ball it is. Very little foot movement there from Laura Goodall, almost putting her bat out there to hang. Very lucky it didn't catch the outside edge.
For sure. I reckon slightly beaten for pace. I mean, Connell looks like she's hitting the deck really hard at the present moment.
Connell coming in. This one's a fuller length delivery on middle and off, where Laura Goodall just drives it and towards the gap between mid-on and mid-wicket and manages to get the single. That's the end of the 7th over. The score is 30 for 1. Brits is on 19. Goodall is on 4. South Africa still require 174 runs to win off 22 overs. The Duckworth-Lewis pass score is 47. That is very key for South Africa. They will want to travel as closely to the Duckworth-Lewis pass score, especially if there is another rain delay.
No, definitely, and obviously we know with Duckworth-Lewis, keeping wickets in hand is crucial as well. But yeah, I mean it's been a pretty solid start. Obviously, losing the wicket of Wolfhard early on, it's not ideal. But other than that, you'd feel like the nerves in the South African dressing room have been somewhat settled. It looks like we got a bowling change here, Sean.
Yes, Chanel Henry coming from the corner drive end, replacing Shakira Selman. She's coming right arm over the wicket, if I'm correct. She's bowling to Laura Goodall, who is on strike. She has one slip. She passes the wicket, the umpire. It's back of a leg on off stump, and Laura Goodall just defends that. And Henry doing her own fielding.
I think that's a good start. Hitting back of a length just outside off. That's where you'd like to start, ideally as a seam up bowler.
Yes. Henry continuing from the corner drive end. Very attacking field here. Cover sweeper still on the boundary. Right, this one is on the up. Pitches just outside the off stump. Laura Goodall just rocks onto her back foot and drives it straight back past the bowler and her partner for 4. Great shot there.
Yeah, if you're Goodall, you're going to be happy with that, hey? Getting one slightly pitched up, but also not necessarily in the slot. I feel like that's really well weighted. Punch that on the up. Always nice hitting those back down the ground with mid-on and middle flap. Really good.
She has a good eye, and we can see it here. Henry continuing from the corner drive end. This is a fuller length delivery. Pitches on the 4th, almost 5th stump, and Goodall drives it, but straight to the fielder at mid-on. Disappointed there, especially given how good the last straight drive she had was.
Definitely, I think she'll be disappointed with the outcome, but on the other hand, happy with the contact that she made. It's just an indication that she's timing the ball really well. What a shot.
Right, the ball pitching on middle and leg, right, with fuller delivery. Goodall just clipping that off her pads over the mid-wicket fielder for 4. Fantastic shot, making it look easy, making it look good.
Very flamboyant. That's a left-hander for you, hey?
The score is 38 for 1. Brits on 19, Goodall on 12. Right, that has forced a fielding change. We have third man coming into the circle. Fine leg is on the boundary. We have a deep mid-wicket, a long on, and the sweeper in the covers. Henry comes in. It is wide on 5th stump. Very full delivery, and the ball is hit straight to the fielder at mid-off, but there's a misfield there, and they managed to scamper in for the single, bringing the score to 39 for 1.
You know what I've noticed, Sean, a little bit off topic, but here at the Wanderers, without any spectators at the ground, you definitely hear the ball ping off the bat a lot harder, hey? It's making a lot of noise.
Tasman Brits on strike, facing Chanel Henry for the first time in this game. It is back of a length, but well outside the off stump. Tasman Brits just lifting her hands, getting it out the way, and letting that ball go through to the keeper. That is the end of the 8th over. The score is 39 for 1. South Africa require 165 runs to win. Brits is on 19. Goodall is on 13. You know, you're talking about the spectators, and I wouldn't say that the spectators are allowed.
Yeah.
So this is the first game in 2 years that we are allowed spectators in an international match. So if you are in Joburg and you want to watch some cricket, come and watch the Momentum Proteas. They are a phenomenal team, great record, and playing phenomenal cricket against another great team. So come on in. It is great. It is fun. Very exciting stuff here. And that will bring in a bowling change. Hayley Matthews coming in from the golf course end. She is a left arm orthodox spinner, and hopefully wanting to contain even more. I think if Goodall and Tasman Brits get going, they will definitely take this game away from the West Indians.
Yeah, no, I think it's going to be tough for Hayley. She's going to have to hit her straps early on.
Yeah, Hayley Matthews coming around the wickets to So she's right arm over, right arm around the wicket to Lara Goodall. It's a short, wide delivery that is hit to the cover boundary for 1 run. That brings the score to 40 for 1. Right, Tasman Brit's right-hander is on strike. The field set, there is a deep cover, sweeping that boundary. There's a long on, deep mid-wicket, a deep square, player at 45, mid-wicket, mid-off, extra cover and backward point. A little bit more conservative field there for Brits as Matthews comes in. It's a fuller length delivery on the leg stump, and Brits just knocks that past the diving fielder at mid-wicket for 1 run, bringing the score to 41 for 1.
Now, interesting to note that pretty much every player on the field's got a towel with him, and I mean you can see as soon as that ball got back to Hayley Matthews at the top of her run-up, it was straight into the towel. So there's definitely some moisture out on the field.
Matthews continuing from the golf course end, round to Goodall. It is short, and Lara Goodall, no foot movement there, chops it on to her stumps. Very disappointing there, given the start that she's had. A bit of a quicker delivery there from Matthews, and that ends Lara Goodall's innings. She has 14 runs of 17 balls, bringing South Africa's score to 41 for 2.
Yeah, I think possibly beaten for a bit of pace there. Matthews has looked to fire her sort of first 3 balls in, but that definitely looked like the quickest of the lot, just skidding on to the left-hander.
Goodall hasn't looked too comfortable in the beginning of her innings. Her feet haven't really moved much. That wouldn't have helped, and I think the West Indians noticed that early and said to Matthews, she's a lot taller than a lot of the girls, comes from a higher release point, so we'll get a little bit of extra bounce. So she can afford to bowl a little bit shorter, bowl a little bit quicker, rush the batter, especially the batter that's not moving their feet.
No, definitely.
That wicket does bring in the captain, Sunay Lees. She will be, I think, key. This partnership will be key.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there, Sean. It's going to be key to get a partnership built here, just so that we've got wickets in hand in the later stages as well.
Hayley Matthews coming over the wicket to right-hander Sunay Lees. It is a full-length delivery, and Lees just drives that to the cover boundary for 1 run, getting off the mark of her first ball. She will be delighted with that start. That brings the score 42 for 2. South Africa still needing 162 to win. Matthews continuing from the golf course end, past the umpire. It is a fuller length delivery. Tasman Brit has reverse paddled that one past the wicket keeper. The fielder at 45 or fine leg had to run round and do the cleaning up there. She gets 1 run for that. Oh, it's been called leg buys. Came off the arm of Tasman Brits, bringing the score to 43 for 2. Matthews continuing from the golf course end. It's a quicker ball, fuller ball on middle and leg, and Sunay Lees just defending that for no run. That is the end of the 9th over. The score is 43 for 2, with Laura Wolfart and Lara Goodall, who came out pretty cheaply, both of them. Brits is on 20 with Lees on 1.
Yeah, I think there you saw with the last ball of the last over with Lees on strike, they opted to take 45 and put her at slip. So West Indies obviously recognizing that Lees is a big wicket as well and looking to get her nice and early on. I like that slip position here under lights at the Wanderers. I think the ball's definitely going to skid on more than turn when you're bowling spin. So that slip fielder could definitely come into play.
We are seeing another bowling change from the West Indians. We have Karishma Ramarak. She is coming in from the caller drive end. She a little bit unknown, but we're very excited to see her. Hasn't played a lot of cricket.
Yeah, definitely haven't heard too much about her. I know that she bowls right arm off spin.
Right.
So interested to see how she goes about her business here.
We are very excited. She has played 3 matches. This is her 4th. She has taken 10 wickets in her career with an economy rate of 3.85. She'll be facing is Tasman Brits. Brits will want to attack here as Ramarak comes over the wicket. It's a full length delivery on off stump line. Tasman Brits just defending, and the fielder at mid wicket doing the cleaning up for no run. South Africa is still requiring 161 runs to win.
Yeah, and you can see that rate ever climbing. It's up above 8 at the moment. So crucial to keep the scoreboard ticking on now. And I think that Brits will definitely look to target the new bowler, Karishma Ramarak.
Okay, Ramarak coming in. It's a fuller length delivery, which was defended straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. Ramarak comes again over the wicket. It's a fuller length delivery. Tasman Brits advancing well outside the off stump and drives it straight to the fielder at extra cover for no run. The scores remained at 43 for 2, and runs required to win is 161. Tasman Brits wanting to take the game forward, wanting to get the scoreboard ticking. There has been a little bit of a lull as Ramarak comes in. It is well outside the off stump, back of a length. Tasman Brits rocking onto her back foot and driving it, punching it. The sound off the bat is incredible, and it goes very quickly to the fielder at mid-off for no run.
Oh, definitely ball seems to be coming off of Brits' bat very hard tonight.
Ramarak continues from the corner drive end and tosses it up a little with Tasman Brits going towards it and plays it a little bit too early and mistimes it, and it goes just over the fielder at mid-off, and Tasman Brits gets 2 runs for that one. Very lucky there, and bringing the score to 45 for 2, and Brits is on 22. Ramarak, this is the last ball of her over, past the umpire, fuller leg delivery to full toss, well outside the off stump. The Tasman Brits just flat bats past the fielder at mid-off, bringing the end to the 10th over. The score is 49 for 2. Tasman Brits is on 26. Sunay Lees is on 1. South Africa is still requiring 155 runs to win. Right, that will bring the end of the 10th over, and we're looking forward to see how these two are key partnership for South Africa to get through this. There will also be a change in commentary with Otto Simon and Jenna Searle coming in to the commentary box. Oh, very exciting. We have Hayley Matthews continuing from the golf course end.
Hayley Matthews in here to Sunelis from the golf course end. This ball full outside the off stump, and Sunelis takes a swing but doesn't get any bat on it. And no run is taken. The score is now 49 for 2 after 10.1. My name is Jenna Searle, and with me I have Otto Simon.
Thank you, Jenna. Thank you, everybody, for listening. Hayley Matthews in again from the golf course end, right arm over the wicket to Lees, who plays this off the back foot to a shortish extra cover region for no run. 49 for 2. 2 balls gone in the 11th over. Required rate now 8.3. 4.7 is the rate achieved. 155 to win off 112. Matthews in again, right arm over. Lees steps back onto the back foot once again, cuts this out to the point boundary. They take a quick single. 50 runs up for South Africa.
We saw Hayley Matthews with that breakthrough with the wicket of Laura Goodall. I think she's going to be a key bowler here for the West Indian team. and perhaps she can make another break and make sure that this partnership doesn't get anywhere.
Now, the West Indies have been very successful at slamming on the brakes here after a fair start. Haley in again to Brits, and Brits plays this one down to long on for a single. They think of a second, but Lee sends Brits back, and they only get the single there. 51 for 2 balls to go in the 11th over. And the Duckworth-Lewis pass score at the end of the 11th is 69 runs. And South Africa need 153 from 110. Haley now into Lee's. This one is on leg stump, and Lee's just works it out to forward of square leg. And once again, just a single, 1 ball to go in the 11th, 52 for 2.
The West Indian team is very animated out here on the field at the Imperial Wanderers Stadium. There's lots of chatter about on the field, high energies, which I think is building quite a lot of pressure on the South African team.
Yeah, and well, they should. They had an excellent batting performance from Doton as Matthew has come in to Brits. Reverse sweep past the fielder inside the ring at third, and that goes through to the third man boundary for a 4. Good shot.
Yeah, that's a wonderful option, especially when you don't have a third man in play to the off spinner. Lovely getting down onto that knee, reaching out forward and just taking that off stump and really getting that through the gap really well.
56 for 2 after 11 overs, and the Duckworth-Lewis score is on 74 after 12. I'm mentioning that because there is a weather system approaching. We're not sure what time it will hit, how fast it's moving, but in the meantime, South Africa need 148 of 108. The partnership here 15, and it will be Ramarak to continue from the caller drive end. She's going to be bowling to the captain, Sunay Lees, on strike. The fielders on the boundary, backward square leg, long on as Ramarak goes over the wicket to Lees. This one just defended off the back foot through the legs of the bowler, but mid-off picks it up. Sweeper on the boundary on the offside, deep mid-wicket as well. And then backward point, extra cover. Mid-off, as I mentioned, inside the ring. Mid-wicket and a fine leg inside the circle. Lees gets this one from Ramarak full on the leg stump, and it goes to the onside for no run. 56 for 2 is still the score.
We saw at the beginning of the innings to the South African openers that the opening bowlers of the West Indian team were very accurate on the Yorker, which is very effective for them.
They did a great job indeed. Ramarak to Lees once again. This one gets past the bowler on the onside and through to long on for a single. And we talked about this a little bit before we came on air, that it doesn't seem that there's a real urgency to turn the ones into twos. But having said that, this is a small ground, relatively small ground, even without the ropes in. So they're just not finding the spaces there for the twos like the West Indies batters did. So 11.3 overs gone, 57 for 2. Some adjustments in the field. Square leg coming inside the ring. Ramarak into Brits, and she drives this one through cover, and the cover sweeper will come around to fetch that. She wants the second one, but Lees is not interested, and it's 58 for 2.
Yeah, having said that about trying to take the second run, I think the West Indian boundary fielders have been excellent so far in this innings. They're really anticipating the ball and cutting the angle really well. So I think it's been quite difficult for the South Africans to change those ones into twos.
Yes, indeed. Ramarak to Lees, and she smashes this one straight to mid-off inside the circle, and there's no run. Good-looking shot, but straight to the fielder.
Yeah, I just think a change in contact point there from the South African batters could maybe get a gap easier.
Indeed, let's hope so. From a South African point of view, Ramarak into Lees. This one is driven on drive to long on for another single. That's the end of the 12th over, 59 for 2. Partnership now 18. Lees is on 5, Brits on 32. South Africa need 80 runs on the board at the end of the 13th, and they need 145 to win off 102.
Yeah, just looking at that rate that the South African team has managed to achieve thus far at 4.9, and the rate that they need to get to is 8.5. I do think that the West Indian batters started off slowly, but they definitely picked up their run rate towards the end of their innings. Hopefully, that's something that the South Africans can look at and look forward to. The longer they bat, the easier it will become.
Hayley Matthews now into Sunayli's off the back foot. She cuts this one past point, and the sweeper on the offside gets to the ball quickly once again, sends it back to the keeper, and there's only a single. 60 runs up in the after the first delivery of the 13th over.
Yeah, Sunayli's really not looking too eager to take that second run. I think every chance they've had, she's sent Tasman back into her crease.
Those wickets, the lack of wickets in the South African bowling innings, biting them back with the Duckworth-Lewis pass score, because the West Indies batters only managed to touch around 6 runs and over as Matthews comes into Brits, and she sends this one flying down to long on, and it's taken at long on, parried in the air, but taken there, and that is the end of Tamsin Brits. It's 60 for 3 after 12.2.
Yeah, the fielder there out at long on had a little bit of a wobble, but she managed to take that catch the second time round. A little bit too eager, I think, from Tasman Bridge trying to go over that fielder. I think there were better places in the field to try and hit that maximum boundary. But unfortunately, sometimes we must hit them and we just pick our fielders.
Yeah, she hit a similar 6 down the ground here in front of us from the other end. And I think she was trying to replicate that shot. But there was not enough pace on the ball that time, because that previous 6 she hit was off a fast bowler. So she scored 32 from 37 balls. So a very good strike rate and almost keeping up with the required rate there. But she's back in the hut, and it will be Mignon du Preez, we assume, according to the batting lineup, that will be joining Captain Sunay Lees at the crease. Lees is on 6 and runs to win 144 at the required rate of 8.6 off 100 balls. And at the end of 13 overs, South Africa need 87 for the DLS pass score. Matthews is in her 3rd over. She's now got 11 for 2. Wow, what a return there for her captain. And she's not somebody that you would look at before the match and say she's a wicket taker, she's a game breaker, but she's doing it here for the Windies. They only need, I think, 2 or 3 more wickets and they're into our tail, because we've got quite a long tail in this team.
Yeah, we do. We do see Mignon du Preez walking out of the tunnel here at the Imperial Wanderers Stadium. Also very quick between the wickets. She is, hopefully they can try and convert those singles into 2s if they manage to hit the gaps well enough.
Required rate only 8.6, but it's very, very difficult. Looks a very difficult task here for the Proteas women, for the Momentum Proteas team. Do tweet us in wherever you are in the world. Let us know where you're listening from. Thank you so much for listening. We do appreciate all the support. We are One World Sports Radio, broadcasting the official digital audio for Cricket South Africa on cricket.co.za/live. And you can also find us on Facebook and YouTube under One World Sports Radio. And on Twitter, we are at One World SR, 1WORLDSR for One World Sports Radio. And if you'd like to advertise on this platform, please do get in touch with us on 1WSR.com. We are looking for advertisers for this series and the upcoming tour of New Zealand, and then, of course, the Women's World Cup. And it is Matthews to continue to Sunay Lees. The batters crossed there. This one is defended off the back foot down into the pitch for no run, fielded by the keeper. Slip in here for Lees. 3rd man inside the circle as Matthews comes in again, right arm over the wicket. And Lees tries to just nurdle this one past that 3rd man inside the circle, but the ball goes through to the keeper, stumping attempted, but Lees was well back in her crease there. Bails were taken off by the keeper. Good to have that muscle memory working like that. 60 for 3.
Yeah, an interesting shot there by her. Not much intent there.
Matthews in again to Lees, off the back foot once again, and just the bottom edge into the ground to the onside, fielded by the keeper. Ball is about 2 or 3 paces away from the keeper now for 3 balls in a row. 1 ball to go in the 13th over, and it's 144 to win off 97. Matthews in now to Lees. This one is on the off-stump line, and it's getting an inside edge down to the fine leg area, and they just take another single there. End of the 13th, 61 for 3.
Yeah, Sunaylu's really not looking comfortable there against Hayley Matthews. The fall of that 3rd wicket, maybe putting some pressure there on the South African captain.
Now she's not looking comfortable. Mind you, very few of the South African batters really did look comfortable. It's quite humid and muggy, and maybe not the best time to be out there batting. Bit of a wet outfield maybe, making the ball a bit heavier, as you mentioned when we were talking off air there, Jenna. And now Ramarak will continue to Lees, who just works this to backward square leg for a quick single. First ball of the 14th over, 62 for 3. Required run rate is on 9 exactly.
Just a couple of things here for Mignon du Preez as she goes to face her first ball. She's played 142 ODIs and her high score of 116 not out with an average of 33.5. She has 217 50s.
And we need those runs from her today. She is one of the stalwarts of South African women's cricket. As Ramarak goes now to Mignon du Preez, this one is outside off stump and just played to extra cover for no run. And du Preez still on naught. So she's yet to get off the mark. Yeah, that was the first ball that she faced. Ramarak into Mignon du Preez on leg stump, and she drives this nicely down to long on. Just another single. 63 for 3. 3 balls to go in the 14th over. Required run rate now 9.1. Rate achieved is 4.7. 141 to win off 93. And the Duckworth Lewis pass score is 92 at the end of this. Ramarak to Lees. Sweep attempted. There's an appeal for LBW and given. Lees is out. LBW to Ramarak for 6. And it's 63 for 4. I don't think the game has reviews, Jenna, but I wouldn't review that anyway.
Nah, she picked the straight one there. She really stepped straight into that. I think too full to try and play the sweep shot on that particular delivery. Maybe going down the ground would have been a better option. But unfortunately, that's the game of cricket. And that sees a good breakthrough there from the West Indian team. We see Chloe Tryon come to the wicket. She has played 80 matches. She's played, this is her 80th match. She has a high score of 92, an average of 23. And she'll definitely be looking to make an impact here for the South African women and to get that run rate a little bit higher than it currently is.
And she's the last, I would say, dangerous batter here for the Proteas women. So maybe give herself half an over or so to get in. Ramarak into Chloe Tryon outside the off stump, and she leans forward on this one, goes to the sweeper on the offside boundary for a single. And that brings Mignon du Preez back on strike. They're both on 1, both South African batters now, Tryon and du Preez. 64 for 4 is the score. 1 ball to go in the 14th over, and that will be the end of Ramarak's third. She goes over the wicket to Mignon du Preez. Full outside off stump, flashes out, it does. Mignon du Preez, and the ball squirts off an outside edge down to the third man boundary. This time they come back for 2, and they Tryon wants to go for a third on the throw, but du Preez is watching the ball. She's not interested. Tryon will be on strike at the start of the 15th over, 66 for 4, and the required run rate now 9.2, 138 of 90 balls. It's going to be an epic partnership if these two can carry the Proteas close to that target. But it's looking more and more likely that the West Indies women will have DeAndre Doton to thank for a good performance here today. Let's hope that we get a fight here from the Proteas women, and they take it deep and they take it close. And I think for that to happen, these two need to stay together for the next 10 overs or so at least, as Tryon will now face Hayley Matthews, continuing from the golf course end. Forward defense by Tryon. There's half an appeal for LBW, but the ball just rolls down the wicket back to the bowler, and there's no run. So that was sort of a half-hearted defensive shot there by Tryon, still getting an eye in. Matthews bouncing up and down, coming in, and that one goes past the outside edge through to the keeper for no run. Tryon trying to cut that off the back foot.
Hayley Matthews has been particularly good at varying her pace, which has created some uneven bounce here at the Wanderers.
That's good work from her. Matthews wide outside off stump, left alone by Chloe Tryon through to the keeper for no run. So that this South African batting attack making it look very difficult to bat out there. Matthews in again over the wicket to Tryon off the back foot, cuts this straight to backward point, no run. So bowling to a field as well, it seems. Or are the batters picking out the fielders? I don't know.
It's probably a bit of both.
66 for 4, 2 balls to go in the 15th over, still 138 to win, but now with only 86. Matthews into Tryon this time. She comes forward a little bit to a straight one, gets this off her pads or her bat down to fine leg, and they take 2. They're thinking of a third, but that was definitely just the 2. 68 for 4, 1 ball to go off Matthews's 4th over. Every bowler has a maximum allocation of 6 overs, and one bowler will have 5. So they've already used 5 bowlers. As Matthews comes into Tryon, this one is played down the wicket, past the bowler, diving down to long on for a single. End of the 15th over, 69 for 4. Rate required now 9.6, 135 to win off 84. And at the end of the 16th over, the DLS pass score is 110. That's always a good barometer, at least, for a chase. So I think if we'd been 110 for 4, it would have been a different story here tonight. But the rate achieved only 4.6 so far. So the Proteas batters really struggling to get some runs on the board at a decent rate, or at the required rate. They're batting at the same rate as the West Indies. Ramarak continues from the corner drive end to Tryon, who's playing this one down to long on for a single. 70 for 4 now.
Just looking at the field, we have a backward point, an extra cover, a cover sweep on the boundary, mid-off, long on, cow corner, deep square, mid-wicket, and short 45.
Ramarak into Mignon du Preez. She tries to cut this one. Looks like that one stayed down a little bit, or the bounce deceived her there, and she just misses it through to the keeper. No run there. Ramarak is ready once again. These slow bowlers going through their overs really quickly. Mignon du Preez plays this one off the back foot down to the onside of the wicket where the bowler fields, and there's another dot ball. West Indies just keep piling on the pressure onto the Proteas batters here. No room to breathe, no room to move. Ramarak into Mignon du Preez. This one is full outside off stump. She drives this one, extra cover, dives to her left and manages to keep it down to 1. Good work there in the field. Good shot there by Mignon du Preez, almost beating the fielder in the ring at extra cover. 71 for 4, 2 balls to go in the 16th over. 10 runs per over now required. So 133 of 80 needed to win. Ramarak in to Tryon. This one is played straight back down the wicket to the bowler, fielded by the bowler. I think it was a bump ball, but there's no run. 71 for 4.
Yeah, the West Indian batters are really rushing the South African batters, and they don't really feel like they have time to settle, to get in, and the bowler's ready to bowl their next ball.
Ramarak into Tryon, works this off her pads, can't beat the fielder at fine leg inside the ring. End of the 16th over, 71 for 4. And the run rate required now, 10.2, 133 of 78.
Yeah, very good leadership here by the West Indian team. They're really working together very well. Quick in between balls and quick in between overs as well, which means that the South African batters are feeling very rushed, which is building a lot of pressure. contributing, I think, to the low run rate that they're currently achieving.
That and the wickets. They've already taken 4 and South Africa only managing 3. And if it weren't for Doton injuring her batting partner, Knight would have probably still be batting. So Mignon du Preez faces Matthews from the golf course end. This one is full outside off stump, driven past the bowler, gets a hand to it. Has she slowed it down enough? Mignon coming back for the second one. Bit of a fumble there on the boundary, but they get 2 runs, 73 for 4 off the first delivery of the 17th over.
Yeah, I think Hayley Matthews has had a really good day today. Really working hard in the field. She did well to get her half century with the bat, and that attempt there was looked very athletic. So well done to her.
Matthews in again to Mignon du Preez, outside off stump and clobbered by Mignon du Preez down to long on, where there is a fielder on the boundary and they only get 1. So that was almost too good a shot to get 2. It was always going to be a single. Went through the air but bounced safely before it reached the long on fielder, and it was exactly that position where Brits was caught. Matthews into Tryon, who works this off her pads to the onside square leg area for a single. 75 for 4, 3 balls to go in the 17th over, and 129 now needed from 75. Matthews is into her 5th over. She's got 18 for 2. Is her bowling figure so far. 3 balls gone in her 5th. She bounces up and down, comes down into Mignon du Preez, cuts this one and beats the fielder at third man inside the ring. The ball rolls down to the third man boundary for 4. A bit of a misfield there. The first real mistake we've seen in the field. There was a half chance drop catch earlier, but that was the first real blooper that cost them serious runs there. And Mignon du Preez gets into double figures. She's got 11. The score is 79 for 4. 2 balls to go in the 17th over. Rate required down to 10.1 from 10.2. 125 to win from 74. Can still be done. Matthews to Mignon du Preez. Full on, off and middle and driven straight down the field by Mignon du Preez and beats the fielder at long on, running around the boundary. Straight past the bowler. Beautiful shot by Mignon du Preez. Another 4. 83 for 4. Mignon du Preez on 15. Tryon on 6. And all of a sudden, Matthews' bowling figures are not looking so great anymore. 1 ball to go in her 5th, which is the 17th over here. She comes in from the golf course end to Mignon du Preez on the offside. Again, worked too long on by Mignon du Preez. And she retains the strike for the start of the 18th over. That's 17 overs gone, 84 for 4, 120 to win off 72. Run rate back down to 10, flat.
Yeah, the South African batters are showing really nice intent here, especially in this last over that Hayley Matthews bowled. Very good. They're looking to try and take as many runs as possible. They're running well. They're hitting the ball well, which is good to see. And definitely, I think an over like that can build a lot of confidence for a batter, and hopefully only up from here.
The only way is up from here.
Yeah.
Very good work by the West Indies, it must be said, to keep control of this game, and they still are in control. Ramarak over the wicket to Mignon du Preez, works this off her pads, beats the fielder at fine leg inside the circle. They're coming back for the second. The fielder picks up the ball now, throws it back in, and that will be only the 2 for Mignon du Preez. Well, 2 runs a ball will get the job done. That's always a good way to bat if you can get those 2s, and that was what we were talking about earlier, Jenna, is that those 2s were missing from the South African batters, but Mignon's finding them. She faces Ramarak again. She sends this one straight to the fielder at long on for a single. 87 for 4, 2 balls gone in the 18th over. 117 now needed from 70 deliveries. Let's have a look at the field here. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off as Tryon faces Ramarak. Fine leg in the circle, wide-ish mid-on. And this one is played by Tryon to mid-off for no run. Long on the boundary, cow corner on the boundary, sweeper on the extra cover boundary. And then a backward square leg on the fence as Ramarak comes over the wicket to Chloe Tryon. Steps down the wicket. She tries to work this to the onside, gets a leading edge, and she's caught at extra cover off the bowling of Ramarak for 6. Chloe Tryon loses her wicket, 87 for 5 after 17.4 overs. And that is the end of the, as I call it, the dangerous batters for the Proteas women. So now it's Operation Stay with Minion to get South Africa close to the target here. Sinalo Jafta will come in. Hopefully she's got something to say about that. 28 is her highest score versus the West Indies at North Sound during last year's tour of that those nations. 14 matches, 9 innings, 67 runs in her career so far.
Yeah, we just saw on that last wicket of Chloe Tryon, she completely lost her shape. She lifted her head out of the shot and really did scar that one. Turned out to be a good catch. The fielder at extra cover had to backpedal quite a bit, maybe about 15 or so meters. But in the end, a nice comfortable catch from her. It looks like...
Here comes the rain. So we have another rain delay. It looks like the fielders are leaving the field. And I'm afraid with the size of the storm front or the weather front or the trough, Simon, if you're listening, if I've got that right, I don't think we'll get more play tonight. So what is the time now? 9:15. And there are 11 overs left at the end of the 18th here. So we'll need, at least 40 minutes. So this rain delay has to be like half an hour. So if the rain doesn't stop in like 10 minutes, that's it. And we're way down on the DLS score. So let's take you through the scorecard quickly. Laura Wolford and Tamsin Brits coming in to open the batting for South Africa, chasing 204 off 29 overs. Laura Wolford bowled for 6. And Tamsin Brits managed to make 32 runs. Laura Goodall, 14. Sunay Lees only managing 6. And the last wicket to fall there, Chloe Tryon, before the rain interrupted play, she was out for 6. Minion de Preer on 19, not out. South Africa's score, 87 for 5. The Duckworth Lewis Parr score, incidentally, at the end of this over would be 127. So South Africa are well short. They need 117 of 68 at this point, and as I said, I don't think we're going to get there. Connell for the West Indian women bowled 4 overs, 12 for 1. She was outstanding at the top of the order, dismissing Laura Wolford, and that took the wind out of the sails because the South African women were rocking along at about 7 runs and over, and we can now hear the rain on the stand roof here, so it is coming down nice and heavy. Salmon for the West Indies, 3 overs, 18 for no wicket. She looked dangerous as well. South African batters looking all at sea against her, beating the outside edge time and time again. Henry, a very expensive bowler, 1 over for 9. She was quickly yanked out of the attack. And then Matthews and Ramarak took over and took the game away from South Africa. 5 overs by Matthews, 27 for 2. And Ramarak in her 5th over, 18 for 2. So it looks like that will be the end of that for today's cricket. If we do get something down the line here in the next 50, 60 minutes, we will do our best to get back online. But from myself, Otto Simon and Jenna Searle, any last thoughts from you, Jenna?
It's raining very hard at the Imperial Wonders Stadium right now. We can just keep our fingers crossed and hope we can get back on, but it's not looking likely.
Not at all. So once again, thank you very much, everybody, for listening to us. Do join us on Monday at 10 o'clock South African time, 10 o'clock in the morning for the second ODI. Now, this is properly bucketing down here at the Wanderers. I think that's that, and I think that means that the West Indies have won by DLS. So congratulations to them. An excellent 150 by DeAndre Doton. Thank you so much once again. We'll be back on Monday morning at 10.
Good night.